So I'm interested to see what he has to say. Right now, I'm kind of viewing it the same way as like when Hasan or Sneeko or Fresh and Fit say I lie about them. It's like, okay, well then point to it. And they never can, and they never do, and he never can, and he never does.
Just a small note before we begin, in order to make it easier for you to keep track, any footage from Willy's video will have a green border. Although any dates shown on screen in Willy's video have been added by me after the fact, because for reasons that are going to become readily apparent, Willy decided not to mention when any of the things he's talking about actually happened. Hey everyone, so this is part 2 of the response to the hit piece that WillyMacShow released on me a couple of months ago. As I explained in the first video, Willy's video was so incorrect on so many levels that I felt it was almost impossible to respond to in some scripted way. I spent 3 days trying, and I ended up writing so much that if I had to read it into a camera, learning the script and then making a video on it, it would take so many months that would just not be worth doing. I mean, arguably it's not worth doing at all regardless, but we are here now, so let's continue. So instead, in this video, I won't be using a script, but I'll be breaking down all the endless errors that he made in his video. But there's one thing that I want to establish first before I begin. Willy does not believe many of the things in which he says, nor does he actually care about anything that he says. There's so much that I could show to establish this, but I won't spend too much time on it, but I would like to touch on a few things. For example, his statements about Destiny a few years ago.
Honestly, how does this guy have fans? He debates people? How could this thoughtless sack of potatoes win a debate? You ever hear the phrase, you can't argue with stupid?
Why are you comparing a live stream to a fucking YouTube video?
Because copyright law doesn't change just because you live stream it. I think Destiny might just be kind of a retard.
Actual retard.
A literal retard.
I think this guy is actually gay. I think Leafy is gay. Wait, or is he actually gay and he's joking when he says he's not gay? And it's like well known that he's gay? I think Leafy is actually gay.
Destiny is not funny, he's not smart. In fact, I'm pretty sure we just saw him stun himself into confusion. But there's another guy who's just as bad, if not worse.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it.
So that's a small slice, but obviously WillyMacShow does not respect Destiny at all, thinks he's garbage, thinks he makes garbage content, not smart at all. But if you scroll down a bit into the comment section and sort by new, from Jojo here, Willy before he started meat riding Destiny.
This guy has got a 100% win record against Hasan Piker.
I was about to say, you fucked up Hasan.
Crazy.
I did.
Smacked
we did
him
debate.
around. Yeah,
it was less of a debate and more of like him just changing topics 45 different times. I don't know if we're gonna recap the whole thing, but yeah, we did a debate about the videos I made on him, and I opened, hey, did you watch any of the videos? And he goes, no.
This is so crazy.
So
Every single time I hang out with Willy, he always recounts this story. Like, bro, we get it.
Well, he just got asked about it. What is he supposed to do? Just
People love me for it around here, dude.
You might think the reason why I bring this up is because it suggests that Willy is a person who will just flip-flop on anyone whenever convenient if he thinks he can get some views out of it. Or that perhaps Willy will make very confident statements about people that he barely even knows just because he thinks it will get views. Or maybe, depending upon your perspective, that Willy will say very confidently things that are entirely untrue and then realize years later like, oh shit, I just talked out my ass. You know, that shit wasn't actually true. Or maybe that Willy does absolutely no research on people and just says whatever the fuck he feels like regardless of how true because he knows it will get clicks and views. These, however, are not my intention. My point is to say that Destiny has been around for so long that every false claim Willy makes about me is actually true about Destiny. He has actually done every single possible negative misstep that a person can have in a content creator career. Willy's willingness to dick ride Destiny for views showcases that he doesn't actually care about any negative trait that a content creator can possibly show. This is really obviously true if you look into the present and history of people he associates with all the time. ChudLogic, Nicholas, the Drio, TurkeyTom, all these people have endless actual controversies that are true, that any of the things that Willy accuses me of in his video, if he actually cared about them, if he actually thought these were negative things worthy of, you know, telling the world or getting up in arms about, he wouldn't associate with any of these people. Kendrick versus Drake for unemployed people. This washed up liberal YouTuber TurkeyTom just spent 7 minutes dick riding my account because he wants to be relevant again. I've never even heard of him until today. You are a tard who reposts out of context clips all day begging for attention, and then you cry when people shit on you for it. Find a rope. Like, I don't think I've ever gotten so butthurt on Twitter that I've told someone to kill themselves. Honestly, I don't think that's ever happened in my entire life. But imagine Tom criticizing someone for taking clips out of context. The hypocrisy runs deep. In so much of the following video, I'm gonna have to tie my hands behind my back, because most of the time I can just say, hey Willy, your friend has done this 97 times. You clearly don't care about this.
The problem is Viper is a complete spurg. He gets caught up in emotion and semantics rather than the topic, so it leads to some of the most unproductive dialogue.
God, this guy's such a fucking loser, man. And the thing is, he can hide behind his fucking retarded opinion on taking an entire video. This guy's such a fucking loser, man.
Chud's even been reasonable about it.
What a fucking loser, man. Loser. What a loser.
Unproductive dialogue.
Dude, Dark Viper, you're pathetic, dude. DMCA this, bitch. DMCA this. Oh, wait, you can't because I'm not fucking watching your content at all in this bit, am I?
Unproductive dialogue.
Idiot. You're an idiot, Dark Viper. Fuck you, bitch.
Willy is a combination of a massive hypocrite and a person who does not actually care or believe the things he says. Because of this attitude, he does not do much research when he makes his videos. He is looking to make something entertaining, not necessarily something that is true.
When it comes to React content being the worst because it's stealing impressions from completely unrelated creators, I don't care.
In that same video about Destiny from years ago, he makes this statement in regards to what content he personally likes to see and watch.
A lot of people have made videos on Pokemon. Kind of the trendy thing in our genre right now are these video essays. It's long form content that's supposed to be fair and gives both sides, but they also annoy the shit out of me.
She's charming and interesting to watch in front of a camera. She's attractive.
The fuck is this? Just get to the part where you call her a bitch. We all know that's what you want to do. All these 30, 40 hour, 4-hour long videos are just getting old. Just spit it out. I don't need these guys' full names, their first job, the background on their cat. I just want to see these people get torn into, and that just doesn't happen on modern day YouTube very often.
So while these statements were years ago, if you've watched Willy's content, he still very much so embodies this philosophy today. His job in this ecosystem is to bury stories about those within his circle that anyone else would mock until the cows come home, and then to invent funny narratives about creators and find any sort of footage that he can just to support that, regardless of what nuance exists in those situations, regardless what extra footage exists to counteract that narrative. He doesn't care about the nuance, he doesn't care about the details, he doesn't care about knowing what actually happened, he doesn't care about who the creator actually is. He's just trying to push a particular narrative that he finds entertaining. As he will very readily admit all the time, it is just about the content.
I mean, I think it's good, right? It's more content.
Another example of this philosophy happened when I talked to WillyMacShow directly, where I lamented that me and him, we can't really have much of an impact on Hasan. His viewers simply don't care. He's not going to be less successful if Willy releases 10 videos, 1,000 videos, it just doesn't matter. So I said, you're currently experiencing telling Hasan viewers what is true. How is that going for you? Willy responds, it's going great actually. To which I say, oh, you expect him to topple over for his viewers to abandon him? Of course, Willy says, I'm getting an insane amount of love and followers, bro. Also, I get to make another video showing how he does it in real time. Easy peasy. To which I respond, yes, but you're having absolutely no impact on Hasan. To which he doesn't respond because he just doesn't care. His goal isn't to have an impact on things, to educate people about the world, who these creators actually are, to try and change the ecosystem to be better in some way, to improve people's lives. He is just here for the entertainment, for the content, for the shit flinging. So to bring it all back around, this is why Willy's video on me is entirely factually inaccurate from start to finish. As I showed in part 1, 3 weeks prior to Willy's hit piece, he admitted that he knew nothing about me, making everything he said on Twitter for the previous weeks, all the stuff he retweeted, all the false information. He was doing that uncaring that he knew nothing. And so when it came time to make his video on me, he didn't even have much of a basis to know where to look for information on me.
Had to call you about the Viper stuff. Does he live in Australia, right? He doesn't live in your country, right? So I don't even know what he's had. But yeah, I don't get it. I don't get any of this. No, because I don't even know if what you reacted to was fair use. You sent me it, but I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, talking to him makes no sense. It just doesn't make any sense. I never know what the fuck he's going on about. It is actually like talking to one of the crazy crackhead homeless people. Yeah, I mean, what kind of content does he even, I would love to see what his live streams hold.
He does mainly GTA content, I think. GTA speedruns and stuff like that.
Like Let's Play stuff?
He was utterly clueless, but when you don't care if what you're saying is true, you can just make a very quick video, as he ended up doing.
But yeah, I don't get it. I don't get any of this.
What makes matters worse, at least according to him, he handwrites the scripts for his videos. The reason why I need to point all this out is because I did not know this stuff about Willy in the past. So Willy said here, all right, I'm gonna look into this Dark Viper stuff. And so Jin here asks which side, and Willy says depends, haven't decided yet. To which I say, might be the first time I'll get a video about me where someone actually reads and watches my work beforehand. Good luck. Admittedly, would have been nice had you done this before mouthing off on Twitter. Honest of a man to say he didn't look into something before writing about it. I didn't know he wasn't a serious person. I didn't know he was a grifter. I didn't know he was just making up shit for money. If you've ever seen one of his videos, he has 100% given you false information because he is just about making an entertaining narrative and he does not care what is true. And he's also extraordinarily dumb, which you're about to find out when I break down his video. I'm not sure how long this video is going to be because I am going to use it as a bit of an opportunity to use some of my notes that I've accumulated over the years. A part of being the anti-react guy means that people send me stuff about people having problems with reaction content all the time. So for example, I have a list of 90 creators complaining about the ecosystem of reaction content, either directly agreeing with me or saying that things need to change. This of course counters a significant amount of the very, very stupid stuff that Willy says in his video. But if I included everyone's statements, the video would be many hours long. I still might do it, but if you're looking down going, oh shit, this video is really, really long, that could be one of the contributing factors. A part of the problem with Willy doing next to no research when he made this video is that it's very hard to understand at times whether he is knowingly lying, just ignorant of things, or is just stupid. Sometimes it's clearly a combination of the three, but other times, whether he's lying or merely ignorant is actually relevant. With a normal functioning person, I can usually understand to some degree what they would have run into and what they would have understood before making their video. This isn't the case with Willy. There are things in this video that are so dumb that I wouldn't think even the average 12-year-old would believe it. I make this clarification to say that while Willy certainly lied throughout this video, I can't tell you how much he lied. He seems blissfully unaware that I finished that draft and made it into a video. He has not seen all these videos. Like, Willy is right now saying, hey, DarkViperAU only makes semantic arguments, while he himself is digging up drama from 3 years ago, ignoring all of my work just specifically to argue semantics with the dude who wrote the essay and therefore objectively knows what it means. You cannot make this up. It is stupid beyond reason. Oh, he's even doing this while a part of my work specifically exists to answer this very question.
In my personal experience, because that's all we can go off of.
What do you mean that's all we can go off of? This man is literally all we have as personal anecdotes. Even when he has the ability to show evidence for what he's saying, he's like, look, don't worry about it, just trust me, bro. When I outright call him a liar, I am being a bit reductive. It's entirely possible that a lot of what he says is merely due to his ignorance because he simply didn't care what was true and doesn't really believe in research. In many cases, he shows out of context clips and tells like 1/5 of an entire story. And so that can be seen as lying, seen as dishonesty, but it's also possible that he didn't know any of the information that any sane, honest person would include. So you can see some of the conundrum that I'm facing and why it's going to be so hard to respond to this video, but you know, we'll hopefully get there.
Dark Viper, aka Matt, is popular for his GTA content. Some are challenges, some are facts and glitches, some of it is speedrunning.
This summation of me and my career probably would have confused a lot of people who only first heard of me from WillyMacShow's video, or only knew me from other videos made by grifters like WillyMacShow. So for example, I run across comments like this sometimes. I thought Dark Viper was strictly a kind of bread-tubish lolcow. I wouldn't have dismissed him if he leaned more into content like this. Speaking of my recent collaboration with Karl Jobst. This is because when these grifters make these videos, they ignore like 99.99% of everything I've ever done or said, while somehow simultaneously claiming that they're telling the truth of who I really am. It's why people who know me and watch my content don't buy into these stupid videos, because they just go, wait, all this is wrong. I know of Dark Viper as a more complete package and I'm well aware of the things he's said over the years, and so this is just nonsense. In fact, in this entire video after this point, I think there's only 1 or 2 references to my actual content, my career, what I've spent most of my time on, and they're both false. I'm highlighting this to say that Willy is a person who is self-admittedly completely ignorant of me and my work, who is making a video not for people who know anything about me, but for those who simply don't.
Like let's play stuff?
Each of us has a problem that if we're ignorant on a topic ourselves and we watch a video by someone on that topic, it's hard to tell the difference between a person who is confident because they've done a lot of research and knows a lot of things, and a person who is confident despite their ignorance. Like, Willy is just dumb, so of course can be confident about anything he speaks on because he just doesn't understand how little he knows about the topics he speaks on.
But in the commentary community, he's mostly known for his hatred of React content, where he made a 14-page manifesto detailing why React content is immoral.
So this is a claim that Willy also made on Twitter when he self-admittedly knew literally nothing about me or my history or my involvement with anyone. Also, a year or 2 earlier, he wrote a manifesto on React content where he drew parallels to rape. It's literally all he's known for in the commentary space.
But yeah, I don't get it. I don't get any of this.
Like, it's important to remember that my career started back in 2012. So I had almost 10 years of doing a lot of stuff for people to know me from. Willy, of course, is ignorant of all this because he doesn't know anything. It's why when you go back to watch videos about my beef with Charlie, many of them started by going, oh, DarkViperAU, I know him from X, Y, and Z. Even Charlie's video only exists because he knew of me from my prior work.
I am familiar with Dark Viper's content. In fact, I was a fan of Dark Viper. I'd seen his runs. I didn't really see too many of like his rant videos, but I did see his content from time to time, and he always struck me as someone pretty level-headed.
DarkViperAU is someone with a smaller audience who you may or may not have heard of. He makes a lot of content within the game Grand Theft Auto, and while he's not as popular as Critical, he is a very successful creator in his own right, who does a lot of cool things on YouTube, and he's someone that I watch from time to time.
Now, Dark Viper, okay, a prominent figure, you know, somebody that I've had like a little run-in with the past over. We had a little disagreement, but Dark Viper is a really good content creator. He creates a lot of good GTA 5 content, and in the last few weeks, what really inspired inspired me to touch this topic. Again, this is just a primer video, by the way. But he made a video, like a series of videos, where he was reacting to all the takes that various Twitch streamers had about him, specifically when it came to him writing a 14-page document about Twitch reactions. Now, of course, Dark Viper was a little heavy-handed in criticism. He used a lot of extreme examples, one of them regarding consent and whatnot. But, you know, at the end of the day, when I read his document, I almost sat down and just said, where's the lie? Dark Viper is not wrong.
How a socialist made capitalism work. So apparently Dark Viper, I don't know when this guy exploded. I argued with this guy a few times in the past. He used to take weird political shots at me, I think, but I guess he does like GTA speedrunning and he blew up on that. I don't know.
This may seem like a minor point, but it highlights just how amazingly ignorant Willy was of the landscape of YouTube and how little he understands about how this website works and the players within it. I don't want to falsely present the idea that Willy is in any way, shape, or form interested in the ideas in my draft essay from eons ago, as obviously he doesn't much care about that outdated work either. He shows this much of it on screen and reads this much. He isn't exactly a guy interested in details.
But in the commentary community, is mostly known for his hatred of React content.
It also feeds into the narrative that these people have been spinning that I am not a successful content creator. I'm known for one thing. Sure, I've made millions of dollars, have millions of subscribers, I have billions of views, but I'm not really successful. It's a topic for another time, but the mental gymnastics of these weirdos is insane.
But in the commentary community, is mostly known for his hatred of React content, where he made a 14-page manifesto detailing why React content is immoral.
So this, of course, is untrue, or at the very least, the framing is so amazingly dishonest. So I should note right now that most of what I'm going to be saying in this video already exists in other videos. As in, I could, if I really wanted to, debunk Willy just by using clips from other videos I've already made. Like, there were some questions that WillyMacShow puts forth in this video that I answer for like 20 whole minutes in some videos. Why is this information excluded from Willy's video? Again, it could be lying, it could be just ignorance, but it also could be stupidity. But in the very first video in the playlist discussing my views of reaction content, I explain why these writings exist. So February 2nd, 2022, I was working on a very important project. It was one of the most difficult editing projects that I'd ever undertaken. Even before I completed it, I knew it was going to be one of the best videos I had ever made. And this ended up being true, because right now you can see it is my 5th most viewed video of all time, sitting at almost 4 million views. Obviously, a big reason why I was making the video at all is because I was personally satisfied with my work, but given that it's a 2-hour-long video, it has made to date $30,000. And in part because there's nothing to compete with it, there's no reactions to that video, I make $5 grand off it every year. So obviously, both because I'd worked up to this video for years and how much I knew I'd get from it, I was very keen to get this video done. It was driving me crazy. I had spent months on it. While working on this video though, I kept getting distracted by stuff that I saw on Twitter. The so-called TV meta was going on Twitch at this point, people just sitting and watching TV shows and discussing it with their viewers as they would go on. Previously, back in 2020, I had made some small videos criticizing Asmongold's React Empire, and the thing that I kept seeing missing from the discussion of the TV meta and reaction content in general is a market analysis, is actual impact on the market for creators as a whole. How the existence of this content changes the incentive structures for making other types of content, and whether when looking at the entire market, if reaction content existing increases the efficiency of the exposure given natively by the platform. As I was very busy and wanted to get back to my work, I didn't want to be brought onto some side quest about reaction content. I didn't want to stop my important work and make a video about reaction content. After 4 days, I had had enough of my inner conflict, and I therefore resolved to take a little bit of time to put what was in my mind into a script for a hypothetical video. My goal was to point out the negative market impact that people who watch and re-upload other people's videos cause that seemingly few are aware of. I was not criticizing people who make something truly their own by using portions of another person's work, just those who upload unaltered copies of other people's work with the addition of a handful of times when they press the pause button. The original work taking days, weeks, or months to create, while the pause button pressing taking mere minutes. If this is not making sense to you, don't worry, all of it will be explained in intricate detail in the second video. But writing the script brought me no peace, as in no sense did it inform or help anyone. I therefore released the initial 3,000 words to my viewers, trying to make the document a general criticism of React content, not necessarily requiring a deeper understanding of the scandals that led to its creation. I said, this is a draft script for a video. I probably won't have time to ever make it into a video or something, but these are thoughts that people should be having on this topic. They seemed to like it, and I was pretty proud of what I'd written, so I'm like, I'll give it to my other followers as well. Saying that, I don't expect many people to care about this at all. It's not really an important thing. I want to get back to my more important work. I immediately realized once I released it that my chosen style of writing was a format that was meant to be read in a YouTube video, and it contained too great a reliance on a person already having a foundational knowledge of the industries and practices I was critiquing. While I've been creating online content for 10 years, obviously a general audience has not, and even many creators don't seem to reflect on the exact nature of the industry they find themselves in. So after release, I scrambled to add additional information and make changes. The result was a new document that was double in size with a somewhat conflicting style and tone. But it did get done, and I felt 6,000 words in 7 hours or so was quite good. I felt satisfied, and I still feel so even now after finding out that there were a few errors that did exist in the document. I had at least done something to attempt to sway public opinion on what I see as the systemic abuse of others, so I went back to working on my projects. I only commented again when I was in bed, and someone on Twitter pressed me about the unconsidered implications of an offhand comment that I made towards the end of the script. I responded while still being in a state of anger, obviously not a good state of mind if you want to be tactful, especially in a domain where people have little interest in the actual intent behind your words, stating that, I don't think many people are going to care about this unfinished draft script, like I just want to get back to my work, but these are good thoughts that people should be having, should be thinking about these things in regards to how reaction content affects the market as a whole, rather than just individual creators. So to be clear, it was an unfinished draft script that I threw out on the internet with no expectation that many people would care about it at all. I did not make it with the goal of drawing attention to myself. It wasn't a manifesto. It didn't even contain all my arguments or ideas about reaction content.
But in the commentary community, he's mostly known for his hatred of React content, where he made a 14-page manifesto detailing why React content is immoral.
As I already previously stated, that was not the direct goal of this essay. It's called How the React Grift Works. It was in no way, shape, or form focused on morality.
He does what every political creator does, acting like the only way he can make his point is comparing it to the worst thing possible. In this case, great.
So many issues with this statement. So immediately we're hitting the problem of me not knowing whether Willy is lying or just very ignorant. So while I did release that unfinished draft script for a hypothetical video to my viewers, more than likely it probably would never have become a video. Once you become aware of all the psychological biases you have, and as you get older, at least to me, I kind of got the feeling of like, I don't want to try to convince anyone of anything ever. And I certainly don't want my well-being in society to be dependent upon my convincing anyone of anything, because it's just so amazingly hard. It was largely this attitude that led me to throw out this unfinished draft script to the world. I was like, it would take months, weeks to make an appropriate video on this topic. And like, I've got so many goddamn things I need to do. Far bigger things to make far more people happier. And I can do these things. Why would I spend my time making a video about reaction content? However, despite having these feelings, because Charlie picked up my draft and made at least the existence of it viral, not that many people read it, mind you, but the existence of it was now viral, while I still had endless amounts of things to do. Because I had inadvertently gotten into this drama, I decided, well, I better finish that video, as well as take the time to respond to all the amazingly false things that other people had said around the topic and about me personally. So of course, I set out to finish the script about my views on reaction content. It became a script that was 3 times as long as the original, and I titled it Reactors, the Professional Parasites. Asmongold, August 2021. My life goal is to react to so many different videos that I successfully infect every single YouTube user's recommended section. Over the last few months, I've learned that very few people seem to understand why React content is harmful. Even among those who dislike it, their reasoning is often as simplistic as it's boring or it's lazy, while the real problem is much more insidious. Reactors are playing a game with our online creator ecosystem where everyone loses except the reactors themselves. The premise of this video is that React content is a system of exploitation that siphons an incalculable amount of money and exposure away from the hard-working into the pockets of the incredibly lazy. I'll be going over the topics that you now see on screen and looking at a bit of data in order to establish that this is undeniably true. By the nature of the topic, this video contains some information about YouTube that the general audience probably shouldn't know, but everything in this video is crucial to understanding my points, so I'm just going to take that risk. Keep in mind that I consider my personal standard for what is justifiable to be fairly irrelevant. I'm not a moral authority. This video's purpose is not to be an argument for an idea of how society should function or what action should be permissible on what basis, although it may initially appear to be that. In reality, so confident am I that the current state of affairs would be considered abhorrent by the vast majority if it was understood, that all I seek to do with this video is give people the bigger picture which they may otherwise not have known about. Remember that the perfect scam is one where it is hard for the victim to even understand how they were scammed. So Willy here is saying he can't do it. He can't explain his views without these hyperbolic, over-the-top, exaggerated references to grape, as he calls it.
In this case, grape.
He has literally no other examples of me doing this in any other writing. The only example he's referencing here is a draft script that I wrote 3 years ago, and it's immediately debunked as a concept because the finished version doesn't contain any of those references. So funnily enough, the only example he has actually contradicts the statement he's making. But the problems don't end there, because I don't know if he's actually read my finalized version of the script. I don't know if he's watched any of the videos where I talk about my views of reaction content. Throughout this entire video, he never references my main body of work. To be clear, all these videos, totaling 7 hours in length, is just me speaking to a camera in the most mild-mannered way you can possibly imagine. There's no rage, there's no anger, there's no hyperbole, no exaggeration of any kind. They are just very simple, calm video essays, where I explain my views in the most easily digestible, non-controversial way possible. So you can see why, if Willy had seen these videos, this would be one reason why he'd want to exclude them, because it goes against the false narrative that Willy is trying to craft with his video. If you look at the playlist, it's set up similar to how you might write an essay in university. The first video is, why am I here? What am I trying to prove? The second is the main bulk of my work, arguing for the foundations in which I build my arguments, making those arguments. I use a lot of data, I use some animations, and so this ended up being like my main thesis, if you will. The remaining videos, as you know you might do for any university essay that you're writing, is to counteract arguments against my perspective, as well as to make arguments against competing perspectives. As I alluded to before, so thorough am I in these videos that I could just use clips from it to debunk everything Willy says in the first 17 minutes of his video. Which makes me ask the question, did he actually not watch my videos where I explained my views of reaction content? If he hasn't seen them, or at the very least the main fucking one, that just highlights how little research he put into his video. But if he has seen it, then that means in the first 17 minutes he lies like 30 times, because he asks questions that are directly answered in the video. I will touch on it a bit more later, but this isn't some small video. It is very well known in the commentary community.
He does what every political creator does, acting like the only way he can make his point is comparing it to the worst thing possible. In this case, great. Saying if you meet a reactor at a party, I suggest covering your glass, or outright telling them you don't want them to F you, because they seem keen to take a person's silence as consent. With Vosh, he compares CP to owning a computer. With Viper, it's great if you react to a YouTube video.
So obviously, even in the most uncharitable interpretation of those words, it can't possibly mean that I think watching a YouTube video is the same as rape. That goes beyond hyperbole. That goes beyond jokes. That is just lying. You'll even catch other creators using the idea of rape to communicate a point. For example, Louis Rossmann for over half a decade has been using the phrase rapist mentality to describe the way in which people in tech mentally justify achieving their desired ends by any means necessary, regardless of the consequences for anyone else.
Everybody, how's it going? I hope you're having a lovely day. So today I wanted to explain something that has pissed a lot of people off. It's when I use a certain term and I use it to describe companies that I believe do not understand the concept of consent. I've said that many modern companies just fundamentally seem to not understand that you need to get consent from your users before doing something. Whether we are talking about the fact that every major cellular carrier in the United States was selling your location data in contradiction to their own privacy policies. If you take a look at Discord now, note that there used to be a disagree and an agree button. Now you only get an agree button because people with a rapist mentality do not expect to get an answer other than yes. They do provide you a means to opt out, which as you can see here, clearly does not work because I opted out 4 days ago and I still get this bullshit. And one of my personally favorite examples is this one where Facebook did psychological experiments on people 10 years ago without their consent. What they did is they rearranged people's feeds so that in some people's feeds, the saddest content would show up first, and they wanted to see if this affected their moods. And it actually did. Facebook did psychological experiments on vulnerable people and fucked with them without asking for their consent. This is something that I find to be particularly disgusting, and when they do this, I claim that they have a rapist mentality. I accuse them of having a rapist mentality because rather than asking for consent, they simply take what they want. They do not give you an option to disagree, and they make it obvious. Again, you used to have disagree, agree, yes or no. Now, like, yes. Yes, that is all that you're allowed to say to the rapist, and that is all you're allowed to say to the modern tech company.
Obviously, Rossmann is just being hyperbolic, but I can imagine one day Willy digging back and finding all these clips and going, oh, look at Rossmann and how his words offend me. I don't normally make such references myself in my more formal work, at least these days, because I am more afraid than Rossmann seems to be at unnecessarily offending the more sensitive people who might read or watch my work, like Willy. Calling Willy sensitive there was a joke. I mean, he's acting sensitive. I don't think he's sincere in basically anything he says about my draft script for that YouTube video from eons ago. Obviously, back then, now 3 years ago, I said many times that these insults that I made towards reactors trying to highlight the stupid reasons why they disregarded consent were not very tactful. It was only because I was particularly busy and not really interested in making a long-form video on reaction content that it released in the state that it did. When I released it to my audience, there wasn't a huge wave of condemnation for the hundreds of people who read it. They made other critiques of the essay, and those did lead to changes, but none of the few hundred people who read the essay prior to Charlie getting a hold of it were like, oh my god, these hyperbolic analogies at the end, oh, these are terrible, please change them. It was like one dude, eventually, when I'd already gone back to working on my video that actually mattered. Because within the context of the essay, they make sense. You can call them harsh, you can call them extreme, but what you can't call them is the idea that watching a YouTube video that someone else made on a live stream is somehow the same as rape. There are so many actual criticisms you can make of this draft that make sense. I mean, Karl made them all the way back then when we talked about it for like an hour or two.
Yeah, here's the problem. I think there's a better way to do it. If you want to make that analogy, remove the content creators from it. So what you've done is you've basically said, I'm going to make this analogy by saying that these content creators have the same kind of philosophy, but you don't need to do that at all. You could just say, here's an example of something to demonstrate my point, and you remove the content creators from it. For example, you just say, if some random person just, thinks they need consent after, right, that's wrong. You can sort of make the analogy that way. You don't have to say these content creators basically think that, you know, consent's okay to have afterward.
But you have to be sincere to do these things. You have to actually want to grapple with the material and explain why it's wrong. But as I'm trying to establish, Willy is never here for the nuance. He doesn't care what was actually written or why it is right or wrong. He is just looking for anything he can, regardless of how much out of context or how to distort his presentation, that can fit the narrative he is trying to craft. With that all being said, it's important to remember why Willy was making this video in the first place. He wanted to defend his fellow drama associate, ChudLogic. In Chud's re-upload of my video, in the thumbnail, it says explicitly, raped by Jack.
Chud's even been reasonable about it.
Hey guys, watch this video where we can discuss whether or not Jack's film sexually assaulted DarkViperAU. But we don't actually need to go to other videos in ChudLogic's channel to show these crude references. In the video I struck, this is ChudLogic doing a parody of Moist Critical.
Hey guys, it's Moist Critical here. So some woman just came out and she's saying that her asshole is like yesterday's punch lasagna, and that basically she got raped by me, like kind of like when you go to the Wild Wings night on a Wednesday and you eat a bunch of hot wings and then your asshole gets blown out the next day in the toilet, and you got to put your toilet paper in the fridge in order to make it cool enough to soothe the asshole. So anyway, that's about all. See you later. What was it? That's about all. See ya. Is that it? There we go. Done.
The only reason I'm including this example rather than other examples is because in the video that Willy is here to defend,
Chud's even been reasonable about it.
Like, the main people he dick rides for views are people who are the most crude, over-the-top, hyperbolic, disgusting individuals that have ever existed on this platform. Who is Willy kidding? Fuck me, that if I had $1 for every rape analogy that Destiny made back when I watched him around 2018, I'd have millions of dollars. I also want to highlight, though, how enthusiastic Willy is when he says grape, and it's just hilarious to me.
So today we're going to be discussing Viper's grape.
Like, nothing says I treat rape with the seriousness that it deserves than to call it grape all the time because you're worried about ad revenue.
In this case, grape.
Grapist, PDF, unalived, shut the fuck up.
He even clarifies, it's hyperbole, but only slightly so. The difference between actively ignoring consent for financial gain is not so far removed from ignoring consent for sexual gratification.
So we've reached the point where not only is Willy ignoring the entire body of my work, as he does throughout this entire video, he's even moved beyond simply a draft for my views from 3 years ago. He's moving now to replies on Twitter from 3 years ago. Like, you could not be more divorced from my actual views if you tried. Next, he's gonna bring out finger paintings from when I was in kindergarten to try to explain my views now. It's just insane. But somehow even worse, Willy crops off the next tweet where I explicitly say that I do not think reaction content and rape are the same fucking thing or equivalent in any way. Gabby's gonna put this tweet on screen to misrepresent it a lot. Not only is her interpretation of these words incorrect, but she's also cropping off the next 2 tweets. One where I directly call these words hyperbole to mean that I'm exaggerating and this should not be taken literally. And I made another tweet specifically for dishonest people like Gabby, where I say, I'm not saying that rape and reaction content are akin to each other. I'm sure she just left those off by accident. But despite this, in my entire 12-year career, this one reply 3 years ago is the main thing that Willy wants to highlight from it. And he can't even be honest about it, lying now about it twice and excluding information if it hurts what he's trying to say. It was Karl 3 years ago who actually looked at the words that I said and critiqued it in a way that actually made sense. Even if we were going to treat this as if it's actually relevance to the conversation, as Karl rightly pointed out, it could only possibly apply to people who actually actively believe they are ignoring consent to do what they do.
What the problem with the analogy is that the mindset is completely different. So someone can actually believe that what they're doing is fair use. And, you know, the fair use is only something that a court can decide. No one can spike a drink thinking that what they're doing is legal. Okay, so the mindset is completely different. Therefore, they don't think they need consent. And therefore, they're not coming from, they might not be an immoral person whatsoever. Exactly. And they might not have any bad intentions whatsoever and can still be re-uploading content in a way that they believe is fair use. Someone who spikes a drink is always going to be immoral.
As I've tried to make the case, statements that reactors make like, oh, I'll take down the video if you tell me you want it to be taken down, or I'll pay money if people reach out to me, showcase that they know what they're doing is wrong to some degree. But obviously that can't possibly apply to every reactor on the planet. There are absolutely reactors out there who believe they're doing a good thing, who actually believe that those who did all the work to make the video don't deserve a say fucking at all in whether that video gets re-uploaded. So these people wouldn't be ignoring consent that they believe they should be getting for the actions in which they're performing. This is the difference between Karl and Willy. Karl is an honest person, and he grappled with the words as they were written. Willy just lied because he doesn't care about the facts of the matter. He isn't interested in what was actually said and breaking it down and why it's right or wrong. He just broad strokes lies, as he does throughout this video.
So today we're going to be discussing Viper's Grape, also known as the time someone reacted to his content. Some of it he's right, some of it I disagree with, all of it's over the top.
So you can see why, by necessity, for Willy to craft this narrative that he wants for this video, he would have had to exclude all my videos where I just calmly explained my perspective on reaction content. The videos that changed many different minds and that were very influential for at least some people.
So after watching plenty of videos from like Dark Viper as well as other content creators that have covered React content for a long time, I learned that it is not a good practice to engage in, so I stopped doing it entirely.
There's no streamer that there's probably no streamer that's not like completely deluded that would say Dark Viper's wrong. Obviously, you can't admit that.
Yeah, it's the kayfabe of like, well, I mean, you're incentivized to say Dark Viper's wrong because if you say he's right, then you're a massive hypocrite suddenly.
Yeah,
like,
of course he's right.
Yeah,
like his argument is completely watertight and makes sense.
Yeah, it's well researched, it's well put together. It's obviously it comes from a pretty aggressive standpoint because he feels strongly about it. But yeah,
DarkViperAU has actually put a load of data together, and the data tells a different story. My views on my channel actually go down after every single Asmongold reaction. And I think it's because people go to watch his reactions of my stuff more than watch my stuff. And someone did the maths, I think it was DarkViper did the maths. Asmongold has made more money from my videos than I have.
And so I'm really glad you did the series, because even though maybe it didn't get as many views as you'd like, or maybe it got more backlash than you'd like, or maybe it's frustrating because people are misunderstanding it, or whatever all the negatives that come out of it, you made a difference, if that helps at all.
So today we're going to be discussing Viper's Grape, also known as the time someone reacted to his content.
In fact, as Willy knows, when I struck Chud's video, I said nothing for weeks. I took about as much interest in striking Chud's re-upload of my video as I do any re-upload, which is not all that much. I'm a busy guy. I run a business that brings in more than $1 million a year. I've got fucking dozens of people who work with me. I don't have time to be micro-analyzing some random video that at the time had 1,000 views. I skimmed through the video and said, oh, yeah, that's a re-upload of my video, and I took it down, as I have many times before. It was only when the strike didn't go through that I took any particular interest in it at all, because I wondered, why didn't it go through? I have struck a dozen reaction videos before this without any issue, and as I showed in the one video I made covering this drama, I took down another 2 reaction videos after this point and had no issues. I sincerely do not know what YouTube error caused this to happen, and no one else does either, which has allowed Willy in this video to lie further about it. He does not have any footage of me freaking out about ChudLogic. So by necessity, he lies and presents footage from other occasions where I was justifiably angry as if they were about Chud. It is also prudent to remember the timeline for Chud and his response to what was happening, where he said, hey, I know reaction content is harmful, I agree with your arguments, but he thinks there should be an exception made for the type of content that he makes. To which I said, no, I don't agree. I do not think people should react to my videos. He was well aware of my positions. He knows full well that I think reaction videos should be striked off the platform because I say it in the videos that he watched. But despite this, over a year later, he hosted a watch party of one of my videos saying, hey, it will probably be funny, and then acted really surprised when he got a copyright strike on his channel.
I wanted to watch this because apparently this video is very funny. So I guess we'll see. Let's watch this video. So it's, am I jealous of Jack's film's success with credit the creators?
You might say, Matt, maybe he forgot about that conversation like you did. No, he references the conversation in his video. That's the only reason I know about it.
I've spoken to him in DMs before, and basically a mutual viewer of ours back a little while ago in some previous React drama mentioned me as someone who had some disagreements, and he kind of looked at my channel and turned his nose up. And I think he said something about like, well, I wouldn't want to talk to this guy because it would benefit him, but it wouldn't benefit me. Okay, you know, good luck to you. He ended up DMing me and we had a brief backwards and forwards. And he kind of like elaborated on why he thinks React content in its totality is bad. But his position on it is like quite extreme. you know, he thinks that, you know, based on what he said to me at least.
What's especially funny about the way that he lies about our conversation is that he in the conversation, as you can see, said, I understand there isn't much to be gained for you in talking about this on stream due to the disparity in our audience sizes, but I'm happy to hear your thoughts, etc. But of course, I digress.
It seems like the only kind of content he thinks is applicable is like edited content. Any React content is not permissible, you know, because I asked about like, what if someone's covering like breaking news and stuff like that? And he was like, oh, well, if you're covering breaking news, that's the last thing you want to do. And I'm like, okay, sure, I understand where he's coming from. But like, you know, you're making it so that basically streamers can't do anything. Like, you know.
Chud is not a significant person to me, but obviously I was a very significant person to Chud. And then even when the strike didn't go through, for 3 months this man threw the biggest tantrum I've ever seen of anyone on any platform ever. Dozens of tweets, half a dozen videos, and he has not stopped whining since then. According to the tools I have, he has mentioned me on his channel 1,200 times. I note this to say that what Willy is saying about me is untrue, but it is actually true about Chud. And if you saw the footage I put in there of ChudLogic, the man's an unhinged maniac.
Yes! I am a fucking unhinged maniac! That's right, motherfucker! I'm a fucking unhinged maniac! You've got me exactly right. That is what I am. I'm totally fucking unhinged, okay? I'm a total maniac! Ah!
This is a grown-ass man.
An interesting fact I just learned about ChudLogic is that he is 38 years old.
Chances are one of them at some point in time is cheated, especially when they were young, because it's a very common mistake. When you're a young guy, the horniness... ChudLogic, how old are you now? Tell me how old you are.
38.
Okay, you're 38.
This is a grown-ass man.
Let that sink in. Look at how Chud acts as a person on a day-to-day. What kind of content he makes. Who is 38 years old, so invested in YouTube drama? Holy hell. He can't be honest about me, he can't be honest about Chud because it wouldn't fit the narrative that he's trying to craft with this video. 14 pages! 14 pages! He's using a soundbite of one of the most traumatic, angry moments of my entire life. It's 14 pages! So here you can see an example where Willy will just play something and then directly lie about what was just said. While he is taking these clips out of context, I'm explaining why they exist or what the point of them was. Even in that clip, I said, one of the most traumatic moments of my life. He's using a soundbite of one of the most traumatic, angry moments of my entire life. He says, most traumatic moment of his life, which is not what I said. Even in cases where the out of context clip would be enough, he still has to exaggerate. He still has to lie. As Willy is going to lie about these clips again later in the video, we'll discuss them then. One of the hallmarks of Willy's video, and that showcases him as a grifter, is he uses out of context clips that have no relevance to anything all throughout the video, spamming them as I say. It doesn't matter how old the clip is, Willy knows that if he doesn't say what date it is, people will just assume it happened very recently. This clip, for example, is 4 years old, but he is even more dishonest than that. He uses clips far older, 6, 7 years old in this video. So after Willy's video came out, many of the people who watched his video sent me messages believing these things to have happened like last week. Because Willy knew if he didn't talk about the context of any of these clips, when they happened or why, people would believe false things that are conducive to the narrative that he wanted for the video. Was the worst period in the entirety of my life. So this clip, for example, is like, what, 2018 when I had like 2,000 subscribers? I don't think the story of that clip ever comes up again. So people are just gonna be like, oh, well, I guess this is relevant to the discussion about reaction content and Chud and maybe even Charlie. Not at all. Like, were my emotions there wrong? Was I wrong to be frustrated and sad during that time? It doesn't matter.
It's very difficult not to have like a complete breakdown when you're getting piled on by so many people. It's like dealing with that kind of drama is incredibly tough.
What I like to say is that there's this hypothetical person who is mature, never emotional, 100% logical, all the time, thinks before they speak in every situation. This person doesn't exist. But when criticizing people for their responses to any situation, they are compared to this hypothetical non-existent person. It's like, well, in hindsight, you could have emotionally reacted this way. Like, we're not in perfect control of our emotions. We respond in ways emotionally, it clouds our judgment, or we can potentially do something that we think is right in the moment and then realize moments later, oh shit, we fucked up. No one is going to respond to any drama perfectly. It's not always due to like them being a terrible person. It can just often be you feel emotionally overwhelmed, or you feel attacked and you want to fight back.
There's a direct correlation between like how big a creator is and how perfect the expectation is for them to act.
Yeah, probably,
like the bigger they are, people are like, you have to be more and more and more and more perfect.
There is no justifiable situation where any man can ever express emotion for any reason. Therefore, a discussion of these clips isn't necessary. The context isn't necessary. I've done something wrong. because emotion. 6 years ago, I got emotional about something bad. In the same way that Chud and many people in Willy's crew found that clip of me crying because I was emotionally overwhelmed by the kindness of my viewers, and they mocked me ruthlessly for it.
So this is him looking at some gay Reddit video, okay? One of his retarded fans, one of his idiot fans, has put together some stupid, lame edit of him, right? Oh, I love you so much. We love you, Matt. We fucking love you. Let's put together a bunch of clips of your stream. Oh, we love you so much. It's so brilliant. Okay, anyway. Oh, no. What's happening? Oh, my God. Oh. What a fucking loser. Oh, my God. How pathetic is this guy? He's crying. He's crying because of some gay Reddit video.
This is a grown-ass man.
God, what a fucking pathetic wretch. He's crying. This dude is crying over a fucking Reddit fan video. What else have we got on the agenda?
As we're going to talk about later, I can't just be a normal person. I can't be angry, I can't be sad, I can't be happy, I can't be emotionally overwhelmed in situations where people would normally be emotionally overwhelmed. And it should be fairly obvious, given that I've streamed for 20,000 hours, and I've released, not including clips and shorts, probably at least 3,000 videos, there is a lot of material to go through to find out of context clips. The aim of the live streaming game is to always be talking, always be yapping, always be exaggerating, always be hyperbolic. Everything is millions to one. It is a part of my job to be this way. Every single live streamer who is around long enough will end up having dozens of these clips, where a joke goes bad, or your stream of consciousness goes wrong and you say something stupid, or you take something too far. That is what live streaming is. Making out of context clip compilations is so easy that I do it myself. The difference between me doing it and Willy doing it is that obviously I'm doing it for the fun of it. But Willy is trying to make the case that if you reduce me down to a 5-second clip from 2018, a 5-second clip from 2020, a 10-second clip from 2019, and a 20-second clip from 2022, then you know exactly who I am. And exactly how I act in all situations. Despite that, I obviously communicate in a particular way because of the job that I have. This is what success means at this level. I have absolutely in the past taken things a bit too far, oversold the emotion a little bit too much. But there's a reason why Willy has to ignore 99.99% of the content that I produced, including most of the content that I produced on this topic. Because the handful of out of context clips that he spams in this video, knowing nothing about those circumstances or the people involved, do not actually represent me. My content would be very boring if the entire time I was like, huh, this is mildly interesting. So Willy seems to have misrepresented my topic a little bit here. Like I didn't actually say that, I mean, but you know, it would be interesting. No one would watch that, you know? Just a heads up, it's like a week since I recorded that first part. I don't have that much time to record this kind of stuff, and I recently went on a trip with Aitana and I got some allergies, as you can see, but this is the time I have to record stuff, so just bear with my face looking a bit weird. He has made my life worse, measurably so. So you might ask, what relevance does this clip have to literally anything? And the answer is nothing. So in summary, the average clip he just showed is 5 years old, and none of it has anything to do with any situation discussed in this video. Nothing to do with ChudLogic, reaction content, fair use, copyright strikes, nothing. They are just really old, out of context clips that he takes the opportunity to lie about later on. What I mean is, if he wanted out of context clips to make me look bad, he could have had a huge hoard of them, but instead he was just lazy and spammed the same 3 or 4 that he happened to find on archive.org or through ChudLogic. I mean, if we're willing to go back 4 years, one of my favorite clips from back then is I Had No Other Choice. My favorite scene from the Avengers movies.
Why would you do that?
I clearly have no other choice. Fuck you. What is wrong with you? Shut the fuck up. GTA 5 trailer, feet matter.
Why did I move here?
I clearly have no other choice.
I guess it was.
Shut the fuck up. Within my community, at least those who've been around for a long time, the period 4 to 5 years ago is known as my rant period. In fact, this jacket I'm wearing is known as the rant jacket. It's actually just a Twitch jacket that I happened to wear in 2 rants I did around that time. But the reason why that period was designated this was largely because of what I said to the quartering in my rant towards him. But people watch him thinking he knows things, and it's hilarious because it's the most painfully obvious thing that he knows nothing about anything.
I know nothing about anything. All right, well, do you want to... I mean, my master's degree probably is worthless, I suppose.
You disingenuous, dense motherfucker. Obviously you have to know something about something or you couldn't tie your shoes. We made literally hundreds of memes from that clip. I included it in the video because I thought it was very funny, and I still think it's funny even now. You disingenuous motherfucker.
something about something about something about something, or you couldn't tie your shoe, motherfucker.
Since then, I've tried to recreate it, sometimes effectively, sometimes not. You disingenuous, dense motherfucker! In what reality would anyone interpret that I was claiming that Mudaha controls Twitch? That Mudaha is sucking the dick of everyone at Twitch and controls the code? He cannot be sincere! Ow. But this stuff is now all ancient history, as are, of course, most of the clips that Willy shows in his video and lies about. In fact, that jacket I've given to Aitana. Aitana has worn that jacket more times in the last 4 years than I have. As Willy spams these clips throughout the video, I will get other opportunities later to actually explain the stories behind these clips.
I want to start off by laying out Matt's take on React content, with the focus being on streamers, complaining that they are taking other people's work that took hours and hours to make, and then flipping it. So now they have a product that's equal in quality, but it took them only the amount of time to react to it on stream, showing a diagram how a React streamer could steal up to 1,500 hours worth of labor in a single hour of streaming.
That's not the point. No, that's no. Not only is he referencing my draft that I spent a day on from 3 years ago and ignoring all my main body of work, he is further misunderstanding what he's reading. I summarized my current views in a few minutes in the video I made about the situation with ChudLogic. He has seen it. To give a very, very brief summary, my issues are with the market impact of reaction content. We have two groups of people, reactors and creators, but only one of these puts forth effort and incurs risk and cost. Both, however, end up with the same product for the market, even if one might spend a month and another million hour to achieve that. This is quite obviously not a fair or balanced system. In regards to viewer distribution, I view reactors as an inefficient secondary middleman. You can picture this as two competing models. One where viewers engage with algorithms and are directed to creators, and another where viewers engage with algorithms, are directed to reactors, and then go to creators. My claim is that that second model is inefficient by design and can only result in a net loss of value for creators as an aggregate. Reactors give value to creators in a similar way that slot machines give wealth to their users. They take from them far more than they ever give back. That is, after all, their purpose, and both reactors and slot machines would cease to be if they failed to do that. Reactors exist to increase the time people spend watching reaction videos, and by necessity, reduce the time they spend doing anything else. They are not designed to give value, they are designed to extract it. As far as the value given by reactors to viewers, all that value can be given through other forms of content and thus is irrelevant. In other words, XQC and Hasan, if they can manage to extract their heads from their asses, can make their own bloody videos. Although I personally prefer this summary of my views that I gave during the time when I had that dispute with XQC. Understand, I was sick when writing this. Like, it took all mental power to be able to do this at all. In light of recent Twitter discourse, React content has only one purpose: to increase the time people spend watching reactors and reduce the time they spend doing anything else. They do this very successfully, and it is why the large creators are reactors. Why spend the time or resources to create anything when you can have thousands of unpaid interns working for exposure who falsely believe if enough millionaires copy their videos, they too will make it big? Reactors do not create exposure, they merely redirect exposure that naturally exists away from others to themselves. Recommendations that would go to others are instead used to promote React content as it floods the market. It is why reactors do not shrink as they advertise other creators by re-uploading their videos. They draw more viewers away from other creators than they ever send on, which is obviously the point, or they wouldn't bother doing reaction content. The benefits from a reaction to your video are extremely tiny and are often negative long-term, as your video now competes with a copy that exists entirely to use your brand and work to advertise the Reactors channel. Worse though, you have absolutely no possibility of benefiting from the other millions of reaction videos produced by reactors. These two only exist to pull viewers away from you. Supporting React content is supporting a system where a small group can produce a video that takes a month to make in 30 minutes, and can keep themselves perpetually live streaming while the work is done for them. You do not benefit by supporting, creating, and then competing with content curators, as they effortlessly become the nexus for all the best content online. These markets are finite. Viewers can only watch a limited amount of videos, in the same way algorithms can only promote a limited amount of videos in any given period. Giving those who are already successful even larger market share by providing them all the best content that others painstakingly work to create doesn't make anyone better off but them. Watching the slow death of creativity as those with no ideas, no talent, and no work ethic become millionaires hosting watch parties of other people working hard is gross, and all those who do it or support it should be ashamed. I think that's a pretty good summary of my views.
Showing a diagram how a React streamer could steal up to 1,500 hours worth of labor in a single hour of streaming.
More importantly, this diagram that I made in like 15 minutes doesn't demonstrate that a person can take 1,500 hours of labor in a single stream. They are hypothetical numbers. It explains an idea. It can't demonstrate anything. It doesn't show what streamers could or could not do. My other work contains animations and visuals and like spreadsheets of data that took months to put together. I didn't even want to talk about how much money I spent on making that shit, and this dipshit is is using a diagram I made 3 years ago in 15 minutes. Oh, God. I can't believe I didn't include it. One of my oldest yet favorite clips is the "no one can be this dumb" clip. It's funny because I think I used this clip with Charlie because he didn't understand that the diagram couldn't prove anything. It just represented an idea. This isn't my clip, but it's a similar one.
Who cares? You just made points the entire time we've been talking about how choreography matters. What are you talking about? In terms of choreography, that one's worse than anything I've talked about.
This guy, Rob, says, "Relax, bro, damn." But the quote tweets, which got a lot more engagement. Nah, everyone has that one homie who makes such bad points that it makes you snap like this. Because it's just a universal experience. Or this one. "If y'all don't understand this rage, then you've never argued with a moron before." And I had a moment exactly like this back in 2016, I think. It's one of my favorite clips.
I know you drew this diagram, but there's no source here. You're just pulling this out of your ass. I would love to know where you got this data from, if you have that available.
For my old viewers, it's the meme! This is a diagram used to explain a point. You're using diagrams to explain a complex idea you have about reality. I think X represents a general concept of rich people, and Y represents a general concept, these are specific things, of poor people. This diagram, no! It describes my points! It describes it! It describes my point of view! This can't prove anything! It doesn't actually represent real life! No one can be this dumb!
Showing a diagram how a React streamer could steal up to 1,500 hours worth of labor in a single hour of streaming. I think Hasan's a prime example of this, using videos to entertain his stream while he leaves to do something else.
Hold on, I gotta pee, I'm sorry.
But Willy shouldn't think this way. His goal is to be communicating my perspective on reaction content, and whether a person is in the room or not is irrelevant to whether or not I have a problem with the content. Hasan is not better or worse dependent upon how much his ass sits in the seat. The meme of him always leaving the room is just that, a meme. I have personally watched his content. His ass is in that seat like 99+% of the time. And if it was 100%, I wouldn't care. That extra 1% doesn't make things better or worse for me. That might matter to Willy for some reason, and we'll talk about that later, but he's talking about my views right now. In fact, considering that Hasan doesn't traditionally upload his reactions to videos from Twitch to his YouTube channel unedited, he is by no means the perfect example or the best example of what I talk about or complain about in my work. This isn't to absolve Hasan. I have a lot of problems with Hasan. There's a video on Hasan for a specific reason.
You're stealing people's labor. You're basically giving out unpaid internships for exposure. That's exactly what I'm doing. Except like everybody loves it.
Just to clarify, no, I don't think it makes it much better that Hasan doesn't personally upload the videos to his main channel and instead has his clip industrial complex upload those unedited reaction videos to their channels instead. I would argue this is probably somewhat of a business strategy for him. Obviously, he pisses off a lot of people with the things he says, and therefore, if he put other people's videos on his main channel, they might copyright strike him just because they're angry at him, and then his channel will be taken down or you have to go to court and all that jazz. By having that degree of separation, having other people upload those videos, it enables him to get much of that promotional benefit of putting your face in the corner of other people's videos and effortlessly spamming them out on YouTube, but without incurring that risk. So many things about Hasan make him a very interesting case study to talk about in regards to ethics and business, but again, specifically related to the best examples of my issues with reaction content, Hasan isn't technically it.
Or Denim streaming full episodes of Avatar.
I am frankly unsure why Willy is taking his time in his explanation of my views to take shots at this person that I don't even know. With that being said, having now spent 5 minutes looking at this person's social media, they do seem to be a very small creator, if you want to call them a creator, which is a bit of a stretch. I can find no evidence that they're uploading these anime videos to YouTube, so again, not a very good example of the issues I have with reaction content. In fact, for the longest time, I held a position that if it stays on Twitch, there's not that big of a deal. It is still a bad thing, and I would rather it didn't exist, but it's not the worst thing in the universe. If you react to something on Twitch, and it isn't like the focus of your content, hey, I'm reacting to this guy's video today, come watch. Or that your content on Twitch isn't just mainly reactions, you're not like Asmongold tweeting out, hey guys, I know you love my reactions, more coming soon, then you're probably gonna be okay in my books, as long as it stays on Twitch. If just occasionally you watch a YouTube video, who cares? The reason my stance has changed on this is that one, people were reacting to stuff that is from large companies and stuff that could threaten Twitch's viability into the future. And two, anyone big enough either ends up having other people upload those reactions to YouTube, or they eventually realize, wait a second, I could be re-uploading these people's videos to my main channel as well and getting a lot of money. So while it's true in theory that all reaction content staying on Twitch would have a lot of my problems with it be lessened significantly, I think both the historical precedent of how streamers are likely to act and the incentive structure of the market means that this will never realistically happen. So to tie this all back to the bullshit that Willy just said, Denims is not a good example of my issues with reaction content. She is a very, very minor player where a lot of my issues and criticisms don't even apply. These two people are brought up not because they help communicate my perspective. In fact, the way Willy is describing them actually hurts his ability to communicate my perspective. He brings them up because he doesn't like them. Feelings mutual with Hasan. Do not like that man. And they as examples arguably communicate well his issues with reaction content, minor as they are, that I don't even agree with.
Or Denim streaming full episodes of Avatar while touting on Twitter how streaming is the hardest job she's ever had.
Also, this tweet from Denims technically is just talking about her experience, her personal preferences. Apparently, she is just a person who finds the pseudo-social interaction in a live stream to be particularly arduous. As crazy as it sounds, there are some people in this world who prefer to be out in a boat by themselves for 12 hours fishing for a living than to spend even an hour interacting with people socially as a job. I actually wanted to see if she clarified what she was talking about with this tweet, but this tweet's deleted. In fact, given the amount of likes, it was deleted very quickly. So I'm not even sure what she was trying to communicate or if she actually believes these words as were written. More importantly, what the fuck does this have to do with anything? This man couldn't spend the time to learn my views of reaction content, the literal focus of this section. I'm getting introduced to side quests and side characters, and Willy hasn't even started the main adventure.
But his argument isn't that some reactors are bad, it's that they're all bad. He argues that React streamers are stealing the labor of content creators and using their own work to outcompete them for finite impressions.
It should be clear to anyone who's looked at any of my work ever that my views don't just talk about React streamers. Even people who aren't live streamers, if you wake up one morning, sit in a chair, go, oh, this is someone else's creative work that's very interesting. I'm gonna watch it and see what I have to say. And then you record yourself in the corner and shove it up on YouTube. I still have a problem with that. The lion's share of my work is focused on these re-uploads on YouTube. Live streaming definitely exacerbates many of the issues I have with reaction content. But again, Willy is meant to be communicating my views on this topic, and my criticisms extend and obviously apply to more than React streamers. This is true and inferable of my one-day draft that I made 3 years ago, but like it's really, really obvious if you've seen any of my work I've made over the last 3 years. Certainly the stuff that I spent months writing that again, Willy has entirely ignored.
But his argument isn't that some reactors are bad, it's that they're all bad.
Wrong! 0 points! We can in fact ignore the last 3 years, all the things I've said and wrote since then, all the clarifications, all the nuance, and we can just go back and get one clip from the video when I was talking to Charlie. Moist Critical is not a bad person. He is correct to say that many of the general statements I made about reactors in regards to their motivations probably do not apply to him. This is of course the downside of speaking generally. I was at the time very angry. I would hope under better circumstances I would have been willing to admit that Critical's motivations likely differ from others, rather than simply doubling down and implying everyone who does React content is the same. It would be more correct to say that all reactors are doing a bad thing, as opposed to all reactors are bad people. Less catchy though. So I'm specifically saying there, I'm not saying all reactors are bad people, but they're doing something bad. That's a single sentence. Now that single sentence alone that Willy has seen showcases that this must be wrong. But unlike Willy, we are not beholden to ignore the last 3 years of things I've written and said. Obviously, a lot of my work is spent clarifying what I mean by reactor. There's a lot of things you would call reaction content that I think is mislabeled that way. This issue is so old that it was brought up in the H3H3 case on fair use about reaction content. Where even the judge is like, yo, there is so much content called reaction content. There's no way one lawsuit could cover it all. Like at the end of the day, isn't all content just reaction content? After all, I'm using my eyes to react to things. I guess everyone's a bad person. See, this is why nuance exists. Again, this problem comes up whenever you write on any topic. It's why if you've ever been to university, you'll often start your essay by going, this is how I'm going to be using these terms. Or these particular authors use these terms in this particular way, but I'm using them in this way, more in line with this particular author here. Because even within disciplines, people do not use words uniformly the same way. Because there is no absolute authority on language. Words are just vehicles for meaning. So you can adamantly disagree with how a person's using a word. If they're using a word to mean a particular meaning, that is what that word means. It is effectively impossible for anything Willy says in the first section of his video about reaction content as it relates to me to be correct, because he doesn't detail any of the nuance in how I use these words that I outline in my work ad nauseum. Technically, what we refer to as dog in English could be called kefebel 1,000 years from now, and everyone would just continue on as normal. It wouldn't matter, because the word specifically doesn't matter. It's the meaning that is imparted. More than this though, if you want to get into the weeds, go up to 10 people and ask them what dog means. You're going to get very different answers. Ask them further, what does a dog need to be a dog? Even more weirder answers. It is in fact remarkable that anyone can ever communicate with anyone else. So to bring it all the way back around, even if Willy's statement about my views was correct, again it's not, but even if it was correct, it would still be wrong because the use of the word reactor there without clarification, without nuance, would not communicate what I mean by that term and therefore who I'm targeting with my criticism. The reason why this is all relevant is that in any place where I discuss reactors or reaction content, I specify what I mean by those terms. This specificity, this nuance is left out explicitly by Willy to make sure specifically that people come to the wrong idea about my views. So basically, his statement is false on 2 different levels. Even in the video where I cover my situation with ChudLogic, I specifically say that I'm okay with some forms of reaction content. I have no problem with commentary content, people making their own videos that require some use of other people's work for context. In fact, there are even some limited cases where I am okay with reaction content. For example, if you want to react to your own work, or other people's work that you are personally involved in. I am fine with people watching advertisements, and often even live events, assuming you're an official rebroadcaster. It is the people sitting around watching other people's videos in order to re-upload them to YouTube and avoid any work themselves that I dislike. You can see me react to trailers, my own content, as well as stuff made specifically for me from my work by my fans. If you want to go beyond the video that I just made about Chud, you can look at this video, for example, that I made on Linus that is specifically about the idea that I'm okay with the reaction content that he wanted to make, either because I think it's fine or I don't think it should be called reaction content at all. In fact, on the WAN show, Linus, Luke, and myself discussed many of the things we're discussing right now, giving all this clarification that you're experiencing right now that should have been in Willy's video, but he sucks at research and just does not care.
And I wanted to talk about that a little bit. That is one of my things that I wanted to kind of, not debate, but maybe try to reach a consensus on is, how do you define then vetting? Because this whole situation is actually kind of a really interesting analog for how I would expect our React content to ultimately work. So if somebody else vets it, where do you feel that lies on the fair use spectrum?
Well, they'd still be a part of your team. Like, reaction content can kind of be split into 2 broad categories. One where it's done after the fact, where nothing is presented to an audience without it already having been seen, edited. You're just using the parts that you need. You come to the other person's content with some specific idea of what you want to create. That's on one side. And there's another side, which is a lot of what happens in live streaming, where it's just like, oh, that thing's popular. I haven't seen it yet. Let's turn it on and see what happens. Again, to reiterate, Willy does not care about finding the truth. He simply has a narrative that he wants to find things to support. A narrative that he thinks is going to be entertaining, that is going to get him views. That is all he cares about. So I'm here now, day 3, recording my response to WillyMacShow's video where he lied about me for 40 minutes for money. And I woke up this morning and found out that he has joined Blue Sky, and you would expect that he would follow his friends, family, and, content that he enjoys. But no, that's not what Willy does, because Willy is a psychotic stalker. So the first thing he does is follows me. Again, it's not that he follows friends, family, content that he enjoys. He's like, oh, I can stalk that DarkViperAU guy, that guy who blocked me. This is insane behavior. This is psychotic. This is not normal. I have been in this business now for 12 years. I've been in the commentary community to some degree for all that time. I've had feuds with dozens of people, arguments back and forth with videos. I have never seen anyone as deranged as WillyMacShow is. That's just not with people I've interacted with. Other people watching their feuds as well. I've never seen anyone act as WillyMacShow has. Lying 4 months, spamming tweets 4 months, stalking on other platforms, making old accounts on platforms to stalk further. I'm not following him. I don't care what he says. I only find out about things he says when people DM them specifically to me. The DM's going, hey, WillyMacShow's lying about you again. This isn't normal behavior. It's psychotic. This man is mentally unwell. If you are aware of his content, you might wonder why Willy went from videos about people being accused of sex trafficking, pedophilia, and fraud to make a video dedicated to trying to make the case that I'm consistently sad, angry, and a mean person, even going so far as to surprisingly treat these imagined failings as of similar importance to those he previously tackled, without a wink to the camera to suggest that he understands how amazingly dumb that is. So why the change? Short answer, I hurt his feelings. Thus his tantrum, which I'm sure will never end. While I have a life and a fulfilling job, Twitter drama and whining is all Willy has. Willy has communicated he is desperately waiting for a response, even going so far as to comment on my Rambles channel seemingly in anger and frustration, possibly due to his being ignored. I choose to find it flattering that I apparently meant so much to Willy that he was willing to throw away even the veneer of integrity to try and get back at me for daring to make him feel bad.
But his argument isn't that some reactors are bad, it's that they're all bad. He argues that React streamers are stealing the labor of content creators and using their own work to outcompete them for finite impressions. Now, objectively, yes, it's competing for eyeballs just like any piece of content is online, but the only compelling part to me is that it's now potentially competing with the original work.
At no point in his entire video does Willy ever explain why negative externalities do not matter. Why the negative impact that all reaction content has on all creators should be something we should just disregard. He says, well, I don't care about it, therefore no one should care about it, and that's the argument. But I saw something recently that suggests that it's possible that WillyMacShow just doesn't understand what negative externalities are. Which is weird considering I explained them in my videos, but I saw this tweet from him. There is nothing wrong with producing a product people like and making money off it. I don't get these people. So the idea of negative externalities is going to come up again later, but I'll explain it briefly now. It's the idea that there can be two people, someone producing something and a consumer, and this exchange can have negative impacts on a lot of other people. The example that always comes up is pollution. This guy could be making some shoes and it be poisoning a water supply that's destroying a village. And the people who are buying the shoes aren't in that village. They're not being negatively impacted by that river being poisoned. And the argument that Willy constantly will put forth in regards to these negative externalities all throughout this video is, well, if I don't care about it, then no one should care about that river being poisoned.
When it comes to React content being the worst because it's stealing impressions from completely unrelated creators, I don't care. I value the authentic entertainment of a first-time viewing React video more than the 5,000th Minecraft Let's Play video that's been uploaded this month. Maybe it's just because I'm a drama YouTuber, but I think the internet's at its best when people are easily able to interact and give their opinion without having to worry about copyright. It's called social media for a reason.
That's not a valid argument. Willy's personal preferences as to what things should matter in the world don't necessarily dictate what everyone else should care about either. The idea that a person can put forth arguments and you just say, well, I don't care, and that's meant to be the end of it. That's insane. Again, this is meant to be a section specifically about my views of reaction content and whether they're right or wrong. His preferences don't matter. I'm not absolutely indifferent as to the re-upload's impact on the original video, but it's not the main focus of my critique or interest. To what degree I even discuss that in my work is a minor accompaniment to what I'm talking about in regards to the entire market impact of reaction content and the distortionary effects that it has on the incentive structure for people making content. You can either spend a month making a video that takes a month to make, or in the course of a month, you can steal 300 videos that took a month to make just from other people on the platform. The idea that I argue for in my work, for many, many hours, is that this is bad for everyone, except the dude spamming out 300 videos. In any competitive marketplace, which obviously social media is, if you're competing with people who can make the same products you can make, but in 1/100th of the time, you're gonna get fucked long term.
In my personal experience, because that's all we can go off of.
What do you mean that's all we can go off of? This man is literally all we have is personal anecdotes. There is a reason why we judge systems in their totality, not simply like people's interactions with them, but thinking about the process by which they do things. A person can walk up to you and say, hey, I want $1,000 on a slot machine. You can look that person dead in the eye and say, that's great, but slot machines are a terrible way to make money. And they goes, but Frank over there won 10 grand. Yes, that's amazing, but still a terrible way to make money. In fact, because you understand the system, it doesn't matter how many people walk up to you saying, I won money on slot machines. You will always know that the slot machine must be taking in more money than it's giving out. That the collective of slot machine players must be losing more than they're winning. Throughout my work, I show many different examples of people being reacted to and their analytics, of which informed my work in the first place. The only reason Willy would say here, all we have is my personal experience, because he never read any of my work on reaction content, despite later claiming to have done so.
And every video is the exact same thing. It's Matt responding to other people's opinion with his opinion, but he presents his opinion as a fact. In my personal experience, because that's all we can go off of, when people react to my content, I usually get no jump in viewership.
You know, it'd be great if someone out there had spent a lot of time arguing as to why that is usually the case. Oh, wait a second, I did that. Maybe it would have been great if Willy had read it.
Over the dozens of times my videos have been reacted to, I've only had 2 major boosts.
But is this significant in relation to the competitive pressure that you now have when there's tens of thousands of re-uploads of people's videos on the platform, which you're fighting against for viewership? Willy has played a slot machine 1,000 times and he's won twice. Who cares? That is not how systems are assessed. It's not meaningful at all. My series directly showcased that there is a trickle effect from reaction content. In the same way that playing slot machines, you will win some money sometimes. But an understanding of the systems as a totality has you come away with the knowledge that it doesn't matter. The purpose of slot machines is to extract more money from players than it ever gives back. In the same way that the goal with reaction content is to take as many viewers from creators as possible and give as few back. Pointing to the few that go back doesn't change this. As a person who hasn't engaged with my work, you might not be following this, and maybe you think that I should be arguing more for it, but I did spend literally months arguing for it. It's just Willy hasn't seen it, and he's not including it. He has no idea what my arguments against reaction content actually are, or what my interest is.
Over the dozens of times my videos have been reacted to, I've only had 2 major boosts. One was from Destiny, and the other one was from Charlie. And I think it's because those content creators were somewhat invested in those dramas at the time.
Why do you think this? It is never expanded upon. Were all the other reactors not interested? Are all the arguments I present in my work now invalid because, you felt they were interested? Why does interest translate to views? This is never argued for or explained. He's just like, hey, this is how it is because I feel it deep inside, which is the same foundation for everything else he says in the video. I feel this is true, therefore it is.
Because that's all we can go off of.
Now you might be confused what video he's talking about in regards to Moist Critical. As previously when Willy was talking about reaction content, he said that Charlie watching his video on stream gave him 100 views.
When Critical reacted to my video on stream, I received around an extra 100 views on that video.
In that case, he was specifically talking about that stream. In this case, he seems to be talking about the upload of that reaction video to a YouTube channel called Charlie Streams or something. Their video currently has 500,000 views and his original has 60,000, which is not surprising. In my work, I directly talk about this small trickle-down effect and why it is so small and why reaction content is so ineffective at promoting goddamn anything and how it acts as an inefficient middleman in the market to make it harder to succeed, not easier. Because none of this is in the video because Willy hasn't seen any of it. It is literally a fundamental part of the structure I talk about in my work, but it's presented here as if it's a counter to my arguments. It has nothing to do with them.
So the reviewers were more willing to take the time to come comment on the original.
What pains me about this is that in the analytics, you can see when comments have been left. He could have shown, hey, here's direct evidence that the comments went sky high as the views went sky high. Although he didn't get that many views actually, but you know what I'm saying? Like he could have shown this in the analytics, but he just didn't. It is honestly hard to take anything that he says seriously because he lies so much throughout this video, but he could have at least just shown these analytics. Like the dude couldn't even show the title of the view graph he was showing previously. Even when he has the ability to show evidence for what he's saying, he's like, look, don't worry about it, just trust me, bro.
Because that's all we can go off of.
Which you're gonna see a remarkable amount of as we go forward.
Now, how many times have I noticeably lost viewership? Never. There's never been an obvious dip in viewership after somebody's reacted to the video.
Of course, there are dozens of people who directly say they have experienced this, but it doesn't matter. It does not matter if you play slot machines your entire life and never go down in money. You are always up. Slot machines are still a bad way to make money. In the same way that if for your entire career you happen to roll the dice and happen to win in the reaction economy, it doesn't mean it's actually good for the system. It doesn't mean it's an effective middleman for exposure. It doesn't mean that it leads more viewers to creators who would simply have gone there had reaction videos not existed at all. This has nothing to do with anything that I argue for in my work. There's a reason why you don't talk about individual experiences when you try to judge a system. It doesn't matter. The goal of Reactors is to increase the amount of time people spend watching reaction content and by necessity decrease the amount of time they spend doing anything else. That is their only goal, and they would stop uploading reaction videos if they failed to achieve this. This reduction in time spent on other things, where is it coming from? When in a month a reactor can spam out 300 videos that took a month to make while a creator has to spend a month to make that 1 month long video, what are reactors taking from? I do not want to sit here repeating my work that I spent months on. But take my words as evidence that Willy is not at all touching on anything that I care about in regards to reaction content, nor is he countering any of my views.
There's never been an obvious dip in viewership after somebody's reacted to the video, even when the reaction has many times the views.
It's important to take note of specifically what he's saying in this previous section. He has not noticed this. A part of the problem that we have when assessing these things is that we don't know how well this video would have done if the re-upload wasn't there. Would the video have crashed and burned the next day without this boost? Maybe without the re-upload directly competing with the original, the video would have slowly gained in views over time and would now have more views today than it does right now. We don't know. We can't run a simulation where the re-upload exists and doesn't exist and see what happens. We can't run that experiment, which is why it's necessary to think about the logic of what is going on here. To look at multiple different examples on multiple different channels, which I have done, and I've done in my work that you can go watch. We'll be looking at these 16 reactions, which have netted Asmongold 180 million impressions, 7 million views, and roughly $25,000 for doing nothing. Looking at his channel views between March and August, unsurprisingly there is little correlation between the overall health of the channel and the reactions done by Asmongold. Surely some views must have come from him during this time, but there is just no correlation with the reactions and the overall change in the success of the channel. One way of looking at it is that reactions can't make your content appealing or algorithmically viable, and that is all that matters for channel success. The first 4 reactions seem to have done nothing at all, often preceding dips in viewership. In fact, the period where Josh's channel saw the greatest growth compared to the prior month was in May, and it had no reactions until the end of the month. These late reactions actually occurred prior to a downturn in the channel, and these in the middle did nothing to change its course. This therefore makes it hard to attribute Josh's July success to the reactions, considering that they occur just as much on bad days as they do good. Josh's gains here are ambiguous, but Asmongold stealing 180 million impressions, 7 million views, and 25 grand from the wider market are far more concrete. It should be obvious which of the two gained more from the relationship, especially as only one of the two actually did any work for these gains. While subscriptions are less valuable these days, it is far easier to see gains from reactions with the subscriber count, as much smaller gains are more obvious to see. While it is hard to know for certain, comparing the day before and the day of a reaction, I'd estimate each reaction gained Josh less than 500 subscribers each. Especially while remembering that Josh is losing views and impressions to Asmongold's business model during this process, you can see that this is not very much. One party is obviously winning out here, and it's certainly not Josh or everyone else in the market. Certainly if you compare these gains to the potential losses from all reactors taking views and impressions from the market, Josh is unlikely to have a net positive, especially in the long term. Even though Willy seems to be acknowledging the potential at least for a reactor re-uploading someone's video to impact the original video, his solution for this seems to be nothing. Like later on at best, we can infer that he seems to be saying that if most people don't know about it or don't care about it, then you shouldn't either. It's just Willy as a person is just so unserious when he comes to tackling any topic. As he says, he just doesn't care.
I don't care.
But hey, this is how he makes his money, so he's gotta yap anyway.
There's never been an obvious dip in viewership after somebody's reacted to the video, even when the reaction has many times the views.
Like what a fucking argument. I didn't see anything bad happen, therefore nothing bad happened. Okay, son.
But other creators have documented this happening. Internet Anarchist showing there was an 87% dip in impressions, as well as a 52% decrease in views on the day of the re-upload. Mad Seasons documented something similar.
Then we notice a little spike here on May 12th, because this is when everyone's favorite corporal decided he wanted to watch some real content, and he reacted to it. So you'll see a bump in viewership here because he's consistent about giving credit and linked the video to his stream after watching it. But even visually here, you'll notice an immediate decline. We have a pretty significant decrease in viewership, presumably due to the fact that from this date, there are now 2 major copies of this video sharing the algorithm.
Who cares? With any broad policy put forth by the government, with any product entering the market, some people are gonna win, some people are gonna lose. It doesn't matter. My only interest was in the broad market impact of reaction content, the logic of it, the distortion of incentive structures away from doing creativity, away from working hard, and instead stealing what other people have already made. That this in its totality cannot be having in aggregate a positive impact on those who are actually doing the work, those being the creators. The statement, well, some people win with this change and some people lose with this change, can be said about fucking everything ever. It's not profound, it's not interesting.
But he hammers home that React content is actually the worst for people who aren't reacted to at all. He compares it to pollution.
Why do I think that reaction content has a negative impact on everyone, but those who aren't reacted to the most? What is my justification for that belief? Am I wrong? What are the arguments against it? You never find out in this video. Because again, Willy has not seen my work on reaction content or my arguments from my perspective, so he cannot present them. However, as we're about to see, even though there are hours of me explaining in the most calm way possible my views that anyone could consume, he of course ignores that in favor of me being very angry at Charlie for when 3 years ago he misrepresented my views to millions of people, a situation where anyone would be justifiably angry. And even worse, he doesn't include any of the footage where I explain and argue for my views. He only includes things like what you're about to see, which are deceptively edited. I went into such intricate detail to explain that everyone suffers from React content, but those who are reacted to suffer the least. We could use pollution as an example. You've got the people at the top, the polluters, who make tons of money polluting the planet. Then you have the people who work for them who make some of that money as well. Then you have literally everyone else who's like, could you guys like stop polluting the planet? Like, we don't work for you, but we do suffer because of what you're doing. And the second tier is like, why the f are you complaining, man? I'm getting a great paycheck here. The people at the top like, look, all these fucking people. They don't even work for us. They don't work for us. They're not our responsibility. Every class except the top is ultimately worse off. The people in the second class who get some benefit are less worse off, but everyone else is the worst off. That is a perfect explanation of negative externalities. But that explanation does not in any way, shape, or form say that React content is pollution. It has nothing to do with comparing pollution and reaction content. Literally nothing. Which is made really obvious by the small amount of footage just before that Willy removed.
Another thing I'd like to point out is every time this whole React content debate comes up, the people that take the most offense to it and make the biggest stink about it are the people that aren't having a problem with people reacting to their content.
I went into such intricate detail to explain that everyone suffers from React content, but those who are reacted to suffer the least. It's an idea called a negative externality. To go back to my analogy from before, I'm a guy who's looked around and said, hey Charlie, you probably shouldn't be stealing $1 from like 1 million people. Like Charlie, you're keeping 999,900 of those dollars. Like, I know you're giving that guy 100, that's great, but how about you just don't steal the dollar from all those millions of people? And Charlie's like, no, fuck you, this is mine. And then he responds, well, you're just complaining because you aren't the guy I'm giving $100 to. Just again, these are analogies to explain ideas. They do not represent numbers that actually exist in real life. Moist Critical isn't actually using magic to steal $1 from everyone. Just to be clear.
It's always a weird dichotomy where the people that are the maddest are the ones that aren't even directly involved in the problem that they're talking about.
Sure, we could use pollution as an example. You've got the people at the top, the polluters, who make tons of money polluting the planet. Then you have the people who work for them who make some of that money as well. Then you have literally everyone else who's like, could you guys like stop polluting the planet? Like, we don't work for you, but we do suffer because of what you're doing. And the second tier is like, why the f are you complaining, man? I'm getting a great paycheck here. The people at the top are like, look, all these fucking people. They don't even work for us. They don't work for us. They're not our responsibility. Every class except the top is ultimately worse off. The people in the second class who get some benefit are less worse off, but everyone else is the worst off.
All React content makes you a bad person, not that it's necessarily illegal.
That is not my position. This is now the second time he has told that lie that he knows is false. I won't cover it again because I believe I covered it a few days ago, but the only place I've said this was in a draft essay that I angrily made 3 years ago that I thought no one would pay attention to. Because while Willy hasn't seen any of my current work on reaction content, so has no idea what I actually believe on the topic, all the way back then with Charlie, I repudiated that belief. I said I do not think this, and my actions demonstrate that I do not think this. It would be more correct to say that all reactors are doing a bad thing, as opposed to all reactors are bad people.
All React content makes you a bad person, not that it's necessarily illegal.
More than this though, it is certainly illegal depending upon the country that you're in. It is simply that, as I talk about ad nauseum, I do not care about the legal status of any content that I consume, as is the case with everyone. There is an entire section of my main video that clarifies this point. Because other people care about the legal status of this content, I discuss it in relation to that. It is also relevant when you use legal tools to combat this sort of content. But in a broad sense, I, like everyone else, disagree with many laws that America has. People will just support the content that they like and they think is good, regardless of the legal justification for that. Willy himself unknowingly acknowledges this.
At the end of the day, I don't really give a shit, right? I think React content is good. I think it's good for the community. I think it's good for the online space because it's people adding to the conversation. And that's entirely what commentary is about, what like political content's about.
All React content makes you a bad person, not that it's necessarily illegal.
You are taking that guy's 500 hours of labor in order to take all these impressions and therefore viewers from every other content creator. If you were to disappear, everyone would be better off. However, all original content creators have just as much right to be in this space as anyone else. Reactors don't.
Chill the fuck out. It's not that serious.
I'm pretty sure that's cropped off.
The creator saw my reaction to it and was really disappointed. They didn't appreciate it, and I totally understood where they're coming from because I didn't really add anything to it. I didn't really react to it, so to them it felt like I was just re-uploading their content on my stream.
Because that's what you're doing. Even when you pause and speak, the amount of effort you're putting in is a tiny, tiny fraction of what the original content creator put in place. Person spends 500 hours making a YouTube video, you spend 15 minutes watching it, and you believe you deserve to profit off that $500 worth of labor? As a multi-millionaire, you don't believe you owe that guy one single fucking dollar? On what basis? Without his labor, you'd have to turn off your stream because you'd have nothing else to watch. You'd have less uploads on your channel. Those people who aren't on your stream would go to other content creators. The people who can no longer watch your React content would watch other content creators, wherever they would be found. You are taking that guy's 500 hours of labor in order to take all these impressions and therefore viewers from every other content creator. If you were to disappear, everyone would be better off. And that is the case actually for any content creator. There'd be less competition in the marketplace. If all content creators disappeared except me, you can better fucking believe my viewership would go up. However, all original content creators have just as much right to be in this space as anyone else. Reactors don't. All reactors do is sit and steal from the original content creators. They siphon exposure via impressions to themselves, keep people on their channels instead of other people's, and they flick a few every once in a while to someone else. So that section also is deceptively edited. The point I was making that Willy removed is acknowledging that yes, creators have a similar impact on each other as reactors do. The example I'd use in my work somewhere is that the platform can support 200 Mr. Beasts. In any market, if a new player enters and takes up market share, it necessarily has to detract from other people who are already in the market. It's like when cars started to be produced and entered the transport market, obviously they impacted how successful other transport types were. But my argument is the reactors are doing something unfair and unethical that negatively impacts everyone. So even if our reactors in theory are having a similar market impact to what a successful creator might, a successful creator is working hard to achieve that. They're acting fairly in a competitive marketplace, which distinguishes them from reactors who are just stealing people's work to get ahead in this game. Every single person has a certain threshold of what people need to do to ethically use someone else's content to make it your own. And as I've argued in my work, reaction content does not meet that threshold for me. It's why a significant portion of reaction content is just the original title and then the person reacts. and the original person's thumbnail and the person's face put in that thumbnail, because it is clearly not transformative. If you watch a reaction, you have then seen the original work. If a video gets deleted from YouTube and I still want to watch the video, I just go look up a reaction so I can also watch it. Again, you can disagree with me, but this was the point I was making the video that Willy deceptively cropped. And it should be obvious that this clip that Willy specifically deceptively edited in for some reason does not showcase my anger at reaction content, which is why there's literally hours of me calmly explaining my perspective. What makes me angry is people lying about me and my work. I spent a day writing a market critique that I didn't think many people would care about. And obviously, not many people did care about it until Charlie got up and said, hey guys, DarkViperAU doesn't think rape is a serious matter. And he thinks all reactors are rapists. So, thanks guys, bye. That is gonna make anyone in the world angry. We talk more about Charlie later, but again, it's this standard where I can never be emotional about anything ever. Any person in that circumstance would be justifiably angry. But of course, my anger is spun by Willy to pretend that I'm angry at reaction content rather than Charlie, because he just can't be honest. In the same way that in this video, I am passionate, I am angry, and that is because Willy has lied about me to hundreds of thousands of people. And he has done this now for months.
Writing, what is legal is not necessarily good by any standard. Just because slavery was once legal didn't make it good, and certainly even if this labor exploitation was legal, it wouldn't make it any less exploitative. If you're a React streamer, you're a rapist and a slave owner apparently. Could we pick more extreme examples? Is this Vosh's younger brother?
This is one of the times where I'm not sure if he is knowingly lying or just really, really stupid. Using slavery as a reductio ad absurdum against the idea of the legal system being synonymous with morality is very common. It is stock standard philosophy 101. The words there aren't comparing reaction content to slavery. It is to explain that a position that anything legal is morally justifiable to do is one that leads to a lot of problems for you. Because you necessarily have to defend anything legal right now all around the world or that has been legal in the past. You have to legitimately say, back when people owned slaves in America, it was totally justifiable to do because it was legal. This is usually baggage that people do not want to take on. I actually saw a meme related to this. No, I am an absolute ethics master. Check this out. Whatever the law says, smiley face. Such a basic concept that memes are made to explain this. Yet Willy did not understand it. Fucking sad. Like, keep in mind, there was 14 pages. I swear someone else made this joke. That's a whole book. Wait, I made this joke. Didn't I make this joke somewhere? It's page. If you put a lot of pages together, you have a book. Here's a great joke. I'm happy I made it. The gate's open, it's not meant to be anything. Let's go.
You can't come through here.
Oh, it is meant to.
Restricted access.
No entiendo. No understando. Manifesto.
14-page manifesto.
14 pages? Have you ever read 14 pages?
14 pages of writing, which is like an hour-long video, and this was the paragraph he wanted to highlight the most, to showcase his big brain ideas, when in reality, all he showcased was how little he understood of something so basic in moral philosophy.
Writing, what is legal is not necessarily good by any standard. Just because slavery was once legal didn't make it good, and certainly even if this labor exploitation was legal, it wouldn't make it any less exploitative. If you're a React streamer, you're a rapist and a slave owner apparently. Could we pick more extreme examples?
This entire section of this draft that I wrote in a day 3 years ago is to explain that not only does the legal status of reaction content in America not really matter for my views, but as I argue, it doesn't matter for anyone's views either. It's like how if you're using someone else's work for a commercial purpose, it's meant to weigh against your ability to pass fair use. But how much is it meant to weigh against your ability to pass fair use? Different judges have different perspectives on this. You've got 4 factors, but you don't need to pass them all. To be clear, my other work explaining this concept is far better presented, but in this case, I want to show you what Willy didn't understand. But what about fair use? Fair use law, like 1984 in the Constitution, are things that people cite fairly often, but have not actually read. In summary, fair use law was largely written in 1976 and has the goal of allowing a person to use portions of another person's work to achieve a different purpose from the original work to target a different audience. So not React content. Nowhere close. React content is the least fair use content available online. But, more importantly, what is legal is not necessarily good by any standard. Just because slavery was once legal, it doesn't make it good. And certainly even if this labor exploitation was legal, it still wouldn't make it any less exploitative or something that should be tolerated. What people wrote down in 1976 in America has little bearing on what we today should consider justifiable. This is made especially clear given what most people consider as fair use isn't actually covered by it. So I would suspect even to the dumbest person who disagrees with me, it's obvious that that passage says, A, the legal status of things doesn't particularly matter in regards to whether we should support something or not. It's why we campaign to change laws. Just because something's legal doesn't make it good or something we should permit. In the same way that just because something's illegal doesn't mean we should permit it or seek to change that law. And I further highlight that these laws are really old. We shouldn't expect them to perfectly clarify a fair and just system on the online ecosystem, considering it didn't even exist when it was written. As I explained in my actual work on reaction content, people just support the content that they like and want to exist, irrespective of what the law actually says. The average person isn't reading the fair use guidelines. It never comes up. In fact, I further clarify in the next paragraph that Willy chops off. We all have different ideas as to what is an appropriate use of another person's content, and thus what ultimately should be considered fair use. Because obviously we all agree that there should be some allowance to use other people's work to create original things. Where that line is differs from person to person. And if you've ever read any cases on fair use in America, judges also disagree where this line should be, and further where the line on fair use should be. I continue. For viewers in general, their standard for acceptability is whatever their preferred content creators are doing. For content creators in general, it is whatever they are currently doing or what they might want to do in the future. We are all biased in this assessment. I can only leave the question to you as to whether you think making millions of dollars reposting other people's content for 1/100th of the effort is a social good, fair to all involved, or actually makes the content landscape better. Again, highlighting my interest on the market for content as a whole, as opposed to the impact on any individual. With that now all being said, let's see what Willy took away from those paragraphs.
The reason why he wants to discuss the morality of React content is because we don't know the legality of it.
No, you moron! Those paragraphs, and again, all my work, specify that even if it was an answered question, it wouldn't matter. I'd say, okay, it's fair use, it's still bad, and shouldn't exist. And I would argue, as people have countless times throughout history, that those laws would need to be changed. But as I've showcased before, even in an example on my video about ChudLogic, judges don't even agree on fair use. An interesting thing to note is that for the first time in 30 years, a fair use case actually made it to the American Supreme Court in 2022. To very briefly cover the case, the issue is whether this photograph being altered to look like this resulted in a new artwork with a different character and purpose, thereby constituting fair use, or whether it remains substantially similar to the original work, merely serving as a derivative work that infringed on copyrights. The district court judge said this was fair use, but when it was appealed, the Second Circuit judge came and said no, this was not fair use. It then went to the Supreme Court, where 2 of the justices said it was fair use, while 7 of them said it was not fair use. So you could say in their totality, 3 of the 11 judges called it fair use, while 8 of the 11 said it wasn't. And obviously all those judges feel justified in their views based on the law that exists. It is not merely the law itself that is ambiguous, but how the law should be applied. Although that Supreme Court case did actually give some clarity on that issue, but that's kind of outside the scope of this video. To reiterate, to what degree I discussed the legal question largely relates to other people's views. Many people are young or just philosophically illiterate, so sometimes use the legal system to argue moral positions. In those cases, it is far easier to argue the legal question than to try to change their views of morality or teach them philosophy. Further, in cases where I personally have used the law to achieve certain things, like striking a video, at that point, the legal system does matter, because the legal question impacts whether I've used the legal tools justifiably. But to be clear, this could all be set in stone, and not a single argument that I make against reaction content would change one fucking iota. It wouldn't change my views at all. Why would I think what should be permissible for society or what is good for other people be impacted by what people wrote down in 1976 America? I'm beating a dead horse here, but all of this I clarified in intricate detail in my main video on reaction content. The video expressly details things so simply for dumbasses like Willy, and he didn't even fucking watch it.
Did you watch any of the videos? And he goes, no.
But as I say, when you're not interested in the truth and you're just trying to push a particular narrative, research doesn't matter at that point.
I get it, we don't have a legal precedent set.
For fuck's sake, even before Willy's video came out, in America, in the Supreme Court in 2022, they had a fair use case, which obviously set precedent. The problem is the same one that the judge in the H3H3 case said eons ago. To loosely quote him, what people call reaction content differs in every conceivable way possible. The term reaction content, as it's used colloquially, doesn't specify a particular type of content with very specific characteristics. Consequently, you can have 2 reaction videos that differ in literally every way possible. So even if we finally got a court case where a person got up one day and said, oh, that video looks pretty popular. Hey guys, I see this popular video, it's got a lot of views, and I want to give my thoughts on it as I watch it. Play. I held it too long in front of my nose. It just reminds me of the time when Becky kissed me. Like in 3rd grade. It's pretty sweet, eh? What do you guys think of this? Is good? Yeah? Okay. Hey guys, so yeah, that was a great video made by that guy, right? Yeah, I'm gonna put it on my YouTube channel. The rise and fall of blah blah blah. reacted to by DarkViperAU and put my face in their thumbnail. And yeah, it's probably gonna get like 1 million views. But I've worked really hard for it. I did press the pause button twice there, so you know. And even if then the issue of me doing that goes to court, it wouldn't necessarily mean anything. I could get a favorable judge or a not favorable one. But because reaction content differs so much, we wouldn't know if particular characteristics of that reaction mattered for the ruling. And even to the degree that would be detailed, people wouldn't care. As I've tried to argue, if you go back and read the H3H3 case and why he won his case, all the reasons why he won do not apply to the content that I critique. But no one cares. I barely care. In summary, the nature of the content and the law themselves means that there can never be a true definitive answer that will apply to all forms of reaction content ever. And even if it did, it still wouldn't matter. It is somewhat annoying that I spend so much time explaining why something doesn't matter and we shouldn't talk about it, and Willy is talking about it right now. Is he relevant to my views?
I get it, we don't have a legal precedent set, and everyone's barometer for what they count as fair use is going to be a little bit different, which is why he says, who cares about fair use?
No, wrong, 0. 0 points on the board. As incorrect as you could be. I want to clarify this and say that people differ both in what they think the law currently protects and what they think the law should protect. For example, I clarified my position on fair use, which can be summarized as, who the f cares?
Even lawyers aren't positive when it comes to what counts and what doesn't when it comes to fair use.
This section is going to be a bit funny later because, as I showed in the first video, Willy knew nothing of me before he started making this video. But despite that, he called me the fair use guy on Twitter.
WillyMacShow responds to Tom by saying, I agree, especially coming from the fair use guy.
He believed at the time that I was a strong proponent of fair use law. It probably doesn't shock you that later, Willy tries to defend all those statements he made on Twitter when he self-admittedly knew nothing about me or my positions.
Even lawyers aren't positive when it comes to what counts and what doesn't when it comes to fair use. Some say most of it likely counts as fair use.
Then why are we talking about it in the section about my views on reaction content?
Others say live stream react content might be impossible to be considered fair use.
If you react to anything and you're adding enough commentary to the fact that it's not a replacement of the original, then then it's fair use, I think.
That's no, 100%. But if all he did was facial expressions and he did not commentary at all he did, that would actually be transformative.
Yes, leaving to take a break will almost certainly violate copyright due to the lack of commentary, but arguably so does just watching it in real time if there's no commentary being made. And this highlights why it might actually be impossible for any live streamer to have a live stream reaction where they're just simply playing the entire video and reacting.
At the end of the day, the legal argument just isn't that productive to debate.
So obviously, I don't care about the opinion of one lawyer. I'm not going to spend too much time on this as I keep trying to express that this is completely irrelevant to anything that I've ever said on reaction content ever. But in LegalEagle's case, Willy is deceptively cropping things out. In one singular soundbite, just before what Willy showed, the LegalEagle details the actual problem that live stream reactions have.
Now, creators who stream for long periods of time assert that, of course, there will be dead air while they eat or go to the bathroom. But the problem with that argument is that by the nature of live streaming, you can't take the minimal amount necessary as required under the fair use factor. And instead, you're playing the whole thing in real time, and you're not making any discretionary choice as to what is actually republished. And yeah, biology might dictate that you might need to take a bathroom break, but that's not a defense to copyright infringement. That's a live streamer problem, not a content creator problem.
So in all other cases of fair use, a person has said, you know what, this specific copyrighted material I need for this purpose. When H3H3 did his court case so long ago, he used a lot of the other person's work, 60% in fact, but he could say, I needed this clip for this reason. I need this clip for this reason. I need this clip for this reason. And his lawyers could argue that. Live streamers can't do this. If a judge asks, why did you use this section? They will say, I rebroadcast that copyrighted work because it just happened to be there. A big part of fair use is the need to substantiate that everything you used was explicitly necessary. In the same way, if you want to give an example of how a movie has bad lighting, you can't just say, hey, that movie had bad lighting, then show the entire movie. A clip of it, though, would be necessary to substantiate the claim that you made. I don't think it's going to make it in the video in any other place, so I want to talk about what I said to ChudLogic so long ago. I think that the issue regardless is that I largely agree with your fundamental points around React content, what creators like Asmongold do, how it negatively impacts creators, etc. My main point of requiring clarification would be around things that have provisions within fair use already, such as news or content with educational purpose, or reacting to a video of, say, a streamer announcing they're quitting about some controversy they have been involved in. Hope this makes sense. I understand there isn't much to be gained for you in talking about this on stream due to the disparity in our audience sizes, but happy to hear your thoughts, etc. The provisions in fair use that allow for the dissemination of facts wouldn't seem to give allowance for reactions to copyrighted works, merely repeating the facts contained within. The facts themselves are legally different from a person's expression of them. For example, if I write a book where I bring together all the facts about birds thus far known, you could not sit and read the book to your audience from start to finish merely because it contained facts. You could, however, repeat anything you read in the book, even directly quoting it, as long as you couldn't just be said to be reproducing the work. Repeating, "A shooting happened recently and news reports say the culprit is a person named Steve," is quite different from sitting and rebroadcasting a news report made by someone else. Admittedly, that is a very simplified summary, but it's the next part that is relevant to me because it's not about fair use. News, political, and social commentary, criticism of others, are the last things you want reactions to, in the sense of live, first-time viewings. Such things should be done with careful consideration and research, not off the top of the head where information can be misremembered or things left unchallenged that otherwise would be if greater time was taken. Reactions run the greatest risk in spreading misinformation inadvertently or giving strength to harmful perspectives due to being ill-equipped in the moment to correctly combat them. They are also just in general lower quality due to the person speaking being unaware of everything in the video, leading them to speak on things unnecessarily as they are about to be addressed in the video. All forms of political reactions are done for the sake of entertainment and the benefit of the one making them, not for any real social good, at least compared to other forms of political and social commentary that do not have equal chance of such negative consequences. This again being highlighted by Chud's reaction to my video where he said, "I want to watch this, it's probably going to be funny," and all throughout the video he's like, "I don't understand this. I don't understand." And he would bring up things that we later addressed in the video.
I wanted to watch this because apparently this video is very funny. So I guess we'll see. Let's watch this video. So it's, "Am I jealous of Jack's film's success with credit the creators?" What difference does that make? How is that a different I don't understand the difference. Why does that make a difference? What does that mean? I don't even understand what he means by that. Wait, what?
Textbook slop, you could say. To put it another way, nothing that is done via reactions can't be done with response videos, like the one you're watching now. Response videos have a much greater chance to be legal and ethical, containing only the parts of the original work necessary for context in the new work. Reactions are done because it's faster, easier, and potentially more enjoyable for the one making them, not for some greater social good. Things are judged based on the weighing of the pros and cons versus the pros and cons of the alternative. I don't think reaction content of the sort you describe passes such judgment. To be clear, if Chud, during his live stream, had reacted to my entire video, and then he had used that to make his own video where he edited it down, added some stuff, or what have you, actually transform my work, I wouldn't have struck him. But his work was not transformational, it was just a watch party of my work. There was something like a full 5 minutes of just dead air while he reads his chat. Despite knowing my positions, explicitly having me explain to him why I do not agree morally with what he does. He still couldn't put in the bare minimum effort to be transformative by actually editing the work. To be clear, the live stream reaction would still itself be against fair use, but the edited work of that, not necessarily containing the whole of my original work, would potentially be fair use. But again, he didn't do that, because it's just slop and garbage. Just to clarify, even if he edited his watch party, it would still have been slop and garbage. It is simply its legal status in regards to fair use that would have been more ambiguous, depending on what was actually done to my work.
At the end of the day, the legal argument just isn't that productive to debate, because there is no black and white line for where fair use starts and ends.
That is not why. The reason, again, even if there was a black and white line, it wouldn't change anything. In the same way that just because slavery was definitively legal at one point, it didn't mean people went, "Ah, well, I guess it's legal now, I guess we can own people." They said, "Oh, this is terrible. This black and white line that allows us to own people is bad, let's change it." Again, this is not saying reaction content is the same as slavery, or is slavery. This is a reductio ad absurdum to explain why that position doesn't work. Although, to be clear, hyperbolic references to slavery happen all the time in actual arguments and debates and stuff. Like you've heard the term wage slavery to refer to 9-to-5s, right? Unpaid internships have been hyperbolically described as slavery. It is undoubtable at some point where I've said, look, it's non-consensual, unpaid labor that specifically disadvantages the one doing the labor. I could justifiably go, well, that's like slavery. It's not actually slavery, but hyperbolically, if you're trying to make a point, you could absolutely do that. I try not to do that anymore because I've noticed that any form of hyperbole, even really obvious hyperbole, either goes over people like Willy's head or they specifically lie about it and pretend that it's sincere.
Now, the online community has largely already come to an agreement on what they think is and isn't acceptable when it comes to React content.
So there's so many problems with this. One, the online community isn't a thing. What does that mean? There are billions of users on this platform, many of which don't even have the same languages. How would you even get a representative sample to determine the average views of people on this platform? How would you even do that? You shouldn't need a social sciences degree like I have a psych degree, to know that that's effectively impossible. And Willy certainly doesn't have one. Secondly, what does largely agree mean? 51%? 65? What is that weasel word? I think worse than Willy not arguing for this is that he bases so much of his arguments on this idea. An idea that, as far as I'm aware, he just feels deep inside. He's like, I feel like everyone agrees with me, therefore they do, and therefore I'm right. Which maybe you see the problem. Even if the majority agree with something, it doesn't make it true. If the majority don't agree with something, it doesn't make it false. Appeals to some vague consensus that you don't even argue for might be the worst form of argumentation I've ever seen in my 12 years of being on this platform. This is dumb beyond reason. But there are even more problems. There is obviously an inherent bias in who on these platforms is likely to give their opinion on reaction content at all. Those who are most likely to publicly give their opinions on reaction content are commentary channels. Commentary channels whose content is most similar to reaction content, to the degree that many commentary channels do both commentary content and reaction content. Even more than that, some people don't even make a distinction between the two. Willy refers to himself as a reactor. When the issue with Hasan and XQC came up a while ago, many of the videos from commentary channels that came up explicitly had them saying, well, basically what I do is reaction content.
So if you've been watching me for any period of time, you've probably noticed that much like Sssniperwolf and XQC, my content can technically be defined as reaction content. The fact of the matter is that I play other people's content on my channel, react to it, and make money off of it.
Now, hear me out, because at first glance, this actually seems kind of convoluted, right? Like, I'm reacting to this huge YouTuber named Penguin0, aka Charlie, who just put out 2 videos reacting to this huge YouTuber named iDubbbz, aka Ian, who just put out 1 video apologizing for a series of videos called Content Cop, in which he reacted to a whole bunch of other YouTubers. Like, here is a non-content cop video in which Ian is reacting to this guy who had launched a Kickstarter campaign.
Hi, my name is Jake, and I'm a ginger Latino. Why is that his opening line?
So even if I was in a position to snap my fingers and see literally every public opinion on reaction content ever given by a creator, it still wouldn't give me a representative sample. But of course, I don't have this magic power to snap my fingers that Willy seems to be alluding that he has. What I see in regards to people's opinions on things is dictated by who I'm around and the communities that I involve myself in online, and the algorithms that dictate much of my life. This is the same way with Willy, but he seems blissfully unaware of this. So I've referenced at the very beginning of this that I have 90 statements from creators who say they have issues with reaction content or that they directly agree with my positions on it, but that doesn't mean it's a representative sample. That doesn't mean I know what the average person thinks. But importantly, again, it doesn't matter. Even if I had that, it wouldn't change whether I'm right about anything. This is a tactic that Willy has throughout the entire video. He doesn't address anything that I believe or say or my arguments in favor of my positions. He just makes broad statements. Well, you know, the effect of negative externalities, it doesn't matter because I don't think it does. Or I mean, like, the majority of people like agree with me, right? So like, that's what really matters, right? Is it really the case that the average person would work really hard on something and then see someone else repost that thing, make fuck tons of money and give them nothing and be like, this is good, I like this. That person's made a bunch of money posting my video on their channel and they gave me nothing. Sweet. I just find that hard to believe. Because even in cases where I see people not having my exact positions, they will usually say, well, you know, I really think YouTube should implement some system where like the person who does the work gets paid. Again, I can't know what the majority thinks, but I am still influenced by my environment. It's very rare for me to find a person who's so okay with reaction content where they don't think there should be a change with the system. So things change so that those who are doing the work actually receive tangible benefits for that work. Like, people on this platform have verbally been complaining about reaction content for a decade. There have been week-long campaigns where hundreds of thousands of people come together and say, hey, fuck reaction content. In that environment, it's very weird to say that the majority opinion has a positive perception of reaction content. Even those who do it think it's slop or think it's garbage.
The top comment, by the way, will definitely be someone complaining that I'm going to turn it into a slop video.
Yo, I called it, by the way. I called it.
Don't let Pyro find this because he'll make a 53-minute long reaction video. Actually called it, bro.
With that all being said, let's bring it back to what Willy said. What does largely agree mean?
Now, the online community has largely already come to an agreement on what they think is and isn't acceptable when it comes to React content. And that's if you're getting up and leaving or adding minimal commentary that might as well not be there.
Oh, it looks like a cartoon!
So this is the point where I could go through all the creators who've made statements disagreeing with this. But I think a better way to showcase this is to talk about Lemmino. So in the most recent social media anti-React hate storm, at the center of it was XQC and Hasan Piker, who reacted to a very long video by Lemmino, a video that he spent many months on. And in Lemmino's Q&A, he was asked about this, his positions on reaction content. This is quite interesting because normally a person who's not a commentary channel wouldn't necessarily give their opinion on the hot button issue. It's only because he was inadvertently involved that we actually got to hear what he thought.
What is your stance on reaction channels reacting to your content and essentially re-uploading it?
Okay, so let's start with this one. For those unaware, there's been this ongoing debate for several years now regarding what's known as reaction content, the appeal of which is to watch someone watch and react to other people's videos. After some of these channels reacted to my latest video and videos made by a few other creators, the debate started all over again, which is what this question is referring to. I don't mind people reacting to my videos, but I do mind when they play the entirety of my video. A face cam in the corner or the occasional interruption does nothing to address that issue. My video is still being played from beginning to end in someone else's stream or video. It's neither ethical nor necessary to feature the entirety of someone else's work, just to provide commentary on that work. If movie review channels can function without playing the entire movie, then so too can reaction channels. Indeed, some of them do precisely that. They'll play a brief clip of what they're watching, followed by their reaction. Even streamers can do things like only show the progress bar, thereby forcing viewers to seek out the original video to sync up and watch along with the streamer. Or, they could do the bare minimum and ask for permission, something that none of the major reaction channels have ever done when they've streamed or re-uploaded my videos. I highly recommend this video by the channel LegalEagle that goes through this whole thing in more detail with a focus on the legality of it all, and there are plenty of other videos on this topic as well. I don't really know what should be done about this because there's clearly an audience for this type of content. Banning it outright might work, or it might just push that audience to a platform that does allow for reaction content. I think the ideal solution would be for YouTube and other platforms to implement some sort of reaction feature. Perhaps when you click on a reaction video, you're taken to the watch page of the video being reacted to, but with elements of the person reacting being layered on top. Something like that, and presumably with some sort of revenue split system as well. But I don't know, it's a complicated topic that's certainly not going to be solved by me right here and now. But to answer your question, no, I don't want people to stream or re-upload the entirety of my videos.
So as you can see here, entirely contradicts everything that Willy says. So why is Lemmino and all the people like him just excluded from Willy's analysis? Now what's funny about this is Willy will later go on to reference the controversy with XQC, Lemmino and Hasan and just leave out Lemmino's opinion on the topic. Whoops! So why is Lemmino not a part of the online community? Why am I not a part of the online community? Again, whatever the fuck that is. Why is it possible for me to be able to make anti-react videos that get overwhelming likes against dislikes? Why is it all the time that reaction content comes up as a controversy? Why have people come out publicly, even people who get reacted to themselves, to say that they agree with my positions on the topic? Why do all these things get ignored by Willy? The answer is very simple. Anyone who doesn't agree with him doesn't matter. I'd be surprised if it was uncommon for people to think like Lemmino, that the bare minimum people should be getting permission. But imagine if Willy included this. His goal here is to defend his friend ChudLogic, who not only didn't get permission, he explicitly knew I was not okay with what he was doing. We even had a conversation about it.
Obviously, I am biased because I do react to things. I, feel I do a fair use job, even though not legally, but ethically. I kind of react to stuff pretty heavily. Because legally, I think that all of them fall under the same issue with, full reacting to the content that exists. Like, if you watch a 30-second TikTok, right? I don't think that's a big deal. And I think ethically or morally, it's not that bit crazy a thing. But from an IP perspective, you have breached that person's IP and they could legitimately file a DMCA request against you if they wanted to. Same with Asmongold Reacts. Yes, he talks a lot, but it includes the entire video.
Which is why anyone with even a lick of sense won't touch this topic with a 10-foot pole. ChudLogic was clearly in the wrong. Willy, though, is a grifter, perfectly willing to lie to defend particular positions. Excluding information, making shit up on the spot to defend the perspectives that he wants to push, he does not care. So little did he not care that he couldn't even read my positions on reaction content before making a video starting with a discussion of them.
Sniperwolf's reactions are not valued by the community and she faces backlash for it.
Again, it's this idea of the community. What is it? At one point every month, Sniperwolf was getting 500 million views. 500 million views a month. Even now, she's still getting 100 million views a month. Comparative to that support from the online community, the small videos he's showing here are nothing. With any piece of content, there is always more people who don't like that content than do. Pointing to something that has been popular for a very long time and saying, hey, millions of people don't like this thing, isn't meaningful, it's not relevant. In the same way that Willy and his horde of people lying about me and not liking my content isn't meaningful to how good my content actually is. There are countless people who've come to realize that Willy is a grifter. Does that matter? That obviously doesn't matter to Willy, but again, it's how Willy argues. If you ignore all the people who disagree, all the people who clearly have opposing positions, then, everyone agrees with Willy and he's right. Just because Sssniperwolf has 26 billion views doesn't mean that anyone in the online community supports her in any way. Come on guys, there's videos here with 1 million views. Like, to be clear, I don't like Sssniperwolf. I don't like her content. I think it's shit. But I think the same way about Willy. I think the same way about reaction content. I think the same way about Slop content in general. And at the drop of the hat, I can find countless people who agree with me. So what? Every in-group is criticized by the out-group.
What is valued as if a creator is being critical or analyzing a video?
So again, those 26 billion views, isn't people valuing Sssniperwolf's content? No, it's people hating it and watching it and not valuing it, but still giving it their time. Wait a second, obviously people value it. Just because I don't, just because Willy doesn't matter. There is endless types of content that exists right now that people value that I think is complete shit and find no value in. It doesn't mean that other people don't disagree with me. I do not know why Willy is asserting this is the case.
What is valued as if a creator is being critical or analyzing a video, significantly adding to the runtime?
Significantly adding to the runtime.
Wait, what? What does that mean? I don't even understand what he means by that. What difference does that make? How is that a different I don't understand the difference. Why does that make a difference? What's the deal there? What are we saying about his channel is what?
Significantly adding to the runtime.
What weird phrasing. Like Hasan Piker's reaction to the Lemmino video did significantly add to the runtime. He was still hated on by a massive amount of people. I'm sure there are people out there who think watching a video for the first time and being like, I don't understand. Chat, help. I gotta pause this video. Chat. What's he talking about here? I don't understand. I've done literally no research into this video. Like, I've never seen it before, but like, what's going on here, chat? Like, I'm sure some people think that's valuable stuff because it's adding to the runtime. But obviously there are many people who don't think this way. I ran across this great video. How much slop is in a Pyro live video? Came out a month ago, got 20,000 views. Of course, Pyro Cynical reacted to it. It says, are my videos slop? And it's got 3 times the views. And the video length has doubled. But as I keep trying to explain to people, when you're live reacting to another person's video and you don't edit it, of course the length is going to increase because you're just rambling about stuff you know often nothing about and you're just talking to chat. So like half this video is Pyro being like, oh, hey guys, oh, you gave me $10? That's sweet. Oh, you want to ask me about my video that I released on my main channel? Sure. And then he just like 5 minutes talks about his main channel video.
If Pyro was waffling.
Bro's watching his own video. I was giving someone help. They gave me $30. What are you doing on your Saturday?
Because that's ultimately the conclusion of Blag's video.
So 66 seconds of this 20-minute video is mixed slop. 583 seconds of it is slop. 54 seconds of it is reading tweets or articles word for word. And finally, 530 seconds of the video is quote-unquote original content.
Like, what am I on the tier list of slop? Not on the tier list, like the ranking. I guess it's like criticals on top. Then it'd be ordinary gamers. Then it'd be Umperville. Like, Umperville and Ordinary Gamers are pretty similar. Umperville gets more views, but he doesn't upload daily. Musahar uploads daily and gets... I get less views than those two.
The categorization of the...
I will be honest, I really do hate Slop. I really do hate Slop. But, like, my monthly income at the minute from Slop has made, like, 70 to 80% more money than what the Darkwood video has made so far on ad revenue, and that's an 8-hour video that's got 3 million views in less than a week. So it is literally just basic math. Like ad revenue alone on the main channel, I couldn't do videos like that. I couldn't, unless I was taking out like a mortgage or something.
And Willy is not giving any reason why all these people's opinions should be disregarded, or they are somehow a worse opinion, or somehow wrong in some sense. He's just saying, hey, I think the majority of people agree with these perspectives, therefore they're true, which is again, not an argument.
How, as a React content creator, do you avoid taking the piss? Well, I think that so long as you're clearly trying, it's fine. You don't have to knock it out of the park every time. So long as there's clearly a respect and understanding there that you are working with someone else's content, I think you're good.
That is fantastic that you found one person in the world who doesn't hold the exact same opinion as I do. Congratulations. There are literally millions of them in existence. What does this prove? Having another person say your same perspective doesn't mean anything. In the same way that Lemmino having that opinion before doesn't make him correct, doesn't make the majority agree with him. What makes me arguably correct is the 7 fucking hours I spent arguing for my perspective. The worst thing about this discussion on some level is a lot of it just relates to values. One of the actual valid criticisms of my work is that it doesn't go very far. All I argue is that reactors are having a negative impact on the market, and they are not making YouTube more efficient in its distribution of exposure. It is entirely possible to accept all my arguments as to the negative impact that reactors have on creators and the marketplace as a whole, and still think it should remain that way. Because hell, maybe you think that the potential solutions would cause even worse things to happen. You can even see with ChudLogic, he was like, yeah, I totally understand what you're saying and how it's harmful to creators and all that jazz, but I feel like we'd lose this value if reactions didn't exist. To which I obviously disagree. What I'm saying is it's even possible to agree with me in regards to the issues of reaction content and their negative impact on the platforms, but disagree with me as to whether something should be done about it. Sorry, I'm going to look a bit different in a few of these clips. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to say everything I wanted to say before I went on my holiday with Aitana to Fiji. We were there for 5 days. I also got a haircut. I'm a bit sunburned, but you know, I'll be saying the same stuff, so probably won't throw you off all that much. It seems important to point out that, unsurprisingly, Willy cropped off a lot of important information given in Jay Exci's video about their views of reaction content. One of the most important things left out is said at the very beginning of the video, where Jay Exci points out that they are a reactor. This quite obviously biases Jay's perspective, and it is something that any honest person would point out immediately. Of course, Willy crops it out because he's dishonest as hell.
Chances are you probably know plenty of creators who react and respond to the work of other creators. And hell, that's something I do plenty. For anyone who doesn't know, I actually started out as a response YouTuber. Be it in a stream or in a fully edited video, I've reacted and responded to a lot of other people's videos in my time.
So while Jay's position is presented by Willy as a creator from the outside talking about reaction content, in reality it's a reactor giving their own standards for the reaction content that they themselves make. What Willy did is similar to those propaganda videos where companies get people from the company to pretend to be everyday people, being like, hey, I really love that company. I say this as an unbiased, everyday citizen. I think it's also worth noting that Jay draws a distinction between reaction content and response content in the same way I do, which doesn't show that it's somehow objectively correct to do this, merely that it isn't something that I invented. Like, I'm not saying that Jay's perspective has no value or couldn't have been included in some way that was actually honest and informative for the viewers. It just really didn't do that. He didn't even try. One of the problems that Willy has when talking about reaction content is the idea of permission comes up a lot. You know, getting consent to re-upload someone else's video. I don't think it's surprising, but a lot of people come out and say, hey, I think getting permission is a good thing. Consent is great. Willy, of course, can't acknowledge this because it would immediately sink his position of defending ChudLogic with his lies. Because again, Chud didn't get permission, in fact, knew perfectly well that I was not okay with him re-uploading my video. So I shit you not, in the clip that Willy showed of Jay, literally the sentence before, talks about the idea of permission and how it's an important thing.
If a part of your work relies on you uploading other people's content, then you better make sure that's not all you're doing, otherwise you're just re-uploading other people's content. It's fine to do that if you have permission, but it's not if you don't. So let's take this back to the golden rule. How, as a React content creator, do you avoid taking the piss? Well, I think that so long as you're clearly trying, it's fine. You don't have to knock it out of the park every time. So long as there's clearly a respect and understanding there that you are working with someone else's content, I think you're good.
The point isn't that Jay and I have the same positions in regards to getting permission to watch other people's YouTube videos on a live stream. Like, I'd be surprised if he got permission to watch every single video he's ever watched during a live stream. But I think it's just funny the effort that Willy went to not talk about the idea of consent in his video. On some level, I'm sure Willy was like, look, if I come out as anti-consent, that's gonna be kind of weird. Maybe I just don't talk about it at all.
I make reaction content and I don't feel the need to ask the permission of the original creators first because I am always careful to make sure I am adding something and not just freebooting their work.
So it's quite obvious that I'm not gonna spend the time here to argue why I think Jay's video has endless issues. I think it's fairly obvious that having a single individual state their opinion on a topic doesn't prove anything. It's not particularly meaningful. It's not an argument. But I would argue that even if you were going to do this for some strange reason on the topic of reaction content, picking a reactor's opinion as to when creators should be okay with reactors reacting to their content is just ludicrously silly. Especially when you're dishonest and don't point out that they're a reactor.
The distinct spike of someone live reacting to my video. 200 extra views to a full-time YouTuber is an entirely negligible amount, but a spike of that amount all at the same time and all on a video that's averaging about 50 views an hour is very clearly a sign of something, so I took to Twitter to ask if anyone knew what had happened, and it's only after all that someone told me Hasan had reacted to the video. The idea that I should just shut up and be thankful for the free clout is another pretty common one, and to that my immediate thought is that you are grossly overestimating the amount of clout this kind of thing provides. Somewhere between 150 and 180 of Hasan's fans came to watch my video following his stream, which on average translates to a grand total of about 40 cents and 7 subscribers. So thanks, I guess?
The main issue that people run into when they try to justify rebroadcasting other people's YouTube videos without their consent is that usually they say that, oh, if you meet these different criteria, then you don't need consent. Let's say your video is critical, or you double the length of the video, or something along those lines. At that point, you don't need consent. There are, of course, two immediate problems with these sorts of rationalizations. The first being, you haven't seen the video, so you don't know necessarily if you're going to be negative or positive, so if some aspect of the tone of what you're going to say matters, you won't necessarily know if you're even likely to meet that criteria if you haven't seen the video before, which reactions traditionally don't. The second is that you haven't done the reaction yet. So speaking specifically of a live stream, if there is some particular criteria that you need to meet to not need consent, you don't know if you're going to meet that criteria. So whatever arbitrary criteria you've invented that says you don't need consent of the person who worked hard to make that fucking video, you don't know if you're going to meet that criteria. So every time you take someone's video, throw it up on your live stream, and start watching it with your chat, you're just rolling the dice whether you're going to violate that person's consent or not. And it should be obvious that the reason why people are okay doing this is because they don't really care. They don't really give two shits what the person who made the original video actually thinks. At least in regards to the idea of permission, it's one of the huge problems with Jay's video. Consent is meant to come before you start doing something. The default in our interactions with strangers is that we ask for consent.
Hasan even says that he's used to creators getting annoyed at him for this, and that this is just the standard apology that he issues out whenever that happens.
But some content creators get upset about it, and when they do, I'm like, I'm really sorry, and I will never do this again. And it's as simple as that.
It could be argued that the reason he's happy to just make the same mistake over and over again is that it's more convenient for him to just apologize whenever he's called out than it would be for him to actually stop doing the thing he's apologizing for.
Which is the exact same reason why reactors traditionally do not ask for consent. Because while they fully know that some people will be pissed off that their videos get stolen, those people may not even find out. They may not have the balls to say anything about it. And even if they do say something, who cares? Just take down that one video and throw up another 50 in their place. The alternative is to every single time care about the original creator. Oh God, sending emails, responding, maybe having to pay them money. Oh, so much slower, way less content, so much more effort, bro. I'm a reactor. I'm not meant to do effort. I'm just meant to re-upload other people's videos.
Which again just goes to show the importance of mutual respect when doing this kind of thing.
Jay's idea of mutual respect is not contacting the person who did all the work to make that video, not at all asking for their consent, and just like winging it, and hoping that by the time you finish rebroadcasting in full this video you've never seen before, that you happen to have met certain criteria. That means you didn't have to ask for consent initially. Mutual respect. I am well aware that some creators out there are perfectly fine with people rebroadcasting their videos on Twitch, many with certain stipulations, or some without any care in the world. They don't care what happens during the live stream. But as is shown in every other domain of life, the existence of some people being okay with something is not a justification to ignore consent.
One short part of the stream that interests me in particular is the part where he talks about why he thinks he doesn't need permission to do this kind of thing.
So it's not okay to play someone's video if they don't want you to? Doesn't that mean you need to ask permission every time you watch someone else's content, which seems pretty lame? No, I don't do that. That's fucking ridiculous.
I mean, I did say it was short.
We can't dig in the dirt and find the objective criteria that people have to meet so you don't need to ask for their permission to do things. As I've talked about before, everyone is motivated to put the line exactly above whatever the hell they're doing right now. The difference between Hasan, Jay, and myself is that I can argue why both parties, creators and reactors, are being fairly treated in my system. Neither Jay or Hasan can make that argument. Both Jay and Hasan's position is, well, if the creator doesn't want me to watch their video, they can go fuck themselves. In effect, it isn't a different position. They'll just say, oh well, I just won't do it again, if you're lucky.
Viper, on the other hand, thinks they can never add enough. It's all bad all the time.
But why, Willy? If you're watching this response to Willy or you've seen my other work, you may understand why I hold those positions. But anyone watching Willy's video wouldn't know, because Willy likely doesn't know. And to be clear, again, Willy is repeating this, it's all bad all the time. When obviously I do not have the position that all reaction content is bad. And he knows this. I bring up stuff all the time that other people refer to as reaction content that I don't think should be called reaction content. For example, the stuff that LegalEagle makes. I brought up one of his reaction videos when I was talking to Ludwig once on stream.
I imagine it still is an issue under your finite impressions idea. All React videos would eat into it, although to a less problematic degree.
Yeah, but it is true that in the same way that time and attention is finite, impressions are as well. The platform can only promote so many videos. And so it just comes down to like, are you creating something new? So for example, the LegalEagle released a video recently titled Lawyer Reacts The Little Mermaid. And now your expectation might be that the LegalEagle sat there for an hour and 40 minutes watching a Disney movie, but that's obviously not what he did. What he did was, in his own time, off stream, look specifically at an aspect of the movie, that being the legal contracts that is used in that movie, and spoke on it from a legal perspective. He didn't restream the entire movie. He didn't replace the purpose of the movie in some capacity. He created a differentiated work targeting a different audience with a different purpose. Again, a large part of the problem here is that Willy has not detailed what I think reaction content even is, what I'm actually criticizing. He's not detailed any of the nuance that I have on this issue because he hasn't even seen it. Because he is, again, basing everything based on stuff I said 3 years ago before I spent months writing my actual views in as much detail as possible.
Viper, on the other hand, thinks they can never add enough. It's all bad all the time.
All reactors do is sit and steal from the original content creators. They siphon exposure via impressions to themselves, keep people on their channels instead of other people's, and they flick a few every once in a while to someone else. Except in the premise that React content shouldn't exist, everything React content takes is taken from these people. Whoever they are, wherever they are. That's just logically true. This isn't just true of reaction content, but any market as a whole. Any time spent consuming content that ethically should not exist is time that would otherwise be spent on other things. To be clear, I detail this in many different ways in my actual work that, again, Willy has not seen.
When it comes to React content being the worst because it's stealing impressions from completely unrelated creators, I don't care.
Again, his argument, I don't care. That's it. And fucking newsflash, in every single situation where a negative externality has been caused impacting someone outside the original exchange, there is always going to be people who don't fucking care. In fact, with every harm that has ever happened in the history of mankind, someone hasn't cared. It doesn't matter. Your indifference to harm doesn't make it less impactful or potentially less meaningful to other people.
I value the authentic entertainment of a first-time viewing React video.
Oh, there's so many problems.
More than the 5,000th Minecraft Let's Play video that's been uploaded this month.
Great. Why should other people have that perspective, Willy? You're meant to be arguing why people should agree with you, not simply stating as before that everyone just already does. You can of course watch all of my work where I detail my arguments specifically, but even in my conversation with Chud, I said, here's why I think reaction content is bad, here's what I think could replace reaction content, and why it does it better. But like Pyro, Cynical, Umperville are like, look guys, I need the money, so I'm just gonna keep making reaction videos. Asmongold didn't double the amount of reaction videos he did every year because he's like, well, I just really have more things to say. It's because it's really profitable and easy content to make. It's why the comparison Willy's making here is so stupid. Because he's not comparing reaction videos to Minecraft videos, he's comparing authentic reaction videos to very numerous Minecraft videos. So if we swapped those and we compared authentic Minecraft content to spammed out reaction videos, would his positions change? I think they would. In other words, he's not comparing Minecraft videos and reaction videos, he's comparing authentic content to non-authentic content. Because it doesn't seem realistic to think that Willy is like, oh yeah, 5,000 Minecraft videos, that's a perfect number, bro. They are way better than authentic reaction content. Oh, 5,001? Yeah, that's shit. Reaction content is the most spammed out content on this platform. It is suggested by Filmot that there's 10 times as much releasing now than there was 10 years ago. And so one thing I asked him, what portion of videos each year had the words reaction, react, reacting, reacts, reactions, or reacted in their title? And so he gave me this data. Now, this looks complicated, right? This is the total amount of videos he has for that year, how many views those videos got, and so on and so forth. But the important one is here. This is answering that question. In 2014, 0.1% of the videos fit this criteria. In 2024, almost 1% did. While this number can't tell us the actual portion of videos on the platform that are reaction videos, it does tell us definitively that the amount of reaction videos on the platform has increased by like 10 times in the last 10 years. Because remember, this isn't a representative sample of all videos on the platform. And as we found out from the previous data, you know, we're not interested in all of YouTube. We're really only interested in the popular videos. So like, I can't tell you 1% of the videos on the platform are reaction videos, but I can tell you that it's certainly increasing over time, which is something that I think we all kind of knew, that reaction videos are getting more popular, that more people are making reaction content. But this does, to some degree, put numbers to that feeling, you know? Again, this is just a sample of videos over 2,000 views. Even more than this, as Lemmino pointed out, there are people who do reaction content without permission and without paying anyone that I have no problem with. They've got a timer on the screen and they just watch the content. You can get all your authentic first-time reactions, son, all you like without seeing a single fucking frame in that person's video of the video they're watching. But of course, very, very few reactors do this. Why? Because the videos don't do as well. Because the idea is to steal that high quality content from some talented creator and put it on your YouTube channel for money. I obviously can't speak to the mental state of every reactor. As I've said many times in my work, I'm not concerned about a person who watches like one video every once in a while or something. Or if you have specific reason to watch that particular video. I am interested in reactors. So to put it another way, Willy is presenting a false dichotomy. It is entirely possible for the tiny value that reaction videos give to be given by other things. But even if you were entirely set on still having reaction videos, it is still possible for them to exist and to not cause the negative effects that I complain about in my work, or at the very least not cause them to the extent that it actually matters. But this is never going to happen. It is simply that it is necessarily the case that those who put in the least effort are able to produce the most of this stuff possible. Because the more effort you put in, the less you can spam out. So in the market for reaction content, it'll always favor the people just sitting in the corner watching something for the first time, pausing occasionally to give their thoughts and throwing it up on YouTube with as little editing as possible. The more effort, the less you put out. The less effort, the more you put out. So the space is always going to be filled mostly with people doing little to no effort, spamming out of other people's YouTube videos.
I value the authentic entertainment of a first-time viewing React video.
This is a grown man who's like, I like having my hand held when I watch YouTube videos, man. They're too scary. I don't understand them, man. Please just have someone in the corner telling me how to think. Before we move on, I can't help but point out that the example he gave of authentic reaction content is TurkeyTom, or Tom Dark, or whatever he's calling himself now. Tom obviously produces Slop, the lowest possible effort slop imaginable. So much is it slop that he complains, probably jokingly, that he wasn't labeled a higher level slop merchant, that he should be the slop king.
We'll see what he says though.
Unfortunately, TurkeyTom sucks eggs, so that's a -15 penalty for him.
What do you mean I suck eggs? At least in sloppy seconds, if not the king of slop. I am the king of slop. What the fuck? I should be at the top here. I should be at the top. I should be number one. I am number one. This is disgusting. I do not suck eggs more than the average person.
For him, so that would put him in, slop slurper tier.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not even sure Tom would refer to his reactions as authentic or high quality or something. Also, this is a bit of a tangent, but Tom has defended me and my views on reaction content for years. He only stopped doing it when he found out that I didn't like him. And then he made his own video lying about me. In fact, the first half of Willy's video, I could get Tom to debunk by just taking clips of videos he's made about me and on topics that happened, before he threw that tantrum or whatever. But fun fact about Tom, he was one of the first people to ever shout out any commentary I ever made on reaction content. If you go all the way back to 2020, I think, I made some videos criticizing Asmongold and arguments he was making in favor of reaction content. Tom made a video around this time where he shouted out those videos.
Points about her have been made, the story has been told. What I do care about, however, are these abysmal reaction videos and the controversy around them. Someone that I neglected to talk about in this video because of his sheer lack of response to any of it is Asmongold, who reacts to content very regularly in the same way that XQC does.
Yo, is this person fucking retarded?
Similarly to him, he also has a channel where he re-uploads content from his streams to YouTube, which was covered pretty well by the YouTuber DarkViperAU, where he did some math to figure out exactly how much money he believes Asmon makes off of the hard work of others, and how much effort is actually put into those videos. Would highly recommend checking out Asmongold's scam, How He Steals Your Future, which I'll link in the description below. He did a pretty great job with it.
Asmongold, on the other hand, got big as a content creator, got lazy, stopped making his own content. He doesn't edit any videos anymore like he used to, and now he's stealing other people's labor to expand his influence and wealth. When is enough going to be enough, Asmon?
Hopefully some of the streamers that we talked about will take our advice and stop stealing content, but as of now they don't seem to be taking it very well. After all, why change what you are doing when you can get defensive and complain about your super hard life where you make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year off of using a computer all day? Yeah, I feel really bad for you, man. You have it so rough. Maybe make your life a little easier and hire people to edit your reactions to cut out your dead air and only show the parts that you actually react to. But of course that would bring your reaction VOD on YouTube from 30 minutes to 3 minutes and you would make 1/10 of the ad revenue, and we can't have that now, can we? I respect some of these streamers. It's unfortunate to see them having these terrible takes on stream and tweets and getting so hilariously mad that someone pointed out that they don't have the hardest job in the world.
But that's not the interesting part. I believe it was Tom's video shouting me out that caused the quartering to see my videos, and then he shouted them out as well. This led to my minor beef with the quartering, where I said that famous line, "You disingenuous, dense motherfucker. Obviously you have to know something about something or you couldn't tie your shoes." Basically, if Tom didn't shout out my anti-react content all those years ago, we probably wouldn't have had that meme. Like, I'm exaggerating a bit when I said I didn't like Tom. While you do probably deservedly have a shitty reputation, of all the people who made videos, having a conversation with you is the least likely to see me want to kill myself to escape it. All I said was he has a bad reputation and he's a bit of a bastard, which is true. And I'm sure Tom knows that because of what he does and all the things he's done in the past and the things he's said and argued for, that no self-respecting person is really going to want to associate with him on the platform. He's a brand risk for everyone. It was just so strange to me that he took it so hard and threw that tantrum, because it was like Tom knows this stuff. Did he think I didn't know this stuff? It's just so weird. Willy just seems so naive to me attributing authenticity to reactors. Their job is to re-upload other people's YouTube videos for money. Like, how does he think these people process things? Like, sure, they have bills to pay, they got rents, they have a mortgage to pay, but like, they're not feeling it today. They're not really authentic. So like, they're just not gonna re-upload other people's videos today. They're just gonna wait till next week, maybe next month when they feel that authenticity again. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you right now, maybe a controversial statement, but I think if there was no money or growth associated with making reaction content, most people wouldn't bother doing it. Like, how many people are sincerely like, look, one day I wanna grow up and host watch parties of other people's YouTube videos and then post them on my YouTube channel. Let's fucking go. Something in effect entirely devoid of creativity. Like, honestly, find me these people. Just to be clear, with that little bit of hyperbole, I'm not speaking about every single person who's ever watched a YouTube video on stream or reposted someone else's video. I'm specifically talking about the people who do that shit professionally. The content aggregators, the reactors, the re-uploaders. But again, to bring it back around to Willy, Tom makes crap. Everyone knows Tom makes crap. Even Tom knows Tom makes crap. Calling his reaction content authentic is insane.
Maybe it's just because I'm a drama YouTuber, but I think the internet's at its best when people are easily able to interact and give their opinion without having to worry about copyright. It's called social media for a reason.
But he continues to give this false dichotomy where we either have reaction content or we share our opinions. I struck down ChudLogic's video, and what did he do after that? Did he shut up? Was he no longer able to express his opinions? No, he made dozens more videos talking about me. He mentioned me by name on his main channel over 1,200 times. If I want to give you my opinion on a movie, I don't show you the movie. If I want to give you my opinion on a book, I don't show you the book. In fact, there is no class of media where you traditionally give a person the entirety of that media and then give your opinion on it. But Willy keeps trying to assert that you can't have an opinion without showing people the original video, which is obviously not true. To some degree, this is a matter of personal taste. Do you think the current ecosystem of social media is the best one? They don't take time to make sure what they're saying is correct or to do research or investigate anything. They just spam as much as possible. Willy is directly advocating for a world where even the standard of knowing what you're about to give your opinion on is too high.
All these 30, 40 hour, 4-hour long videos are just getting old. Just spit it out. I don't need these guys' full names, their first job, the background on their cat. I just want to see these people get torn into, and that just doesn't happen on modern day YouTube very often.
My position, as I've espoused many times, is you should probably at least have seen the content before you give your opinion on it. Uneducated blathering about things you know nothing about is not valuable on social media. It clogs up the discourse from those who actually know what the fuck they're talking about. As a matter of self-preservation, Willy cannot hold the positions that I do. Because Willy obviously bombastically shouts his opinions from the rooftops on things he doesn't know anything about. That is quite literally the entire reason why we interacted in the first place.
Of course, there are some nuanced differences from what creators want reactors to do. Some don't want them to reuse the thumbnails, others want them to wait 4 days before reacting.
What I realized is that if you're a big creator who's gonna react to someone's video, you should wait at least 4 days for it to be pushed in the algorithm naturally. And that's what Asmon and I talked about and agreed on after this happened. In this way, it creates buildup for his audience. They'll ask him to watch the video and they just have to wait patiently. So when he finally does, his audience is gonna be excited. It means that my video will do better in turn, and so will his. You can see the difference in views on these two videos despite them being on the same game.
Is any of this true? Is the Ackman's opinion any more valuable than anyone else's? Are there any arguments in favor of this perspective? I agree, you can find people and go, this person has this opinion, who cares? Opinions are like assholes, everyone has them. Willy finding people who are saying things that he either agrees with or that he likes and putting it in his video isn't an argument for fucking anything. This establishes that one additional person has a different argument. Fantastic. He stated to me explicitly that the main reason why he doesn't care is A, he likes reactors, he likes the people, and 2, even if he is negatively impacted, he doesn't really care, he feels successful enough. To be clear, any DMs I'm showing from the Ackman, I did ask him to show. I'm not leaking DMs. I asked him, can I show them? I said to him that our conversation was being misrepresented, so I'll mention this even though it's not particularly relevant to my views, but you can go look and compare the Ackman's videos to Asmongold's reactions to them. While in the Ackman's video, Asmongold has fewer views on his reaction than the main video does. But comparing them now, they have essentially the same views. In the same way in Mad Season's video, he compared his video, World of Warcraft Pandora's Box, and Asmongold's reaction to it, and that showed a bit of a difference in views. In just a year and a half, a difference of 300,000 views that favored Asmongold is now a difference of 4.3 million views, and obviously still favors Asmongold. The guy who, in effect, did nothing to make that video, but whose video now obviously competes with the original for viewership. The second comparison the Ackman shows has Asmongold's video being half the size of the Ackman's video. But now it's almost caught up and will eventually eclipse the Ackman's video as well. Because the Ackman releasing like one video a week is never going to draw as much attention to himself as Asmongold. Because Asmongold is the amalgamation of tens of thousands of creators working round the clock. Stuff that in any other industry would see Asmongold paying millions of dollars to those creators. But in this industry, as Willy argues, those who do the work deserve fucking nothing. Between his different channels, Asmongold can upload 10 videos a day. How many does he make himself? Next to none. Like, the Ackman is very successful and biased because he obviously likes Asmongold. But obviously, for my actual work on reaction content, which again Willy has ignored entirely, I spent a lot of time tabulating data on Asmongold's reactions. My data only goes up to the end of 2023, but I want to highlight a particular creator, Bellular. At the time, he'd been reacted to 72 times by Asmongold. 72 reactions? Surely he must be the biggest creator imaginable. Bigger than all of us. Think of all that trickling down from Asmongold. Didn't happen, obviously. But surely he must love reaction content, right? No, he agrees with me entirely.
The way that the algorithm works, the way that all this shit works, is it is basically just it's YouTube trying to find out where it puts its chips, almost, right? So, you know, videos, depending on what viewers do.
Asmongold TV stonks.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, that. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, to be honest, the whole React meta is fucking terrible. It's awful for the internet.
Oh, yeah, I mean, there's a Dark Viper who people love clown for some reason. He's very emotional. Went into, like, React content and the damage it does, like, and all the different potentials. You're like, yeah, that's a really good theory. It's probably true. React content's bad.
Yeah. Yeah, like, yeah, it's really damaging. People have
YouTube oligarchies.
Yeah, people have no idea how damaging it is, and a lot of creators are I don't know, I feel like they're wanting to suck up to the streamers or something, perhaps. But it certainly is the case that the React version of a piece of content will do better than that piece of content itself, and that will actually kill the original piece of content in the YouTube algorithm, because people choose the React instead, because there's a, you know, there's a name that is there. So yeah, React content, I guess it's like you guys probably enjoy the React content, but it's worth understanding that even when the original video is linked and all of that stuff, it does immeasurable damage. Now, what it does do is exposure.
There is
exposure. Some people are talking about that. In all of my experience of any of our videos being reacted to by people, it literally does not move anything at all.
I have never argued that having your videos occasionally reacted to will immediately sink your channel. I have argued again that it simply makes it harder for actual creators to survive, because it makes the market far more competitive. And in its function as a middleman for the exposure natively given by the platform, it just makes it less efficient, meaning that viewers less efficiently find creators to watch, because that's the entire point of reaction content. Asmon isn't uploading it trying to give other people viewers, he's trying to bring himself viewers. He isn't spamming out 10 videos a day being like, hey guys, go watch someone else. If they watched all of his videos, they literally wouldn't have time. Presenting the Ackman, a person who explicitly, outwardly has said he does not disagree with me, in this video is not particularly meaningful. He's just a guy with a particular opinion. There are no arguments being presented here. Like, I mean, hell, Bellular agrees with me. So fucking what? What does this matter? This creator says this creator says this. Who fucking cares? I do not care how many people agree with me. And the reason for that is because the amount of people who agree with me does not at all impact the truth of anything that I'm saying. Willy, however, has no arguments for his perspective. He can only just assert that people agree with him and hope people don't notice that he's not arguing for anything.
But as of right now, creators and viewers value the free speech and opinions that come with good reaction content more than they value potentially losing that extra $1.
This is quite literally the first time the phrase free speech has been mentioned in Willy's video by anyone. Where did this come from? What is this just random assertion? Creators all over believe this. I'm not going to show you people saying this or argue in favor of this, but that's what they're saying, so it must be true. This is like how a 12-year-old argues in like 5th grade debate class. Willy is arguing there are significant limitations on free speech if you are unable to, for free, re-upload the entirety of other people's videos. He makes this argument while making a video where he is not re-uploading my content, yet is saying literally anything he wants about it without restriction. It is rare for a person's mere method of communication to demonstrate the falsehood of what they're attempting to argue for. Like, these people are watching people engage in free speech and are like, I'm so mad right now. Oh, this is so terrible. Wait a second. It's double the length. We got there. They paused the initial time. Phew, I don't care about this at all. This is wonderful. Understand, I accept that people do care about the length of what is added for reasons that I find stupid, but I don't think free speech is specifically what is cared about. If free speech was the primary motivator, this would imply the duration of the speech would be irrelevant. And again, people can give their opinions and good free speech without reaction content. The format of reaction content necessarily makes the quality worse, because it takes less effort. That's why people react to videos, because it's less effortful. It is slop.
But as of right now, creators and viewers value the free speech and opinions that come with good reaction content more than they value potentially losing that extra dollar. Actman expressed that sentiment, and Viper started a whole conspiracy because of it.
As someone who takes passion in what I do, I enjoy watching those reactions. They always do really well on his channel, and some might say, but Actman, he's stealing views from you. Those views belong to you. Maybe they do. I can't say for certain, but what I can say is a lot of people who are subscribed to my channel wouldn't be subscribed if Asmongold never made these videos.
This does not at all contradict anything I've ever said. It is why the Actman explicitly in DMs told me that he agrees with me. He is merely putting a positive spin on something that to him is very uncertain. He's like, well, maybe I am losing some views, but at least I'm gaining something. But again, to be clear, the lion's share of what I talk about has nothing to do with the impact of the re-upload on the original. And what time I spend on that is largely because other people care about it. I care about it to the same degree that I assess slot machines by one spin. It doesn't matter how many people win on slot machines are still a bad way to make money. It doesn't matter how many people click subscribe and write a comment under the Actman's video, it is still the case that reaction videos do not make the market more efficient in giving exposure to creators. It is an inefficient middleman in the market. Like, even on Willy's success that he talked about earlier, if you go look at Charlie's re-upload, it's got 500,000 views. If you look at Willy's video, it's got 60,000. The argument ultimately boils down to this in a hypothetical. We have YouTube with the best algorithm that's ever been made for distributing content ever. And there are no reactors currently in this hypothetical world. So viewers go to YouTube, and the smartest algorithm that has ever existed tries to direct them to content that they want to watch and will watch long term. 100% of the exposure on the platform is going to creators. I ask you, how much of this exposure should we take away and give to reactors to grow them an audience? 100%? So that they can then act as a middleman for that exposure to creators. The click-through rate from YouTube itself to a video is like 5%. A click-through rate from a reactor to the original video is like 0.5% and confers no watch time. And it has all the other added costs that people have to spend time watching the reaction video itself, limiting the amount of content they can even watch from creators. It is just by design less efficient. Anyone who watches my work that has any kind of an econ background is like, oh yeah, that's true. I've had people DM me asking to reference my work in things they're writing for university. I had an assistant professor specifically email me to talk about my views and how much he agrees with them. For fuck's sake, in my conversation with Linus, he referenced how there were multiple executives in his company that brought up my video when discussing how they were going to handle reaction content for their company and the concerns I have within it.
And you know what? I do want to say that you actually popped up on my radar before we did the segment on WAN show because of your series. And even though I hadn't watched any of it, people here had. And as we were putting together sort of our ethical reaction content guidelines, you were a guiding star for us. So I kind of wanted to pop that on you on the show so that you knew that even though I hadn't necessarily watched the video essay series, at least 2 of us in the exec team already had and had already flagged your concerns. Some of it is stuff that I sort of intuitively was like, well, that's stupid. I just think that's crap content anyway, and I just don't want to do it. But other things were just aspects of it that I hadn't considered. And so I'm really glad you did the series, because even though maybe it didn't get as many views as you'd like, or maybe it got more backlash than you'd like, or maybe it's frustrating because people are misunderstanding it, or whatever all the negatives that come out of it, you definitely influenced at least a couple of key people, and you've definitely influenced our approach towards it, even if you know, it might not be perfect every time, and we might not agree 100% every time. I think that you made a difference, if that helps at all.
Again, I've had dozens of the largest creators, many of which you probably know, who've DM'd me and expressed support of my work, including the Actman. But again, Willy has not seen any of this work. He has no idea what I argue for. But we continue now with Willy accusing me of generating a conspiracy against the Actman, a guy I've spoken to in DMs personally many times, and on this topic explicitly, of which he DM'd me to talk about.
I can't say for certain, but what I can say is a lot of people who are subscribed to my channel wouldn't be subscribed if Asmongold never made these videos.
I sent him a message. He hasn't responded, but even if he does respond, I'm not going to tell you what he says, because I'm more asking him out of curiosity. I have seen the negative response from viewers when others have called out Asmongold, who previously associated with him in the past. I ask you honestly, do you really see Asmon as better than the others you criticized, or did you worry about how it would reflect on you to speak negatively of him? And they act more to defend reactors than they do anything else. It doesn't matter the formulation that reaction content takes, at least in the sort that I'm talking about. The live stream reaction and then just throwing it up on YouTube.
To most other people, the form it takes matters. That's the consensus.
Again, this magic consensus that Willy feels deep inside his heart doesn't matter. He's not establishing this at all. And what's the conspiracy that I'm talking about with the Actman? I was asking him, does he feel his relationship with Asmongold impacts his views on reaction content? Which, yes, it does. It obviously does. He said so publicly, and he said to me privately. More than that, it's perfectly reasonable to ask, did you fear backlash when you were making that video? JoshStrifeHayes once upon a time said that he believed that Asmongold boosted him up and gave him his career. When in my video I showed for certain that is not the case, and Josh Moore came out against the idea of reaction content, he experienced backlash because of this. Because previously he had supported it, and he already had an association with Asmongold.
Has anyone in the chat seen DarkViperAU's video about React content? It's a really big kind of hot topic right now in the Twitch world. Reaction content. Because Asmongold has reacted to so many of my videos, and I've always been okay with it. You know, I've always been absolutely fine with it, because I feel that Asmongold he's advertised me well. He has always put my channel in the Twitch stream. He's always had it linked in the description, and Asmongold's chat seem to now recognize me from it, so I've definitely benefited. But DarkViperAU has actually put a load of data together, and the data tells a different story. My views on my channel actually go down after every single Asmongold reaction, and I think it's because people go to watch his reactions of my stuff more than watch my stuff. And someone did the maths, I think Dark Viper did the maths. Asmongold has made more money from my videos than I have. And when you look at it that way, it's quite weird, because to create original content takes hundreds of hours.
Yeah.
And then if you create that original content through hundreds of hours of work and someone else watches it on Twitch as a reaction, they are putting in maybe 20 to 30 minutes worth of effort.
Yeah,
to
they're
watch
putting
the
in
video.
the duration of the final video.
Yeah. But they are then getting more views than the original, and they're benefiting. So someone pointed out that the average person would be able to produce one YouTube video in the time that Asmongold could react to about 80.
Oh, yeah, easily.
Think about that as terms of income. Effectively, the person who's doing the reaction is getting the unpaid labor of the people who are making the videos.
So I had already seen this happen in real time to someone associated with Asmongold. Maxor was another creator who had been reacted to by Asmongold, and I talked about this in my main video on reaction content. Due to my work, Maxor reached out to Asmongold and told him to take down the reactions to his content. And he further told him to not react to his content in the future. Even though this was done privately, there was still a small Reddit thread made about it, and people were critical of Maxor. People are extraordinarily misinformed on this topic. At the end of the day, YouTube is still a business. And people are obviously influenced by social forces when they communicate their ideas. Every YouTuber to some degree is afraid of backlash when they speak on topics. And there's always ways to communicate that can sort of soften the blow and lessen the likelihood of that backlash. And that's all I was asking about. The DMs I sent to the Actman in detail explain why all the things Willy just showed from the Actman are incorrect. So necessarily, Willy cropped them out, cause he's dishonest, cause he's a liar. In the same way that he only included that part where I expressed uncertainty as to whether the Actman was going to respond, to imply that the Actman never responded to my DMs. Even though in that same video, I say that me and the Actman have had a conversation in DMs. The most recent one that was released was this by the Actman, a person I've talked positively of in the past, called The Dark Side of Reaction Content. Recently, he reached out to me and he was like, with all the recent buzz around reaction content, do you want to maybe do a video/stream discussing it? Would you be down to do something like that? I'm not leaking DMs here. Like, I don't want to show my conversation with him, but this is just what I've said, okay? He crops that out so he can dishonestly frame this as if I'm sending people essays and not getting responses. In reality, as I show here, he's the one who contacted me. Yo man, all the recent buzz about reaction content has made me want to talk about it or maybe do a video stream discussing it. Would you be down to do something like that? I respond and he says, yeah, I'm still down to chat sometimes, just been very busy, you know? When you say boost Asmon, do you mean like when I say his reactions have had a positive benefit on the overall growth of my channel? I don't take this as hostile, by the way. I watched a good chunk of your big video on reaction content and agree with virtually everything you say. As with any issue this complex, there is nuance, and Asmongold's reactions have legitimately given me many new viewers I likely would never have had otherwise. I believe I talked to him recently and expressed to him that I wished he did more original content, though I have been drinking the time so it's hard to remember, haha. From my perspective, though this certainly doesn't apply to all the channels Asmon has reacted to, his videos reacting to my content has been an overall positive benefit for me and my channel. Lots of people in the comments of my latest video confirming that they found me through Charlie or Asmon, etc. With this idea, it would be hypocritical of me to criticize his content the same way you have, even though I agree with many of your stances. If you've seen my work, none of this contradicts it. I merely tried to contextualize this trickle, explaining why it's so small and why, overall, the impact of reaction content has to be negative on the entire ecosystem. The reason why the Actman doesn't care does not contradict anything I've said or my views. It's why he can say he largely agrees. But I did respond to one person initially, which is the Actman. I like the dude, I like his passion for gaming. I've watched quite a few of his videos in my time. And he says, I'm all in favor of reaction-based content, but if you're gonna upload it to YouTube, then for God's sake, cut out the parts where you're eating, contributing nothing, or going to the bathroom, Lemao. It really ain't that hard to make a half-decent React video. So I responded to this. In what reality would anyone be in favor of people making millions of dollars hosting watch parties in order to avoid doing any work, or bare minimum paying people for it? Your first impressions of something given via a handful of pauses is not creativity or transformation. He responds, I have my reasons. One of them is that I'm happy that people watch my content and share it with their audience. I make enough money as is, so for me personally, I don't care too much about it. Just want people to watch and enjoy my work. So I responded, their goal is to use your content to pull people away, not just from you, but other creators. To abuse algorithmic tendencies to take a greater share of the finite exposure given natively by the platforms, taking it from others where it would otherwise go. You make everyone else's lives harder by forcing all of us to compete with massive content curation machines, dispassionately pumping out endless high-quality videos without effort because they avoid all difficulties normally associated with production. You feed gluttons while making the lives of passionate creators harder. People who will only watch your content if they can re-upload it for profit and growth are not celebrating you. They are using you as a cog in their enterprise, an unpaid intern. You have millions of people who watch your content because they like it, and a few who watch it because it is profitable. That second group will always receive more attention and thanks from you, and that is just sad. I was the 1,247th creator whose video they re-uploaded. I must be special. No, you are just a free meal. He responded, in some respects, you are not wrong. Again, you can compare it to the example I talked about with McDonald's. He's not saying reaction content is good for everyone, or it's wonderful, or has no harmful effects or something, or contradicting anything I've said. He's more just saying, yeah, I know a Big Mac's bad for me. I still like eating a Big Mac though, which again is just his opinion. His response and care about the harm of reaction content is definitely different, but obviously he doesn't disagree with me entirely. I'm not leaking DMs here, like I don't want to show my conversation with him, but this is just what I've said, okay? Hey mate, I saw your video. I wish we got around for the chat. I am still even now pretty haggard unfortunately, but I'm not sure it would have changed your framing of your video regardless. Don't take this message as hostile. It may come off that way, but I am legitimately just asking out of curiosity. Was it really necessary to boost Asmongold in your video? I know you like the dude, but he personifies every aspect of what you term bad reactions. He doesn't transform or edit the content, and he demonstrates that working hard to actually create things and put in effort is less rewarded in this business. Asmongold does more React content and releases more React videos than anyone else you mentioned by far. Hell, even now there are videos on his channel with incorrect links to the original videos because it is all a soulless cash grab. It was a channel he didn't even want initially, but has obviously come around on it since then. It is run by two people who mass spam out half a dozen barely edited or unedited videos a day. He has released endless reactions the same day as the original video, and there are even videos on his channel where he watches an entire channel's catalog of videos. When I made my main video on reaction content that talked about Asmongold, he was uploading on average less than one React video a day. When he blew up with the Depp Herd trial, he no joke started uploading 10 reactions a day. Whole videos, unedited, start to finish. I think even now he averages 3 to 4 a day last I checked. This is not some passionate person working hard to create a new expression of someone else's work. It is, as he said on Twitter, just a mechanism to squeeze himself into everyone's recommendations and consequently squeeze other creators out. Credit does nothing. It doesn't change the dynamic that those who react to things benefit more than the hard-working, passionate people who work to actually create what is being reacted to. I was surprised to hear you say he has given you subs as you have seen my work. Did you find reason to object to the framing that whatever subs you can possibly gain from a single reaction is nothing in comparison to what you will lose having to compete algorithmically with Asmon's other 3,000 reactions? Let alone the other millions of reactions that exist on YouTube. Asmon's viewership doesn't go down the more reactions he uploads. All that happens is people watch other creators less and watch him more. This is not a positive outcome for anyone but him. I have seen the negative response from viewers when others have called out Asmongold, who previously associated with him in the past. I ask you honestly, do you really see Asmon as better than the others you criticized, or did you worry about how it would reflect on you to speak negatively of him? Did you by some chance change your video after speaking to him recently? Long story short, there is no conspiracy here. Willy's framing of my views is false. Willy's framing of the Ackman's views is false. Willy's assertion of consensus is not even false, because it's not argued for, it's just asserted with nothing at its basis. Like, if Willy seriously wants to play this childish game where the person who can find the most non-reactors that agree with him wins, then I'm in the lead. By a lot. Even if we're excluding that my videos have like 8 million views collectively and like hundreds of thousands of likes. I have individual messages and clips of people saying, hey, that DarkViperAU guy, he's totally right. But again, I want to say that the animosity towards reaction content is very prevalent. Even in cases where people say, well, they should at least do X, Y, and Z, it doesn't mean that they like it or want it to exist. Or don't think it's lazy or trash or slop or whatever. Even in cases where a person's fine with something existing, it doesn't mean they don't think it's negative in some way. But again, Willy is here to defend ChudLogic. That is what this video is about. A person who didn't ask for permission, explicitly wasn't given permission, that sat on stream and watched a video that he knew nothing about, was very confused.
Wait, what? What does that mean? I don't even understand what he means by that.
And then he re-uploaded it to his YouTube channel where he did no editing, nothing creative. Is Willy seriously going to argue that the majority, the consensus, thinks that that's okay? Although honestly, whatever his response, even if I asked what's your basis for it, he would just say, well, I feel it deep inside in my core, so this must be true. That seems to be all that he bases anything that he says on.
This world where he wants every creator to strike every reaction video, people don't want it. Viewers don't want it, creators don't want it.
You can assert this till the cows come home, but you should probably present some evidence. You're speaking about the perspective of other people and have shown no evidence of this at all. You're now mentioning viewers. I have not seen you present a single viewer who holds that position. Willy, of course, mentions the viewers. Of course, they all agree with him, but let's read his own comment section. Not gonna lie, all those reactors going after him the way they did seemed really defensive. They knew bro was right. I actually find myself agreeing with DarkViper when it comes to reaction content. This video is kind of weird. Willy is just pearl clutching at this point. I think DarkViper explained himself well. Willy just has a hate burner because DV is feuding with his butt buddies ChudLogic and Blowbacks. Never have I seen a more dishonest drama farm video. DarkViperAU is objectively correct about reaction content. I just wish anybody but DarkViper was the passionate face against it, and I'd wager Viper does too. He's not wrong. Now you might ask, why don't these viewers count in Willy's assessment of what the viewers believe? The answer is simple. Willy just ignores anyone who doesn't agree with him, which is a very easy way to reach consensus because no one who disagrees can ever have their opinion counted in the assessment.
This world where he wants every creator to strike every reaction video.
Hell, even I don't want every reaction video to be struck on this platform. There's much reaction content that I'm perfectly fine with. I've brought up countless examples in my work, and I myself have made reaction content.
This world where he wants every creator to strike every reaction video, people don't want it. Viewers don't want it, creators don't want it.
So what's the solution? Ultimately, enough content creators banding together and saying, hey, we do not like reaction content, cutting off the supply. The viewers will never cut off demand, but creators can cut off a supply. And unfortunately, what all of these videos do is say, hey, reaction content's fine as long as you like the reactor. It is why you may notice that he didn't show a clip of me saying that, because I've never said that. If you're keeping score, we're now like a quarter of the way through Willy's video. How many times has he shown me arguing for my perspective? A tendency you may notice through Willy's entire video is that he will continuously say, DarkViperAU says this, and he won't show me saying it, because he's just making it up. I do think people should be more willing to strike the sort of content that I critique, but not every reaction video. Like, if you gave someone permission to react to your video, that's now out of your hands. They had permission, you have no right to strike that content. When Jubilee recently realized that they were getting screwed because of all these people re-uploading their videos via reactions, they changed their policy and put strikes on everyone. Previously, they had expressed that they were okay with reaction content, and so people made that content.
What a lot of folks don't know is we allow folks to monetize off of our content, right? And that's a deliberate choice that we've made, is actually that we could take away their monetization so that they're not making money off of using our content, but we actually give them that permission, and we think that's one of the ways that we continue to operate in the spirit of like our mission. Like I'm pretty honored in some ways that PewDiePie is reacting to so many of our videos. He's like literally one of the biggest YouTubers ever, and the fact that he is watching our videos so intently and reacting to them, like I think it's a great sign.
Maybe they just hired this company and this company is going crazy and flagging anything and anything, because mind you, these videos have been up 4 or 5 years. So this is a new change that some of this is. And for me, All I'm saying is just communicate this stuff. If your stance has changed, that's fine. But you shouldn't be able to threaten somebody's livelihood, okay? When you come out and say, I'm good with this stuff, and then you change it and you don't inform nobody.
There's a reason why we did more videos is because you verbally said that you was good with it.
I did get to speak to the CEO of Jubilee. I'm going to try my best to summarize the conversation and some of the things that me and the CEO of Jubilee talked about. And as somebody who does a lot of React content, who adds commentary, who transforms a lot of the work that we react to through jokes, parody, commentary, which I believe falls under fair use, and through a lot of case law would agree. There are other people who do reactionary content that would not fall into fair use, who literally sit there, play the video, and don't say anything. Now, that to me is theft, okay? I've always said this, even though I do this genre, I don't think everyone who does this genre is doing it correctly. Anyone who's doing bad forms of reactionary content, I'm okay with them being copyright struck if what they're doing is genuinely theft. Now, I talked to him about this. We had a disagreement on this point, and that's okay. That's a matter of opinion, but I don't think any of us wanted a protracted legal battle. So they said they were going to take away all the copyright claims, and I appreciate them for that. At the same time, the kind of content that Jubilee makes is expensive. They have to hire all kinds of people. They have to bring people in. They have to coordinate all the extras or all the contestants or all the participants. So they have to have a coordinator for that. They're paying those people. Set design, location, camera equipment, editing. They have to pay for a lot to produce this kind of content. Our content is more low budget because there's really not that much in the production value, so it's cheap. What does that mean? We can afford not to do too well in terms of views. Why? Because we're not having that much overhead, so we're still going to make a profit. For them, they have certain quotas, and when they're not, you have to figure out why. And one issue that they're running into, according to them, is a lot of people are just straight up stealing their content. And when and to be fair to them, hundreds and hundreds of channels react to Jubilee. Hundreds, way more than the Reactors. And if all these people are just pilfering their views or misusing their content or making it low budget or whatever it might be, it hurts their brand. So I could understand them wanting to protect their company, wanting to protect their product, and hiring a group to be able to take this mass amount of people. Unfortunately, I think the mistake that they made is how they went about this. And I think they agreed with that. They said, we changed our stance, which he admitted, and the way we did this was incorrect. But he also had the grace to say, I admit this mistake, and we want to fix it, and we want to find solutions to make our company be protected. And is something I support. Because even though I do reaction stuff, I wish YouTube had implemented a revenue system where, every time I react to a video, they should get 10% of whatever I make. I'm okay with that because I think it's fair. Unfortunately, I just can't set that up because YouTube doesn't have that built into the system. If they did, I think we could find ways to make it work for everyone, because at the end of the day, the better Jubilee does, the better we do, because they make more content, we make more content, and then you guys get different varieties of things that will benefit you, the audience. But when it's not financially possible for them to do so because of these issues, then I can understand their frustration. All this to say, I understand why they did what they did. I don't think they went about it the right way, and I think they would agree, but I do think they're trying to get to a good place, and that's something I support.
They should, as is their right, strike any video moving forward that violates their policies, but you can't retroactively remove consent. What all of these videos do is say, hey, reaction content's fine, as long as you like the reactor. Yes, people disagree on things. And I've argued one of the contributing factors as to why you don't hear more people speaking like me publicly, that they're willing to talk to me in DMs and say this stuff, but less willing so publicly, is because of people like Willy, who just lie, who make up stuff. If you strike someone, even if it's 100% justifiable, legally and ethically, there'll be the WillyMacShows going, this guy trying to turn off my free faucet of content? How dare they? Dig up anything from any point in this person's history that I can make a video on. I will take this person down.
I will find any possible clip of them looking terrible, mock it and laugh at it. That is now the fucking plan. This could be one of the most pathetic specimens I've ever come across. This is brilliant. Anyway, Jesus Christ, man. I'm going to spend my whole stream hating on DarkViper. And what we're going to do is we're going to spend the next 3 weeks digging up every single embarrassing thing that DarkViper's ever done publicly and making content out of it. No, I'm not really going to do that, okay?
In the same way that even though Chud was entirely legally and ethically in the wrong, and he knew that, Chud still made these demands of his viewers that made a thread about me and doxed me to thousands of people, then funneled this information back to Chud so he could make dozens of videos defaming me and lying about me to thousands of people. But somehow Willy's still like, why are people not more willing to openly speak about how much they don't like reaction content and would like to strike it? I have other examples, but CPG Grey fairly recently struck a reaction to his video, a full re-upload, even though it was his right to do that, because the person had not asked for permission. That person could have asked for permission, but they didn't fucking care to, because they do not care about creators. So recently, this channel, Vlogging Through History, was met with 2 copyright strikes by Grey, and he, of course, was not happy about this. Now, this channel is kind of what you'd expect, where it's someone else's video, their title, their thumbnail, with him pointing or something on that other person's thumbnail. The video is him in the corner, limited editing. It's just the entire video played, or at least 90% of it. There's nothing creative here. He's not transforming the work in any capacity. It is him watching a video, pausing it occasionally, and giving his thoughts. While he may be a historian, this is not creative work. It is not what fair use is meant to defend. And the video he ends up making, talking about his reaction content, if played in a court of law, would sink any potential for him to have a fair use defense for what he's created. Anytime a person justifiably strikes this content, the WillyMacShows, the ChudLogics, start spreading bullshit. Because at the end of the day, what Willy wants is to people have no rights over their work. No rights, no permission, no compensation. You work for free for WillyMacShow, that's it. It's a garbage perspective. And the reason why Willy just has to go, everyone agrees with this, please trust me, bro, I feel it in my heart, is because there's no good arguments for it. It isn't necessary. The minuscule amount of value that comes from reaction content can be given other ways without the huge baggage of all the negative that comes with it. So understand, all of my videos where I talk about my views of reaction content, calmly explaining, showing the evidence and arguments for my views in the most clear-cut possible way, cannot be talked about by Willy, not a single fucking frame of it. But half an hour into a random fucking podcast about something entirely different, that can be referenced? Come on, people.
Since nothing really is legally keeping people in line, it's up to the community to self-police for what is and isn't okay. Viper understands this.
It's legal-ish. Yeah. Like they could claim him, they could strike him, but it's legal-ish until it's tested in court. For now.
At the end of the day, even when things are legal, what you want is like social sanctions. Like if you watch Ludwig's video talking about the gambling thing, he said, I don't know if I would take a gambling sponsorship, but it's not because I think it's bad, but because I worry what people will think of me. My audience will be angry at me, potentially. And that kind of stuff is really powerful. The problem with social sanctions around reaction content is it doesn't work. You are going to notice this in the examples that Willy's about to bring up, where nothing happened to the people who received social sanctions. It's bad, but because I worry what people will think of me. My audience will be angry at me, potentially. And that kind of stuff is really powerful.
And this does happen. Once a year, XQC and Hasan get ritualistically blasted for leaving while the video is still playing, deterring other streamers from doing it.
There are 2 reasons why this doesn't work anymore. Once upon a time, when you're in like a village of like 100 people, if that village didn't like you, that's a huge problem. It's going to negatively impact your day-to-day life. But we aren't in a village anymore. We're in a place driven by algorithms. So it doesn't matter how reprehensible the thing you do or what opinion you have or how unpopular it is, you can always find a huge group of people who will support you in those things. A good example is very recently Jax Films made a video criticizing the reaction content of a VTuber, as well how she steals other people's memes and jokes and puts them on her community page with a simple lol or something to drive engagement.
Narzul 4 numbers sent this little tip. While it's not in video format, the VTuber Fillion is stealing people's memes off of Reddit and posting it on her YouTube community page every day with captions like lol and yeah, just to drive the algorithm to her channel. Interesting, I thought. I looked into this. Is there any truth to this claim? Spoiler, yes. Lol, lol, lol. There you go. There are your 3 lols in a row. My head hurts. Lol, real, lol.
After that video came out, got like 500,000 views, you know what happened? Nothing. She just continued doing the exact same thing she was doing before. As you might have seen, that gambling and certainly gambling sponsorships are condemned by huge amounts of people, but people still take gambling sponsorships. The problem that Willy has, and as he has for the rest of the video, is he doesn't understand how deterrence works. If you think about it for a bit, you can probably figure out these principles. You don't need to have a background in criminology like I do to understand the principles I'm about to explain. But the first factor you need is certainty of punishment. Do you know how large you have to be as a content creator for people to notice if you're doing something shady? You have to get monumental levels of success to receive a significant social media backlash for whatever the hell you're doing. And even then, it is very, very unlikely. There are tens of thousands of content creators. How often do you have a wide social media campaign against a particular creator? So even if you're doing something wrong, the odds of you experiencing a significant social media backlash is quite low. While not explicit here, Coffee is speaking on the idea of deterrence.
You see, guys, modern influencers are slowly learning that we live in a post-consequence world, with people like Jake Paul running around just serially scamming people and nothing happening to them. People are starting to realize that the only real currency is attention. Like, the worst thing that's going to happen to you is not that you go to jail. The worst thing that's going to happen to you is you become irrelevant.
As we continuously see in the social media space, people get away with basically anything. But the second point is a weighting of the risks versus rewards. Some people, when it comes to gambling sponsorships, go, so I'm being offered $10 million. My audience isn't going to care. It's not going to matter at all. Some people on Twitter are going to get mad, but I have $10 million. I'm going to take the $10 million. But the problem with the backlash against gambling content and the backlash against reaction content, for example, is that from the outside, not engaging with the content, it's still obvious to see if a person is doing gambling, but it's not obvious to see if a person's doing reaction content by any definition. Like, you have to physically interface with the video and watch it potentially all the way through to know if that video fits your criteria as something that shouldn't be done. So when it comes to reaction content, the people who are most likely to see that a person isn't engaging with that content in a way that people would approve of are the people watching it who clearly don't care because they're watching the content. Like, I'm not spending my time watching every reaction video on the platform going, oh, actually, this doesn't fit my definition of what would be good on the platform. If you don't like reaction content and would condemn it, you're not watching it. But even if you were, Sssniperwolf's not going to be like, oh, DarkViperAU doesn't like my content? Well, I made like $20 million last year making this content. You know what? DarkViperAU can go fuck himself. The chances of any significant repercussions for making any form of reaction content is close to zero. I would say exactly zero when it comes to significant repercussions. It doesn't matter what I say or do, a person's gonna go, yeah, but like, I make a lot of money re-uploading other people's videos, so, and I have an audience for it, so why should I care about what people who don't watch my content think? Many, many years ago, there was a broad condemnation of reaction content as a whole. People certainly did disagree as to what content should be allowed on the platform, but it was less accepted as a whole. No one wanted to be labeled as a reactor. Reactors were lazy, boring, uncreative. And you can hear these thoughts expressed in all the videos back then. But being a reactor has now become far more socially accepted, so you get both the good reactions and the bad in a far greater amounts. It also seems possible that the word react has come to replace other words that used to be used. Director commentary, reviews, now it's just reactions everywhere. Further watering down what the term even bloody well means. Keep this stuff in mind as we talk about XQC and Hasan as we move forward. It's bad because I worry what people will think of me. My audience will be angry at me, potentially. And that kind of stuff is really powerful.
And this does happen. Once a year, XQC and Hasan get ritualistically blasted for leaving while the video is still playing, deterring other streamers from doing it.
None of the posts on Twitter that were just screen caps of the thumbnails of the videos mentioned anything about leaving the room while the video was playing. None of them. The people on Twitter were not going and watching the video going, oh, at 16 minutes, he left the room. Well, better go back to Twitter now and start complaining about this. Just the idea of the reaction of re-uploading someone's video in its entirety that someone had spent a lot of time on caused this condemnation. I say this because literally the only thing that is shown in the fucking tweets. The idea that all these hundreds of thousands of people went and watched both videos, noting the times that the people left the room and said, oh, this is actually something I need to condemn, came back and liked it, is fucking insane. But there are so many more problems. Willy specifically says here that this is deterring other streamers from doing it. But XQC and Hasan still do this. Willy himself has shown that Hasan does this countless times.
Especially coming from the guy who leaves to eat midstream while other people's videos play.
If this backlash from the outgroup doesn't even deter the people receiving the backlash, what evidence is there that it deters other people from doing the same? Does Willy sincerely think that the main criticism of XQC and Hasan sitting around watching other people's videos is how much their ass is in the seat? If Hasan's ass to seat percentage went from 99% to 100%, then no one would have any additional complaints about Hasan's reaction content. I need to see some evidence of this because this is just insane to me. I don't watch Hasan's content. Why would anyone who doesn't watch Hasan's content care how long his ass is in the seat? Does he really think that every year there's a huge social media backlash because of like the 1% of the time that Hasan's ass isn't in the seat? That's insane to believe. The people throwing backlash at XQC and Hasan don't watch their content.
And this does happen. Once a year, XQC and Hasan get ritualistically blasted for leaving while the video is still playing, deterring other streamers from doing it.
At one point in time, I wanted to argue further why it's just very silly to think that every creator who reacts in a bad way is going to get flamed on Twitter tomorrow, the next day, the next week, the next month, whatever. And how I wanted to point this out is that there's just so many of them, right? Like I just started collecting a few as I was going around social media, where it's just a person like with a random clip. I don't know if this person's goddamn real. Is another random person who's just like, they just sit there the entire time. And this got like 1.3 million likes. Why is this person not getting flamed on Twitter? Or this person? And it's just like, they're just watching it. And so it goes on like this. These are all different people who make a living just posting other people's clips or clips from shows or movies or whatever with them in the corner. This guy does with anime and he's half the screen. He's just sitting there. I don't want to like this shit. Look at this guy. He's just like, hey, look at this thing. Like this stuff's been mocked before, but it's not going away because it's just profitable. Holy shit, look at this, guys. Look at this. Look at this. He scratches his like eyebrow. This is the most amazing, innovative content. So creative, unbelievable. Obviously, I'm being sarcastic, but in Willy's mind, this guy is about to get flamed on Twitter tomorrow. It's gonna be huge backlash. Here's another one. Guy laughing. Oh, he's drinking water, man. What amazing content. Here's a guy, 10 million views. It is just a clip of some anime with him on top, and he says one line.
Oh my god, what is this? Unlimited budget?
That's it. And he just pogs the entire time. 10 million views. I mean, what unbelievable content. Clearly this guy is just as deserving of this footage here, made potentially by, you know, dozens of people for hundreds of thousands of dollars or whatever, because he said a sentence. Amazing work. And that's like his entire content, by the way. It's just him making faces at anime scenes. Amazing. I like this one too. This guy just watching anime, never seen it before. He's just making faces the entire goddamn time. But don't worry, guys. If even this tiny amount of editing that he might do here is something you just can't bear, the full unedited reaction is on Patreon. So just entire episodes of anime are available on his Patreon. These episodes cost like $100,000 to make, and hundreds of people work on them. But don't worry, guys. You can get them all for free on this man's Patreon. When is the Twitter outcry going to happen for random person on TikTok? Never. The answer is never. Like, for example, take this reactor, futuristic guy. So his videos are just him watching from start to finish a music video, and at the end he gives his review by like nodding his head or going, maybe, I don't know, like that's all his videos. And like, he's made a lot of them. So how many days until the social media outcry? I'm gonna say infinite, because it's never fucking gonna happen. The gimmick of this channel, impossible try not to laugh challenge 1. So the gimmick here is he's not meant to laugh. He's not meant to do anything. So why is there no Twitter outcry here, Willy? The gimmick is literally doing nothing. It's got 1 million views. Look how amazingly creative Jimmy here's content is, guys. Like, I mean, if I laugh, the video ends 241. Whoa, man, how did he think to have it be 241 after the 240th episode of that? He just gets other people's clips and puts them in a singular video, and he laughs occasionally. Look at him dancing, man. Such amazingly innovative content. Truly wonderful. This is the kind of stuff that, you know, both me and Willy would probably say is bad, but he thinks tomorrow Jimmy here is going to be raked across the coals all over Twitter. I mean, sure, it's taken 241 episodes, but any day now. My favorite ones, though, are just where it's some famous guy who has some editors who bring together all the clips in a particular way, and it's just like the same face in every single fucking thumbnail over and over and over again. Funniest Family Guy moments. Holy shit. Oh, amazing. This is the same content that Sssniperwolf makes. So why isn't Courage getting raked across the coals on Twitter? Is it because like he's a fraction of the size? Like that you need like 25 million subscribers and very particular circumstances for even like a small portion of the internet to care for like a week? Oh yeah, the full watching of the episodes of anime and cartoons and shit. It's surprising that people still get away with this stuff, but of course, you know, the companies don't want them to do this, and so they will strike this stuff down, rightly so. But they put these little squiggles all over the videos now to dodge the copyright. This though was my favorite example, right? So entire seasons of the Boondocks were on YouTube for 2 years, gaining many, many millions of views. This guy got 262,000 subscribers in that time. It took 2 years for the videos to be taken down. Now companies, litigious, care so much about protecting their copyright, it takes them 2 years to care about a channel of this size. And Willy thinks Pussy Lover 69 badly reacting to videos is gonna get a huge Twitter backlash next week. Like, I mean, it's just so unbelievably naive. It's just so amazingly ignorant of how people work, markets work, social dynamics work. But he says it like so many times in his goddamn video. There are a ridiculous amount of channels that get by doing exactly what Sssniperwolf does. They get by doing exactly what Hasan does, doing exactly what XQC does. There's countless more that get by doing what Asmongold does. No one knows their names. No one cares. In the same way that Hasan gets away with it, XQC gets away with it, Sssniperwolf gets away with it, Asmongold gets away with it, all these guys get away with it too. No amount of Twitter backlash occurring for 1 week is going to offset the massive gains you can make ripping off other people's work and sticking your face on it on YouTube. It is money. Willy's position ultimately boils down to the idea that when presented with fuck tons of money for exploiting people, all the people exploiting people would be like, yeah, but like, I know I'm getting a lot of money for this, but random guy 47 says he doesn't like me on Twitter. I think I'm gonna have to rethink my entire life, return my sports cars, sell my mansion, stop this hugely exploitative career that I've done for so many years now and given me luxury that very few people will ever experience. But I personally think this is really dumb, and Willy is dumb for thinking this. This is stupid. And I hope I've communicated really obviously why this is the case.
And this does happen. Once a year, XQC and Hasan get ritualistically blasted for leaving while the video is still playing, deterring other streamers from doing it.
But again, for XQC and Hasan to be criticized for far more than Willy is letting on, it required them to be successful 4 years doing this, like half a decade of rebroadcasting and re-uploading half of YouTube, including full TV shows, making tens of millions of dollars. If you, some random creator, don't become the biggest content creator on a live streaming platform over the course of 5 years, you are obviously not going to receive such criticism. No one's going to care. But even if you're deluded enough to think, oh, I could receive the same criticism as XQC and Hasan, neither of them were negatively affected by it. XQC almost immediately got a $100 million contract to Kick and started watching Breaking Bad episodes. Hasan's viewer numbers have done nothing but grow, and as you've admitted, he hasn't changed his behavior even 1 iota. The problem with social media today, in its algorithmic generation, is that criticism from the outgroup does not matter. Unless you get banned from a platform, get into a situation where you can't make any content anymore, the content that some audience valued, like you go to jail or something, or you yourself quit, it doesn't do anything. You just continue on as normal. There is clearly a wide enough amount of people that don't care about this at all, to the degree that the gain of re-uploading countless amounts of other people's videos with as minimal effort as possible does not negatively impact your career. You throw out some justification like Pyro did, where it's like, well, it's, I need the money, and people who watch the content are like, okay, we understand. Because the people who watch your content, the viewers, are really all that matters, and they will engage in any mental gymnastics they need to continue to maintain that value that they're getting from your content. I do not understand how Willy is arguing for the existence of social sanctions being effective on social media while pointing to 2 examples where it clearly didn't work. People who don't know or watch your content criticize you on Twitter for like a week and you go back to making millions of dollars. It's just bewildering to listen to. It's just the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
The community is...
So this is what, the 4th or 5th time that Willy has alluded to this mystical community that has decided what everyone should or should not be doing?
The community has landed where as long as you're present and trying, especially if you're being critical, then you're okay. He tries to act like in 2016 we had different standards. We didn't.
To be clear, the past is so irrelevant to my perspective on reaction content that my main essay where I talk about my views specifically starts by saying, I am not interested in this. It's not relevant. I'm not going to talk about it at all. Rather than being bogged down with the history of reaction content, this video will almost entirely focus on the present. He had to dig 40 minutes into a random podcast to find me mentioning it even offhandedly. The lengths that this man will go to not present my arguments and my perspective is insane. But to be clear, this isn't something I just made up or something. I lived during that period, and that was my experience. But other creators from around that time do also express that experience. For example, here's CDogVA saying the exact same goddamn thing.
The whole entire YouTube community, everyone online hated reaction channels.
Yeah.
They came down so goddamn hard on them in like 2015-16.
Yeah.
And then like, why is it different now? I don't understand.
No, everyone's...
What happened? Like, is it because it's live? Is that the only difference? Like, I don't understand.
The Twitch meta. The TV meta, the React meta,
the React meta, the React meta.
I guess what we've learned, what we've learned is that it's a bad thing to do unless your favorite content creator is doing it. Then it's not.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think about React content in general?
Dude, it's not that deep.
Not that deep. All right, okay.
Yeah. I think there's kind of a middle ground, obviously. What is your question specifically?
I think it's like, it's interesting talking it with streamers, again, coming from YouTube initially, because I don't know if you followed YouTube history, but there was this like whole movement for like 2 years where it was like, React content is the plague. It's disgusting.
Jinx, right?
It's
The Jinx
worst.
era.
Yeah. And there was this whole thing of like, so when I came to Twitch, I was like, oh, everyone loves it here. Like it's kind of crazy seeing like the 180, right?
Person who people were complaining about was Jinx, who never added anything. Hasan is better. XQC is better.
This, of course, is not true. You can go to archive.org and look up Jinx's videos. He'll watch a clip for 2 minutes and then he'll yap for like 12. But you don't have to go to that sort of effort, as even in the video Willy uses of Jack's films, you can see that Jinx yaps for many minutes after the video he's watching ends. Willy just excludes this and pretends it doesn't exist because he's a liar.
I also like the part where you added virtually no insight. You just kind of rambled on for about 5 minutes and missed the point entirely. Pretty brilliant how you played the entire video in your channel. It's like it's a one-stop shop. Why bother going to my channel to watch that video when you can just watch that and your reaction?
The sorts of reaction videos that people defended back in 2016, like those made by H3H3 at the time, did not use the entire original work, often put in more work than the original by making skits. They did not use the same title or thumbnail as the original and targeted an entirely different audience. They were not live streaming watching a YouTube video with their audience, as is the case with so much of reaction content these days. The sort of content that people found acceptable back in 2016 is not the same as the sort of reaction content we criticize today. On the topic of Jinx though, if you go back and look at the videos from 2015, 2016 that were critical of reaction channels, they weren't titled I hate Jinx, or I hate Jinx-like channels. It was I hate reaction channels. For example, this creator, I Hate Everything. He criticizes how little work they take compared to the original. He criticizes their effect on the algorithm. He criticizes how reactors use the entire video. And he says outright that showing the entire work isn't necessary for commentary. He further complains that reactors undermine the very idea of creativity.
I urge you all to stay clear of crap content like this. It has no value. There's no skill or involvement that makes them worth watching. It's a shame that the word react has such a negative connotation for me now, because as I said, there's some really well-made reaction content out there. Hell, I may not personally like it at all, but even the Fine Brothers have more going on. At least there's some kind of production value, and it's more than just people sat there silently watching a popular video that they didn't make. Fucking talentless.
It is a legit business, so you can't take that away from us, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I suppose in the most frivolous way possible, recording yourself watching a video is pretty legit, but like, I don't care if it's legit or not. I just fucking hate reaction videos, because I think they're stupid and dumb and have no value, and are also stealing.
Time for me to make money off your hard work.
There is no reason that you have to sit there watching the entire video in full to be able to start a discussion about it. It makes no sense. A clip here or there is fine, but you just watch the entire thing. People don't understand that the reason that these channels just explode is because they're totally abusing the YouTube system that is in place. YouTube values frequency of upload and viewer retention above everything else. And what are the two things that these reaction channels do? They spam out multiple videos a day because they're so easy to make, and they're always really long because they're just watching other people's videos in their entirety. Like, what is difficult about understanding this? How do you not have a problem seeing these people doing nothing but putting someone else's video that they have most likely worked really hard on?
All of these things are things that people criticize right now as well. I would argue that Willy misunderstands that people will naturally focus on the worst aspects of a thing, or the worst examples of a thing, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they don't also have grievance about things that aren't as bad. It is very clear that everyone who dislikes React content to some degree dislikes some forms of it more than others. And there are some parts they could live with, but that doesn't necessarily mean the person thinks those are good or worth having on the platform or should exist at all, merely that they pass some threshold to no longer be worthy of criticism.
Person who people were complaining about was Jinx, who never added anything. Hasan is better. XQC is better.
But the point I was making is that the idea of being a reactor was more of a condemnable thing back then. It wasn't something respected. Again, I'd be hard-pressed to prove this, which is why I didn't argue it in my actual work. It could not be more beside the point if you tried.
Something Viper and I agree on is that we don't want a lazy streamer to get sued by a big company and then set a bad precedent for what fair use is. Viper writes, the legal positions of platforms like YouTube and Twitch balance on a razor's edge. All it would take is one single significant challenge that could destroy this delicate balance and make all of our careers impossible, citing XQC disguised Toast and Hasan watching anime and cartoons.
No, that's not what I did. I would just like to note again that none of this is in my actual work on reaction content. all of this is irrelevant. It only exists in the first draft because I only had a day to work on it. I feel like I have to keep saying that because we're discussing something from 3 years ago that is nowhere close to my actual work on reaction content. This is all some hypothetical humoring of Willy's insanity. So this is way outside the scope of anything, but there's some provisions in which YouTube and Twitch and other social media work in that where as long as they do certain things, they can't be held liable for copyrighted content on the platform. There has always been the worry, and people were talking about it a lot years ago, again when this was written, that a legal challenge might change the idea of safe harbor to the degree that YouTube could be sued for like any copyrighted video that is put on the platform, as could Twitch, and that would necessarily destroy these platforms because the legal liability would be so high that we just couldn't do it. Like even if there's a 90% chance that you have the rights to the content, YouTube itself or Twitch or Amazon could just be sued for heaps of money. This is what people were discussing years ago. I know it's not particularly relevant now, but again, Willy is talking about stuff that happened years ago. It is why that paragraph starts with, the legal position of platforms like YouTube and Twitch are balanced on a razor's edge. The razor's edge I was talking about are the safe harbor provisions that allow for YouTube and Twitch to exist at all. Again, that might not be clear now, but it was clearer back then, and it's important for the 90,000th time that this is a draft, not my actual work on reaction content. Either Willy is lying about this passage or he misunderstands it entirely. It has nothing to do with discussing the possibility of a legal challenge setting precedent for fair use.
The problem is Viper is a complete spurg. He gets caught up in emotion and semantics rather than the topic, so it leads to some of the most unproductive dialogue.
Being caught up in emotion, like my entirely emotionless, very bland videos explaining my views on reaction content that Willy has ignored entirely because it goes against this narrative that he's trying to push that is entirely false. Willy has lied to hundreds of thousands of people. This is something to get angry about. I'd like to further point out that Willy says here that I have unproductive dialogues. He is about to talk about exactly one conversation that I had with Charlie. It is important to remember that I don't have dialogues with many people at all. While I have collabed with many creators in my career, I am not principally a commentary or debate channel. And Willy certainly doesn't know enough about me or my life or my career to have pointed out multiple dialogues that didn't go very well. My very limited dialogue with Charlie was not something I wanted or sought in any capacity. Better phrasing would be, if DarkViperAU doesn't try to have a productive dialogue, he doesn't have a productive dialogue. Which, yeah, because I'm not trying to. My only interest with Charlie was to dismiss it as fast as possible so I could get back to my work that actually fucking mattered. I threw my draft script into the world specifically because I didn't want to discuss the issue further, but I wanted it off my mind. In such circumstances, why would the dialogue have been productive? One of the things I was accused of at the time was intentionally writing those things in my draft for attention, because I received so much of it. Usually when someone makes a video complaining about something on the internet, no one cares. But in my case, my draft essay led to dozens of videos being made discussing this topic. Do you know how difficult that is on any topic? Charlie himself at the time said it was an eye-opening experience and he was going to change his content, leading to later him saying that he no longer makes reaction content, and he credited my work as a significant part of that. The videos just on my dialogue with Charlie got tens of millions of views. These videos not only changed viewers' minds on the topic, but creators as well. What more could you ask for? Despite not even trying, I got huge attention on an issue and changed minds. There are so many negative words you can use to describe my interactions with Charlie all the way back then, but unproductive is probably the only one that doesn't apply. There are only really two caveats to this. One, the only reason it got a lot of attention is because of Charlie. Although to be fair, the only reason he paid attention to it at all was because he was a fan of my previous work, so I also get a little bit of credit for that. And two, this is not what I wanted. I was very busy working on something that I cared about far more. My goal was to not get attention, to not have a dialogue. It is insane that back then, because I drew so much attention to the issue, that people argued I was effectively baiting people, that I intentionally did things to get people to talk about this because, oh, look at how many views I'm generating.
Honestly, I think a lot of Dark Viper's goal, because he said in his response video that he doesn't gain from this, that he's making enemies. I don't think that's accurate. There are specifically 4 people who are named directly: Hasan, Pokey, Moist Critical, and XQC. And I don't think that was an accident. I don't think these 4 examples, the 4 largest Twitch streamers, or 4 of them, was only to drive a point home. I think it's to create a little controversy, get a little attention around the videos. And I'm pretty sure his video trending in being one of his most viewed videos in the first day in the past month is proof of that. But again, I don't care about that. That's not the point.
And now 3 years later, a guy who knows nothing about that situation, nothing about that, who didn't pay attention to it at all, he's like, yeah, guys, it wasn't very effective. Like, nothing came from that. Like, he's just so unbelievably ignorant, and he just does not care. If I could reliably get millions of eyeballs on particular social issues, I could sell that skill for millions of dollars. Unfortunately, it was a fluke.
If you ain't about money, then I don't mess with y'all.
And that's really the extent of the argument Matt has made on his dozen or so videos on the topic. And every video is the exact same thing. It's Matt responding to other people's opinion with his opinion, but he presents his opinion as a fact. It's literally just him making semantic arguments.
So this is him implying he's watched the videos, which he clearly hasn't, because they don't even all involve me responding to someone else. He seems blissfully unaware that I finished that draft and made it into a video. He has not seen all these videos. But even worse than that, I do not think Willy knows what semantics are. You couldn't speak about semantics for 7 hours if you tried. But Willy is doing it again. I spent months formulating my arguments, writing them out as clearly as possible, presenting them and data as convincingly as I could to convince people of my perspective, and it worked. But rather than trying to combat this, Willy's like, look, there's nothing important in here, guys. We don't need to look at any of these arguments. I don't need to present them. I don't have to present his perspective. It's just all semantics. Please trust me. Which has been the entire basis for everything he said up to this point.
It's literally just him making semantic arguments.
If you're still here and you actually believe the bullshit that Willy says, congratulations on getting this far. But do you really think for 7 fucking hours I talked about semantics? Again, I'm not sure Willy even knows what semantics are. Because semantics actually are important sometimes. It really seems though Willy just heard someone once upon a time dismiss something calling it semantics, and he's just repeating it now, without really understanding what the word fucking means. As you heard me talk about before, and you may have seen in my work, I'm not really interested in arguing about the meanings of words. Like, I don't think there are objective meanings to words at all. It's just a matter of utility. Arguing semantics can make sense sometimes. It is important to establish what people actually mean by the words that they say. In fact, many of the issues in Willy's video come from his lack of attention to semantics. Where I will use a word in a particular way, he'll be ignorant of that and reach entirely wrong conclusions.
It's literally just him making semantic arguments.
He makes a false claim, shows no evidence for it, and I'm sitting here going, well, that's not true. How do I show that something doesn't exist? You could go watch the videos in the same way that anyone who had seen those videos and saw Willy say this knew he was lying, but I can't make you do that. And I can't simply play the entirety of my video in here. But it should be clear up to this point that Willy did not watch these videos and had no idea what the fuck was in them.
It's literally just him making semantic arguments.
Like, I'm even trying to think, in regards to reaction content, how would you argue about semantics? Especially given my positions where I don't think there are objective meanings to words. Like, I'm not even sure what I would talk about. Like, I'm legitimately baffled.
For example, Charlie's original video argues that React content is good exposure for small channels.
So it's important to note that Willy both misrepresents Charlie's views back then and today. I have no reason why Willy decided not to mention that Charlie doesn't do reaction content anymore, and he credits my work as an inspiration for that. I do know why, because he's either ignorant or dishonest.
It took me a long time to get educated on exactly what kind of harm React content does to the entire creator ecosystem, and it's why I stopped doing it. It came at a cost to the creators, which I never wanted to do, and I never realized it did. So after watching plenty of videos from like Dark Viper as well as other content creators that have covered React content for a long time, I learned that it is not a good practice to engage in, so I stopped doing it entirely. Before anyone starts wagging their finger, there is still one piece of content that I do react to, I suppose, and that's news broadcasts. So like the occasional car chase, like police chase, or if there is a news story I'm covering that has an associated news broadcast, I will watch that. Occasionally a game trailer here and there, but that's it. I never watch other YouTubers' content or anything like that. I know there's plenty of fringe cases you can point to where someone whose content gets reacted to blows up, but that's still not the norm, and it's also still not really an acceptable fair transaction where you just kind of have to cross your fingers and pray that the person who reacts to your video somehow has an audience that will also translate to you. Like, that doesn't happen very often. It does happen from time to time, but it's still not exactly the most optimal of exchanges, I would say.
But even back then, Charlie explicitly said, I'm not saying that reaction content always helps more creators. In fact, it's pretty rare for it to.
For example, Charlie's original video argues that React content is good exposure for small channels.
These statements from Charlie being dismissive of the idea of reaction content being a huge boon for small creators everywhere is something he said 3 years ago as well.
So I just think this immediately runs against that, since the majority of content I watch and react to is small content, like Ordinary Sausage, like Slap Fight Championship. Of course, sprinkled throughout there are some bigger content creators as well as organizations that I just appreciate the work of and think that they're fun. But the majority of it has always been the smaller creators. And of course, not always is that like reacting going to help them. In fact, I would argue that it's pretty rare for it too.
But wouldn't you know it, right out of the gate, Willy can't help but lie about this.
For example, Charlie's original video argues that React content is good exposure for small channels.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get any of this.
And that Viper solution of getting rid of React content won't help small channels.
So even right away, his initial tweet going for the most extreme approach possible, all reactors are bad people, exploit others to benefit no one but themselves, collectively stolen millions of dollars from actual creators and have stopped countless thousands from having a career. I wonder how many small channels are out there shaking their fist right now like, damn you, Pokimane, my channel died because you watched my video on your stream and said nice things about me. But I would like to give you a couple of examples of times where channels we've reacted to, very small channels, have been able to turn it into a full-time career, and it has really helped them grow.
Charlie today doesn't do reaction content, meaning he doesn't believe this now, and he credits my work as being good, so why are we talking about this? Remember that playlist that he put on screen where he says, oh, it's just him talking to a bunch of people and arguing semantics? My conversation with Charlie isn't even in the playlist about my views of reaction content. He's like, guys, it's 7 hours of semantic arguments. Oh shit, I apologize to give an example. Oh, that would require me to watch these videos. Let's go 3 years ago to his conversation with Charlie, where both he and Charlie agree that Charlie got something wrong, and I'll just say, Charlie was actually right. He's like on multiple levels of lies. He's just that far removed from reality.
Viper then responds saying he never argued on behalf of small creators.
And there's no guarantee that now that the React content's gone, those eyeballs turn towards the small YouTubers. You can't prove that.
Nowhere in this document do I use small creators anywhere. Anywhere!
There's no way for you to prove that if the React content wasn't there, all of those eyeballs that they are occupying of that finite pool of impressions would be redistributed to the smaller creators. You have no way of proving it. Nobody really does.
Then it is fantastic that not even for a single moment did I come anywhere close to arguing that point in all 14 pages that I wrote. Which is true. I never made that argument. It's not only that I didn't make that argument, but the claim doesn't even make sense. While I have talked about this a few times, I best dissected it in a video that I did towards Gabby Bell. This video was in the playlist that Willy lied about watching.
DarkViperAU posted his unfinished video script in a tweet with the caption, "All reactors are bad people. They exploit others to benefit no one but themselves. Collectively, they have stolen millions of dollars from actual creators and have stopped countless thousands from having a career," which is implying not only that they are small creators, that they are stopping from having a career, but they are actively stealing views, impressions, and etc. from them.
So my essay is about content creators in general, and very rarely speaks of the size of particular creators. Gabby, for whatever reason, does not want this to be true, so therefore has to apply certain tricks to make it seem otherwise. So for example, this sentence refers to actual content creators, so all creators regardless of size. It then refers to a second group that was unable to become content creators. In order to clarify the meaning of the sentence, Gabby just changes some words in it.
Which is implying not only that they are small creators, that they are stopping from having a career.
She claims throughout her video that I'm focused specifically on small creators.
Dark Viper argues in his essay that those views and impressions would have gone to people who would be able to start a career from those impressions. It's not just, oh, these creators are gone, all those impressions are going to smaller creators.
If my essay was about small creators, I probably would have used that phrase even once. In fact, in the 47 times that I speak about content creators in that essay, I only distinguish between them 6 times. And 3 of those references aren't to content creators currently, but those who are becoming content creators in the future. But of course, as you just saw, Gabby did show some text from my essay on the screen. As is always the case whenever she does this, if you read it, you will find out it either directly argues against what she's saying or has nothing to do with it. Absent the existence of React content, more exposure would be going to original content, big and small. So this directly shows that I'm not claiming that reactors only impact small content creators, nor is that my major concern. The first non-highlighted sentence tells you the purpose of this paragraph. The idea of reactors being benevolent overlords seeking out poor downtrodden content creators to give exposure to is of course a convenient lie. It sets up that the purpose of this paragraph is to debunk a particular idea about the motivations of reactors. That claim being that they seek out small content creators to shed a light on. And before going into this, the next sentence is to emphasize that regardless of their motivations, they still have a negative effect on everyone, big and small. This is the only section in the entire essay that focuses specifically on a particular size of content creator, and it only does so because that is the focus of the original claim. So somewhere in the process of editing, Gabby realized that I wasn't just speaking about small content creators, and was speaking about content creators in general. She then eventually realized that the only explicit reference to small content creators that she was putting on the screen constantly, that being these words tiny content creators, also contained a sentence that was directly referencing big and small content creators. But rather than fixing all the misinformation she puts forth in this video, she just puts some text on screen. He does specify small and big content creators eventually, but it does not help his argument. By eventually here, she means page 3. I have no idea how Gabby was okay releasing a video where she said something incorrect like 12 times, but even this attempt at a somewhat correction is still technically wrong. Or at the very least, it'd be more correct to say that the essay does not traditionally distinguish between the effects on large and small creators. You might be surprised at how few explicit references to size there were, but you wouldn't be if you read the essay. The essay is largely interested in the effect of reactors on the market as a whole, or in other words, reactors versus content creators in general.
There's no way for you to prove that if the React content wasn't there, all of those eyeballs that they are occupying of that finite pool of impressions would be redistributed to the smaller creators. You have no way of proving it. Nobody really does.
Then it is fantastic that not even for a single moment did I come anywhere close to arguing that point in all 14 pages that I wrote.
But he did. He says creators who are reacted to should strike down the reactors' channels, and they should do it for all those people who have had to quit the career they love due to a reactor's greed. In the same video where he says he didn't make the small channels argument, he makes the same argument.
What the fuck does that have to do with small creators? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Charlie's claim is that I said that if the reactors were gone, all the impressions would go to small creators. Willy just played him saying that multiple times. But I didn't claim this. This was false, which Charlie realized and apologized for.
I guess subconsciously the way I kept putting it back was that the point he is making ultimately isn't the fact that obviously without this content more views are going elsewhere. It's without this content these views are going to small creators, like specifically to them. Because I went in here under the impression that this was about the small creators getting fucked by reactors, but I now understand thanks to this video that is not the overall point that he's making. He even says in this video that if every creator, not just React creator, but like if every big YouTuber was gone, all of the other creators would be doing better, like the smaller channels. And he's right, because they occupy a lot of the market. You know, creators occupy big chunks of the market. So if those chunks are gone, those impressions could find their way to the smaller creators or just other places in general, which is true.
Obviously, even in my videos to Charlie, we don't just discuss semantics, because there's no reason to. I wrote it. I am the god and creator of the draft essay from 3 years ago. I am telling you what those words mean. There is no debate at this point. I say, this is what those words meant, and you can see this because X, Y, and Z, and Charlie went, oh, I didn't understand. Like, Willy is right now saying, hey, DarkViperAU only makes semantic arguments, while he himself is digging up drama from 3 years ago, ignoring all of my work just specifically to argue semantics with the dude who wrote the essay, and therefore objectively knows what it means. You cannot make this up. It is stupid beyond reason. Oh, he's even doing this while a part of my work specifically exists to answer this very question. Like, it's really funny, but really sad. You have collectively denied thousands of people careers. Careers, because they haven't been able to enter the market. They haven't joined the market, and thus don't have careers. Because an algorithm has a better chance of serving people content that they want to watch long term than you do watching videos at random.
Whose careers are they denying if not small creators?
Small creators have careers. They're small creators. Willy is a small creator compared to me, but he has a career lying on the internet. The whole essay is about how reaction content makes the market more oppressive to creators. So it negatively impacts the creators in the market, forcing them out or preventing people from coming in. I kid you not, in the completed version of my main essay, none of this stuff about careers gets discussed at all. I had all the time in the world to say whatever the fuck I wanted in that video. This point was so fucking irrelevant to me that it didn't even make it in. And this is what Willy is talking about. This guy, in effect, a few weeks before he made this video, tried to learn about all the drama that happened 3 years ago, and he's like, no one back then knew what the fuck they were talking about. Me, a guy 3 years later who just learned about this now, actually knows what's going on. What a fucking tool.
This is semantics to frame Charlie as being dishonest when he's not.
Which even at the time, I fully conceded. Charlie was just wrong, which he admitted to. He was just angry and likely didn't think about it too much, and he felt I was insulting him in some disgusting way, so he wasn't exactly in an essay reading mood. But Charlie was a big enough man back then to admit that he was wrong and change his ways. Further entirely abandoning reaction content, at least the type that I have a problem with, and crediting my work for that.
So after watching plenty of videos from like Dark Viper as well as other content creators that have covered React content for a long time, I learned that it is not a good practice to engage in, so I stopped doing it entirely.
Charlie does not need Willy to lie in his defense 3 fucking years later.
If Matt could name one big creator who's lost their career due to React content, that would give his argument a lot of backing, but he doesn't name them because that person doesn't exist.
Holy shit, previously, he just tried to make the case that I'm talking about small creators, and now he's saying I have to show him a big creator. I don't understand how a person can be this dumb. He can't even keep track of the dishonest things he's saying. The claim is simply that if you change the conditions of a market, then those who can survive in the market necessarily changes as well, because different people have an easier or harder time surviving in that market. This isn't true just about social media and reaction content, but all markets that have ever existed. Like, even in the most disingenuous interpretation of my words 3 years ago, again ignoring literally everything I wrote in clarification of my words in the last 3 years, no way do I claim that reaction content is like a brick to the head that just knocks you out. But even odder, Willy calls this an argument. It's not even an argument. It's a necessary conclusion of my arguments. We're no longer ignoring my essay. We're no longer ignoring the videos about my positions on reaction content. We're no longer going just 3 years back to talk about drama with Charlie. We're no longer just going even further back than that to talk about my draft to an essay that was eventually finished. We're going even further back from that to a tweet about the draft. The extent that this man has gone to not talk about anything relevant is actually insane.
It's a made-up scenario. Hell of an argument you got there, Matt.
Like, I sincerely don't understand. He just got done saying that I made no arguments. It's just all semantics. But now he's saying I didn't well enough substantiate this argument. Can he just pick a lie, please?
Another YouTuber tries his best to cite some sources on why React content hasn't hurt his channel. Viper says his sources aren't good enough to draw those conclusions, and then he recites his own argument, which has 0 sources.
What's my argument? What was the crit's argument? What was the crit sources? You don't know, because this is what Willy has done the entire time. Just lie. Say, trust me, bro, this is how things went down. I'm not going to show you or provide any details, but trust me, this is how it went down. So my response video to Nacrit was the most recent video in that playlist, which is why it's the only one that Willy has seen. He watched that and assumed every video after it was exactly the same, which was obviously quite stupid. But in that 50-minute video, I argue for a lot of things, and I show many different ways where Nacrit's analysis was flawed. But the main thrust of what Nacrit argued for is that original videos and the reactions have a consistent view ratio. So Nacrit will get 50k, the reactor 100k. Nacrit will get 100k, and the reactor will get 200k. Nacrit will get 75k and the reactor will get 150k. So the reactor will always get 2 times the views. He used a very limited data set to try to argue for this. And so what I did was just do that analysis with more data. I did it for his channel and JoshStrifeHayes' channel to confirm that it does not happen. That is untrue. Mathematically false. It's not some semantic argument, it's just fucking math. Self-evident in the data that is linked under my channel. He doesn't address the arguments or what the video was about or whether I was wrong or whether Nacrit was right. It's just, hey, there's not enough sources. 1, the validity of your arguments is not dependent upon the amount of citations you have under your video. That is just stupid and another way to avoid addressing the actual contents of a video. The second, Nacrit has no sources linked under his video, but I do. Not only showcasing all the sources I used for all my essays, but also all the data that I had tabulated over many months proving my claims, including the data I used for Nacrit. So while I can't force you to watch my video response to Nacrit, I can do the next best thing. We can read this comment from an unbiased source, Nacrit himself, the person I was responding to. Went a bit nervous into this, but got surprised by a cool breakdown. I can't really disagree with a lot of your points. In fact, if you want to watch Nacrit's original video, you'll have a hard time finding it, because it's now unlisted. The claims he made in his video were false also for dozens of reasons, but mathematically just untrue. And without any obvious sign of benefit, Nacrit decides that he just needs to invent benefits that while he can't show them to you, you should nevertheless just trust they exist.
That's the same with you. He's so unself-aware, he just screams 14 pages over and over again as if that proves his point.
It's 14 pages! 14 pages, 14 pages, painstaking detail. Do you want to know why I said 14 pages so many times? Because not only is a 14-page essay something pretty impressive to write in a couple of hours in one day, but it was also an argument that I was presenting at the time to highlight how impossible it was that Charlie was covering my entire essay given how little of it he was showing or talking about. Charlie at least was just angry and apologized. I don't expect a similar apology from someone as dishonest as Willy.
Viper said Ethan memeing him saying 14 pages has traumatized him.
It's 14 pages!
Because one of my favorite people on the internet, Dark Viper, 14 pages!
I don't think Ethan is a very good person, and his using a soundbite of one of the most traumatic, angry moments of my entire life for many, many years on his stream, perhaps 100 times, is a bit more than excessive and very sick.
Why was this traumatic for you? You're angry over nothing.
That is not at all what I said. You can note here that Willy's claim is that H3H3 spamming this clip for years was traumatic for me. But then he showed a clip where I specifically didn't say that. I called my interactions with Charlie years ago traumatic, and they were. I even pointed out how fast I made this response video to Charlie in the pinned comment. I think a 5-hour turnaround time for a video is pretty good. Forgive its roughness. I've been making videos for 10 years. I have never seen a person misunderstand my writing so badly. I had heaps of people read this script and none came away with the understanding Charlie did. I can't explain that. I also can't explain his amazingly misrepresentative choice of words or his extremely selective cropping of my actual words. My unfinished script for my video is located in the following link. I put a lot of time into it. It's a shame Charlie felt compelled to hide it from you. You have never experienced it, and you never will, but it is quite the experience waking up one morning and go, oh, there are now hundreds of thousands of people completely mad at me and spamming all my social media about things that are entirely untrue. The one thing I didn't want at the time, more attention, to be distracted from my work, is what ended up happening. And it happened in the worst way possible, that my perspective wasn't presented by me, but presented by someone else who didn't understand it at all. There were only 2 reasons why I eventually came to forgive him. The first, I felt like Charlie had done everything he possibly could to have righted that wrong. Everyone is going to fuck up sometimes, and we shouldn't judge people just by their fuck ups, but what they do after those fuck ups. Do they admit to it? Do they try to make things right? And Charlie did do that. In fact, initially I was dismissive of the idea of playing GTA Guesser with him, even though that is usually the thing I collaborate with people on. I can't remember my exact wording in the call, but I basically said it wouldn't be much of a fair competition because GTA is like my thing. But he was like, nah, maybe it could be fun, and you know, I might do better than you think. Hello and welcome to another episode of GTA Guesser Versus with my special guest, Moist Critical.
Hey, I'm hoping I don't embarrass myself too badly. I was practicing for the last hour and a half, so I'm at least feeling kind of confident.
I'm gonna get stomped immediately.
You know, I'm going for it. I'm letting it rip. I actually think I'm kind of close. I'm going for it. Come on, baby.
But even after that, after we publicly squashed this beef, I was still very angry on the inside. And then when Charlie said in his video that he's actually changed, he won't do reaction content anymore, and he credited my work as a significant part of that, well, not only has he done everything he could to right that wrong, but he's also actually changed. He was just angry at the time and got some stuff wrong, in the same way I was angry when I was writing my draft, and so I didn't communicate as readily as I should.
Viper writes an essay where he name drops Charlie, argues that he's a harm to the entire creator space, and draws comparisons to Grape, so Charlie responds. You see, Charlie responding to this viral public document about him actually makes Matt the victim because Matt didn't make the video yet.
Again, in the video to Gabby Bell, I specifically outlined that the essay was not at all viral prior to Charlie picking it up. Charlie made it viral. This timeline implies that when I released my document, there was just waves of condemnation. Everyone from every corner of the internet was like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. And for that reason, Charlie then spoke on the topic. In reality, I wasn't some big player on Twitter, so when I released my essay, no one really cared. Like, you guys have been on the internet before. How many people do you think will go, hey look, a stranger has written a very, very long essay about an esoteric topic. I'm gonna read that one. The answer was obviously very few people. Gabby seems unaware that I actually put this essay on my Patreon, my Discord, my YouTube community posts, and Twitter received the least response. Providing this explanation, I found that it would take longer than a week to complete Pacifist %, but this video script is annoying me by not being out in the wild. While it will be read by few, that will have to suffice until I have time to make it into a video. What feedback I did get largely came from my other social medias and therefore my community, so it was largely positive. And what criticism I did receive, I used to change the essay before it ever reached mainstream attention. It was after I made these changes to my essay that Charlie made his video where he misrepresented it to millions of people. This obviously caused a very hostile, misinformed audience to go to that tweet. Prior to that point, it had like 20 comments. And so what criticism I did receive was from those criticized by the work or those who watched them, which is obviously gonna happen, and that's not interesting. Like, it doesn't matter the opinion you express or how innocuous it is. If someone makes a video about it, directing it towards an audience that passionately disagrees, obviously it's gonna receive some criticism. Gabby's dishonesty here is presenting that form of criticism as if it were merely coming from a general impartial audience. Absent Charlie's need to constantly make drama videos about stuff he sees on Twitter, no one would have seen or cared about my words. I can say this with confidence because everything in that document I've said many times before that, and no one cared.
You're acting like nobody read your document and you're just getting this criticism out of nowhere because some people took things out of context. They didn't. Many people read your document, actually. In the document right now, there's over 30 people in here reading it.
Holy shit! 30 people! Did you hear that, guys? 30 people! So it would take about half an hour for the average person to read an essay of that length. So Charlie's original video was seen by about 2 million people. Maintaining a constant rate of 30 people reading that essay, it would take about 4 years for everyone who watched that video to read it. So you know, any fucking day now, I do not understand why it is so important to Gabby for her to believe that the entire internet is just like an essay-loving group. They've all putting on their reading glasses, sitting before the fire, and reading random essays written by strangers on the internet. What an insane world Gabby must live in. You remember when Twitter used to ask people, hey, are you sure you've read this article? You should probably read it before you post it. Gabby must have thought that fucking insane, like, but everyone always reads everything in which they comment on the internet. No one in history has ever shared an article based merely on the headline, or judged the contents of an article on the headline. That's absurd. People on the internet love reading essays. This fantasy world Gabby lives in is insane. The criticism was in how much he misrepresented the work. That if he was going to take a draft script for a YouTube video, he had to be damn sure that he knew what the fuck he was talking about, and he didn't. The man had all the power in the world to tweet at me or DM me for clarification or something along those lines, but he fucking didn't. And even after all this time, there is no excuse for that. I was very accessible as a person, and he apparently watched and liked my content. There was no reason he couldn't have reached out. If someone is shit talking on Twitter, the best place to respond to that is fucking Twitter. Of course, I will applaud Charlie. By coming out ahead of my video, he can undercut it so heavily that it will no longer be taken seriously. The ideas within it will not be looked at with an open mind. Good job using your platform to crush down dissent against your empire of unpaid labor.
If you didn't want him to respond, you shouldn't have tweeted the essay.
Hey man, if you didn't want to be hit by that drunk driver, you shouldn't have been walking on the sidewalk. Hey man, if you didn't want to be hit by lightning, then you shouldn't have gone to the shops that day. There were many creators referenced in bulk in that one section because I didn't want to single out one particular person, and none of those people responded. The only reason why Charlie responded or cared at all is because he liked me and my work, which I did not know about. In fact, it was mere happenstance that his name was included at all. As I've explained before, like the day before I wrote that essay, I was in a speedrun creator Discord. You know, YouTubers who make videos specifically about speedrun related stuff. And in that Discord, we were discussing Charlie watching in full on his live stream a speedrun related documentary. So many things just coincidentally aligned for him to be referenced there. And as I said, even at the time, he was not the best example.
He frames all these people as corrupt, but maybe they just disagree, man. That's why Eggman's not responding to your long-ass essay.
I am both a pompous windbag writing people endless essays, but at the same time, I am an idiot who can't argue for anything. What the hell do you think I'm filling my essays with? Remember, Willy's main arguments are, I don't care about some things.
When it comes to React content being the worst because it's stealing impressions from completely unrelated creators, I don't care.
And I think people agree with me, so I am right.
Now, the online community has largely already come to an agreement on what they think is and isn't acceptable when it comes to React content.
He quite literally is stating his opinions are correct just because he has them. To reiterate what I said before, Willy specifically cropped my video to take out the part where I talked about how me and the Actman were communicating, that he was the one who reached out to me. And obviously he did end up responding. He cropped out that material so he could lie now in order to imply that I'm throwing essays at creators that I don't know. And none of these people care enough at all. They just want some views. This isn't some grand conspiracy. Commentary channels make videos about trendy topics. I wasn't arguing they were corrupt in some way. I was arguing that they were functioning exactly like all commentary channels do. Calling this corruption is a fabrication from Willy. I did not say that. Now the next part of Willy's video is truly special. In about 30 seconds, Willy lies about 6 different events using 6 different out-of-context clips that span 7 years. If that isn't bad enough, none of these events have anything to do with any topic discussed in his video. If there was an Olympics for dishonesty, Willy would take home the gold every time. Whenever I came across one of these random pointless additions to Willy's video, it made me wonder if during the process of making it, he realized that defending ChudLogic was impossible and that Willy's own views have no basis. And so he just went, oh shit, I better just throw in whatever I can and hope for the best. It's honestly hard for me to conceive of what else could have led him to be so desperate that he felt it necessary to pivot to unrelated random bullshit like a dozen times during this video. A man who can't stay on topic is afraid to touch that topic.
He ended relationships with friends over this.
It is a skill that Willy can say so few words but say so many false things at the same time. For a start, I don't know if Willy thinks Karl is multiple people, but what do you mean by friends? Like, even when he wants to slam dunk own me, he can't help but lie. More importantly, I didn't end my friendship with Karl over reaction content. To state the obvious, when Willy made this video, he had no idea about Karl or his and my history or anything going on with this. Karl coming forward and publicly saying that he and I weren't speaking just so happened to occur when Willy was making his video. He even tweeted out at the time something like, whoa, all this stuff keeps happening. Willy, of course, being dishonest, doesn't say that what he's showing on screen is a deleted tweet that Karl deleted for publicly apologizing for bringing our disagreement public. Karl and I, both being Australian creators who started in speedrunning, although speedrunning different games, we obviously knew each other to some degree and spoke many times over the years. While it's not like he lived down the street or something and we were hanging out all the time, we were close. Whether or not you would consider him my friend is a matter of semantics, which we will discuss in the later section where Willy goes on about how many friends I have. Yes, there's actually a section of this fucking video. I'm not sure how much time I want to spend on each individual topic that Willy rapid fire lies about in this next section, spending like 5 seconds to say some lies and move on. But I think while I'm being thorough, I will explain a bit more of the stories that he lies about. So to start on the most simple point, Karl and I don't disagree in regards to reaction content. For the sake of simplicity, rather than going back to that conversation we had many years ago when this drama was actually relevant and occurring, I just DM'd him on Discord and asked him for his perspective. I agree with you on React content basically, except I think we differ on the severity of how morally wrong it is. Speaking about this story is somewhat hard because I like Karl and this was obviously meant to be a private matter. But long story short, Karl did a couple of things that I morally disagree with. And while normally this would have just been a conversation in DMs that would have been wrapped up in a day, I was in a bad state of affairs. This was at the maximum height of Chud and Willy lying about me to anyone who would listen. Where a thread had been made on a website where I was doxxed and people were lying about me constantly, just making up shit that people were believing, and it was all emotionally overwhelming. But I've heard so many bad things about this website over the years, and I'm like, oh, am I in danger? Are people I know in danger? What's gonna happen? These people now know where I live, and are they gonna come to my house or something? And I had heard so many horror stories and people were speaking about this place in the worst terms. And so I was just emotionally overwhelmed. A long time later, I happened to find a link to the thread and I clicked into it. As it turns out, all completely unnecessary. Willy, Nicholas, Chud are complete clowns. And it was just pages of these basement-dwelling morons discussing whether my girlfriend was fat. I am not kidding, pages of it. It was insane. These are the weirdos that I was worried about? But of course, I didn't know that I had nothing to worry about at the time. I was being lied about left, right, and center, unsure if I was even safe in my own home at this stage. And I'm looking at the DM window for Karl, and I'm like, I don't want to argue with anyone right now. It's just not something that I can emotionally deal with. Was this the right move? Obviously not, but don't judge me too harshly until you've been in my shoes. I didn't spam rage at him or something or get into a heated argument or whatever. I just didn't talk to him. And right then and there, I didn't want to talk to him, so I blocked him. Obviously, this was never going to be a permanent thing. I had known Karl for almost a decade. But just in that moment, I just didn't want to start another argument with another person about something. But I was unaware that Karl was going through some stuff. I was too focused on my own shit, my own emotional well-being, to the degree that I didn't think about how my actions might hurt Karl. So he lashed out publicly, which was clearly the wrong thing to do, and he was right to apologize, but I am not blameless in this. I certainly could have addressed our disagreement earlier, but I had a lot of stuff going on. I was very busy with my business and my changes to my personal life with Aitana, and I was having a hard time adjusting to this new norm that a bunch of weirdos were going to follow me wherever I go for the rest of time, taking anything I say out of context and lying about it for money and clout. I've had disagreements, big and small, public and private spats, videos backwards and forwards, insults thrown everywhere. I have never seen dishonesty and degeneracy like I've seen from ChudLogic, WillyMacShow, and Nicholas DeDrio. Any other person I've engaged with in any capacity, regardless of how much I disagree with them, I never thought they were actually insane. I don't follow them on social media. I do not care what they do. Wherever I go, they will pop up and follow me. As you have seen throughout this entire video, it doesn't matter what I actually do or what I actually say. They will just twist my words. When I was a smaller creator, I was perfectly free to go, "Ha, you're a fucking liar. Here's the receipts." I talk to creators all the time, and this is the universal consensus. You are meant to ignore people like WillyMacShow, like ChudLogic, like Nicholas DeDrio. They know they're lying grifters. Hell, people who watch them probably know that as well. I've kind of gone off on a tangent here, but this is all that was going on when I was like, you know what? Maybe I don't want to have an argument with Karl right now. The predictable ended up happening. We went to PAX, and we're like, hey, sorry about all that. We're good, right? And it's like, yeah, that's cool.
Hello, you absolute legends. Today, I've brought together 5 of the most well-known speedrunners in the entire world.
Nope, I got no idea. I got no idea. It was never a big thing. Sometimes friends have arguments. Sometimes they don't talk to each other. This is something that you've all likely experienced at some point in your lives. It was only external variables that made this more serious than it actually was. I certainly wasn't never going to talk to Karl again because of X, Y, and Z. That's just silly. Willy knew nothing about our association. He just saw stuff on Twitter and said, hey, I could throw this in my video. I'm ignorant entirely of every detail, but who cares? Content. And that should be really obvious by now.
He ended relationships with friends over this, struck critical reactions of him.
He struck critical reactions of him. You might notice that all over YouTube, there are tons of videos that are critical of me that I have not struck. Nor do I have any intention of striking them. I strike reaction videos, irrespective of their tone. And Willy knows this. You've seen him say it early in the video, but in this case, he needs this dishonest framing. Because Chud was clearly in the wrong. He knew what he was doing wrong. He still did it anyway. Despite that, if he wanted to be critical of me, he could have just made a response video. Hell, even after his video was struck, he could have re-uploaded the entire thing and not included my video if he really thinks that his criticism was actually weighty and actually stood on its own merits. He could have done that and I wouldn't have struck his video. Hell, I probably wouldn't even have noticed. Chud's video at the time when I struck it only had like 1,000 views. The only reason I was aware of it is because it was put in my Discord. I looked at the video, skimmed through it to make sure there was no editing and it was just a re-upload of my video, and I struck it as I have struck countless reaction videos before. Chud wants to frame this like I was trying to take him down. I had no idea who the fuck he was. The only reason I remembered the conversation that Chud and me had is because he mentioned it in the video that I struck down.
I've spoken to him in DMs before, and basically a mutual viewer of ours back a little while ago in some previous React drama mentioned me as someone who had some disagreements, and he kind of looked at my channel and turned his nose up. And I think he said something about like, well, I wouldn't want to talk to this guy because it would benefit him, but it wouldn't benefit me. Okay, good luck to you. He ended up DMing me and we had a brief backwards and forwards. And he kind of like elaborated on why he thinks React content in its totality is bad. But his position on it is like quite extreme. He thinks that, based on what he said to me at least, it seems like the only kind of content he thinks is applicable is like edited content. Any React content is not permissible, because I asked about like, what if someone's covering like breaking news and stuff like that? And he was like, oh, well, if you're covering breaking news, that's the last thing you want to do. And I'm like, okay, sure, I understand where he's coming from. But like, you're making it so that basically streamers can't do anything. Like, they can't do any sort of coverage of anything because they're inherently going to be reacting to a piece of content. And I just think that's like a totally insane position.
In my entire 12-year career, every time I've struck a reaction video, I've received no response. I suspect the reactor would be like, well, I didn't ask for permission, and I did re-upload that guy's video. Shit. It's only like 3 months before the strike goes away. Why worry about it?
And openly abuse the DMCA system.
I use the DMCA system in the way that it's intended to be used, in a way that I think is morally and legally appropriate. If you disagree or would not act the same way, that doesn't make it abuse.
And he's always been this way, spazzing out and banning supporters for not being good at Among Us.
I apologize, I'm still a little new at the game.
If you don't even know how to win the game, why are you playing?
I do, I'm just sorry.
But again, to pick the low-hanging fruit, Willy just can't describe what's in the clip. I'm banning one person in this clip, not supporters. This clip is 4 years old. I haven't even played Among Us since 2020. Willy, of course, as with all the out-of-context clips that he lies about, just leaves off that detail. It's why all his followers were spamming at me as if this happened yesterday. People were saying, haha, why don't you go play Among Us with Scott? And the joke there is, I did. This controversy 4 years ago got resolved very quickly. It is only being brought up again by people like Willy because they have nothing else. And even what little they do have, they have to lie about because it's not particularly significant what happened 4 years ago in one random stream of Among Us. But I'll tell you the story now, as I've told it many times before, which Willy is well aware of. So something like a month prior, I had been diagnosed with Hashimoto's disease. My particular condition is called hypothyroidism. Tiredness, puffy face, hoarse voice, muscle aches, tenderness and stiffness, depression. But of course, I was being treated at the time. I had been given a new medication, but it takes time for your body to adjust to it. And you can also overdo it and give the symptoms of hyperthyroidism. These being not being able to handle heat, fast heart rate, sweating, weight loss, tremors, anxiety. Basically, around this small period in 2020, I was not doing well health-wise. So understandably, that day, I was very open about how shitty I felt. I started the stream and said, hey, this is like the worst I've ever felt ever, but I want to play this fairly new game Among Us. So like, can we just like chill and like people who know how to play the game can play with me? And so I can just vent my frustrations a bit and play a game of Among Us. I can tell you for certain, outside of this clip, I was a whiny bitch the entire time. I was also having persistent sleep issues. It was really, really obvious to everyone on the planet that I was not doing well medically. It's why Scott in the clip was not particularly shocked about what was happening. It's why afterwards he tried to apologize to me, even though I was the one who was clearly being a jerk. Even if the reason for that was because of the issues I was dealing with. So the clip you see is me lashing out at Scott because of a misplay that he did. My banning him was because he admitted he was not skilled enough to play. After the game was over, I made a video where I was like, hey yo, I'm not doing well, but like, this is bullshit. I tried to justify my actions. And so the game plays out for another 10 minutes and me sitting there just going, I can't believe we're still in this game. And we end up losing. And I go off at this guy. I was just so fucking pissed that my one chance to save my day, to make myself feel good, is ruined by this guy who joined a game that he clearly should not have been in because he mustn't be experienced at the game, which was the very thing that I requested. And so I timed him out. And then I realized, like, I don't want to see this person ever again. I don't want to remember this bad day. I want to move on with my life, smooth fucking sailing, so I banned this person. They were in a lobby they should not have been in, explicitly, and made no mention of their inexperience of the game, clearly deserving of a ban. But of course, the next day, after I slept, I felt a lot better, and I was like, well, that was really dumb. Even while it's undeniable that Scott shouldn't have been there, like, punishment fit the crime? It's a fucking game of Among Us? It's not serious? Like any other day, it would have been laughed off and he might have been removed from the lobby, sure, but we would have just kept playing. It wouldn't have mattered. The mistake he made in the game wasn't even particularly serious. I then made another video simply called Sorry Scott, where I apologized and said, yo, my bad, I wasn't doing well, and you all knew that at the time. I'm going to unban Scott, and I apologize, Scott, for banning you. The biggest reason perhaps is because whatever you did that annoyed me, let's face facts, on a completely different day, if there was a punishment, it would have been effectively nothing. You probably just would have been removed from the game, and that's about it. It's wrong for a person to receive a greater punishment for factors entirely outside of their control that they had no ability to influence. Even my expectation that you heard that I wanted experienced people was perhaps unjustified, because people join the stream any given time. I attribute more malice to your actions than is warranted. It's not like I spent a lot of time making sure everyone in that room was experienced as I desired. You know, that's on me, I suppose. While I still think some response was warranted, the response I gave was clearly unwarranted. So again, I apologize, Scott. While I plan to apologize already, I did receive someone put your comment on Twitter. And it seems we do have a lot in common in terms of anxiety and worrying about whether people hate us and whatnot. I'm sorry I've let you down, you know. I gave him VIP, a bunch of subs, and we played more games of Among Us that you can still see on my VOD channel today. Scott, of course, forgave me immediately because it was really obvious that I wasn't doing well, and so he didn't take it personally. Even now, 4 years later, Scott still comes round to the stream. All this information is really easily accessible because this clip and these explanations exist in like 3 different places on my other channel. It's not like Willy is coming in to save the day. Scott's just been banned and we need to get him back in the game. This is 4 years ago. He was banned for like less than a day. No wrong exists that wasn't righted. No one's holding grudges. There's no beef. And again, not to beat a dead horse, while making this video, Willy self-admittedly knew nothing about me or my fucking content.
Like Let's Play stuff?
How the fuck would he know how I've been acting for my entire goddamn career? And certainly if this happened all the time, rather than being particular to these individual circumstances in my medical history, then he'd certainly have better clips of it and he wouldn't need to go back 4 fucking years. Yes, I should not have been streaming when I was ill. After this, I was more willing to take days off stream when I was not physically doing well. There are many clips in existence of me saying stupid things or acting crazy or yelling stupid things or whatever, because this is a natural part of my job. The reason why these guys like this clip is because it shows me being cruel, and they want to argue I am this way, but that is clearly not the case. I usually go to extraordinary lengths to make sure I am not negatively impacting other people. And if I do so for some reason, I do my best to make amends, because this is the person who I am. And any context given to this clip showcases that, so Willy cannot show it. But you know what the most dumb thing about this clip is? It's Among Us. Among Us. People yelling and getting overly worked up and arguing about stuff and getting angry, that's kind of what these games are meant to do. Half the good clips from around this time of Among Us just coming out were people doing that.
Claiming other speedrunners have made his life worse simply because they were better than him.
He has made my life worse. Measurably so. Again, it's amazing. He said so few words, but every single word is wrong. He knows nothing about me, or my career, or the people involved. The single most crucial detail of that drama from 4 years ago, yes, this is again another 4-year-old drama, is that Unnamed wasn't a speedrunner, and it certainly had nothing to do with him or anyone else being better than me at speedrunning. I had not been competitive in speedrunning 4 years. By May 2021, when Unnamed beat No Damage in GTA 5 before me, I shit you not, I was not even in the top 10 for any main speedrunning category of GTA 5. I was more of a content creator by that point, focusing far more on making YouTube videos than getting top times in speedrunning. But again, even in this group of speedrunners that was better than me, Unnamed wasn't in that group because he wasn't a speedrunner. Like, when literally every detail given by Willy about a drama is incorrect, do I really need to spend the time to explain what that drama was about? For fuck's sakes, I respect Unnamed greatly, and I'm happy he became a speedrunner. He's obviously way better at speedrunning than me, and I think that's fucking awesome. He and I have been cool for years, and he helps me out constantly. For fuck's sakes, I made him a moderator of the Discord and speedrun.com. We even recently played GTA Guesses together and had a conversation about the old time. Even, of course, we've talked many times over text over the years. So what I'm trying to say is, am I saying anything wrong in that clip, Willy? It should be obvious that Willy has no way of knowing, because he doesn't care. He doesn't care if I did something wrong. He doesn't care if I'm saying false things. He says, hey, if I say this lie and then play this clip, it'll give a false impression that makes DarkViperAU look bad, and that's all he cares about. Unnamed and I certainly do not have any beef. We've been cool 4 years. Friends, 4 years. So what's his point? The point is, he has none. He knows nothing, and he's just presenting lies and out-of-context clips to defame me, because he knows Chud was in the wrong, and this is all he has. With that all now being said, should I give a brief history of that drama? Like, Willy clearly doesn't care, his viewers clearly don't care. So early 2020, I started trying to complete GTA 5 without taking any damage. Initially, I didn't think it was possible, so I was like, screw it, let's just see how well I do. But as I did more runs, I started to think maybe this would actually be possible. By run 18, I got it all the way down to 1 bit of damage. Oh. No! I got unlucky that a guy in a helicopter happened to hit me just as his helicopter exploded. But I was like, okay, I've shown it can be done. Every single mission I have already done without taking any damage. I've done it many times now. I've done it in practice. We just gotta get that one good run. But it never came. Do you know how hard it is to make something entertaining that is exactly the same every single time? Speedrunning, there's always some anticipation because you lose time, you gain time. Are you gonna get the world record this time? But in this run, hours just entirely on edge, being like, I'm about to get hit, because the game isn't meant to be completed without taking any damage. It was extraordinarily stressful. I had so many other cool ideas that I wanted to do, but I was like, you know, I really need to finish this no damage thing. So I was locked doing the same thing over and over again that I knew I could complete. I just needed to get that little bit lucky one time. And I knew the success, doing something that no one else had done before, would get me a lot of views, a lot of media attention. It would be very satisfying for me personally, would be a great video, that the crowning achievement of my channel, as that spurred me on despite how frustrating it was, how nerve-wracking it was doing this over and over again, how difficult it was to make it entertaining for an audience each and every time, how much I wanted to do other things, how stressful I found it. I was like, I gotta keep going. Even business-wise, I knew that doing other things would be more interesting to an audience than having another failed no damage run. But I was like, no, there's success though. Once it happens, holy shit, it's gonna be the greatest video I've ever done. And of course, spoilers, when I did eventually succeed, I was correct. The video currently sits on my channel as my most viewed video ever, by a large margin. 8 million views on a video that is 2.5 hours long. This video alone has made me $62,000. Not Australian dollars, American dollars. A video that, despite being over 3 years old, is still making me $20,000 a year. But it wasn't just that. I knew from my experiences with doing Pacifist Percent that if I succeeded, people would write articles about me, would draw attention to my channel, something they cared a lot about. This was my career. This was not just my passion, it was my business, it was my job. So much was riding on me succeeding. But on May 16th, 2021, a completely unknown person, named Unnamed, on a YouTube channel with no videos, with not even a profile picture, with no social media, with no history in speedrunning, uploaded in 3 parts, an apparent success of the no damage challenge of GTA 5. Now, obviously, it's not Unnamed's fault, but everything about him and the way that he presented this video and himself was a huge red flag. He didn't have a history of credibility showing him to be legitimate. So you can understand how frustrated I was at this moment. I was like, is this real? Is it over for me now? Will people care when I succeed? Has all the sacrifices I've made, all the time I've spent been for nothing? To put it into terms that even the average person could understand, did I just lose like 100 grand? Of course, in this situation, I was, a little bit frustrated, which, literally everyone on the planet ever would be. A no damage run of GTA 5 uniquely could be spliced. If you've ever watched Karl's channel about cheaters in speedrunning, you will know sometimes it takes years for people to be detected. So I'm sitting here twiddling my thumbs going, so what do I do now? To make matters worse, again, because I didn't know Unnamed, he came into my Discord and I thought he was talking shit, so I banned him. This somehow caused people to lie and say that I banned him from the speedrun Discord, which obviously I didn't because he wasn't a speedrunner and I don't do that shit anyway. Certainly at that point, as it had been years since I was a competitor in speedrunning anyway, I was more a silent partner in the Discord. I would still contribute to the Discord, but everything in that Discord has always been done by consensus. I would never just ban a random person. But of course, immediately word got around. And so there was a thread on the speedrun subreddit mocking me. There was one on livestream fails mocking me as well, before I said even a single word. Those threads existed and they were needlessly cruel. So after watching the run myself and not seeing anything clearly obviously spliced or cheated, I thought to myself, well, I'm not gonna promote this random stranger because fuck this dude. I'll just get back to grinding, beat it myself, acknowledge his run and say, well, there's Unnamed, I guess he got it first, and I'll move on with my life and never see this person again. The very next run I did, I got all the way to the very last shootout. Headshot has never happened before. I have practiced that hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of times and never seen that even once. Then I did one more run and I was like, nah, I'm out. AP pistol, no. I'm buying so many things, man. Okay, I'm just... I just wanted to check to make sure that I definitely had the suppressor on my pistol. I didn't point it or anything.
I think I remember even the last run. You got like pushed by a car and died.
Yeah. It was. I was like, nah, I'm done. I'm out of this. I've clearly burnt myself out doing this, trying to succeed, and I was ruining for myself because I was just so tilted all the goddamn time. That breakaway really helped me.
Breaks really help.
I'm no longer getting it first. I can take my time with this. I can take a break. I can practice more. I can do all the other things I've wanted to do for the past year and a half. And so I took a 4-month break. In that time, more information came out about who Unnamed was. Things I could not have known at the time. You might be thinking I'm referencing this video was the first ever GTA 5 OCO run cheated, official moderator analysis. But that is absolutely not the case. As you can see in comments even left at the time, to my knowledge, DarkViper himself said there is no evidence the run was cheated and that all his annoyance was because he wasn't the first one to complete the run and it was in a way rubbed in his face and also because the runner didn't share strategies with the public. He also said it was perfectly possible that the run was legit. The funniest thing about this is that DarkViperAU himself debunked all the discrepancies that his fans were saying. After I watched the run and people would bring up like, hey, what about this? I would say openly, no, you're wrong. That isn't evidence of it being cheated. That's a quirk of the mod, or that's something you don't know about the game. Because obviously I was the premier expert in no damage runs.
The armchair experts claim that this section makes no sense, as in their playthroughs they always would get hit here. Fortunately, we have a perfect coherent explanation by none other than DarkViper himself.
So the secret on this mission is that anyone past this points, these 2 boxes, they're too far away to shoot me. So anyone on the boat, too far away. This means I can ignore anyone past this point and focus on the people who actually matter. The guys in the cars, the main goal is to not shoot the drivers, because if I shoot the drivers, everyone will get out of the cars and shoot at me. The longer the cars drive, the more time I have to shoot the guys. It's actually harder than you might imagine to shoot the passengers and not the driver. To my knowledge, there was less than 5 people doing runs at the time, and I had obviously spent far more time than anyone else with the mod because I had it made for me.
To those who don't know who I am, my name is English Ben, and I'm a Grand Theft Auto speedrunner who's mainly known for the older games such as Vice City and San Andreas. I'm not going to pretend that I am an expert of GTA 5, because I don't speedrun this game, but that is why today I will be joined by several experts of the game, Dry Ice, Asserchi, and Saurus. These guys are world-class speedrunners of GTA 5, and also moderators for the game's official speedrunning leaderboard.
Even the people in this video who were referenced as authorities on this issue did not do no damage runs themselves. Obviously, they were not going to say anything in the video that I wasn't completely aware of by this point. Obviously, I hold no hostilities against English Ben for making that video. It's a fine video. I'm cool with English Ben. We've talked a few times over the years. But even in his video, he points out that I never claimed that Unnamed's run was cheated.
I think it goes without saying that this video is not to spite DarkViper in any way, as to my knowledge, he has never claimed Unnamed's run to be cheated. The intention of the video is actually to look at the facts and get a proper verdict from sources who actually know what they're talking about, rather than random stream viewers.
I merely explained that I was very frustrated because normally in speedrunning, you're speedrunning against other people. You can see them practice. You can see them go through the same pains you're going through. It's like a community effort. In this case, it was a random stranger who I knew nothing about. And because I was a much more public-facing person than Unnamed was, I was experiencing negativity everywhere that I was going. Anyone in that spot would eventually say something kind of mean. And I'm sorry, at the time, it did sincerely look like Unnamed had done something that had negatively impacted my life. That doesn't mean I was entitled to win or something, as people kept claiming at the time. It was simply the case that obviously I was going to be disappointed. But of course, as I was saying, when I took a break, more information came out. There was other videos of Unnamed doing other runs. They were simply unlisted on his channel. While he previously didn't live stream his attempts, he made a Twitch channel specifically to live stream him doing another attempt, and he succeeded. It was also shown to me that in the past he had attempted to reach out to me and give me strategies. I received tens of thousands of messages, countless DMs. There was simply no way for an unknown person like Unnamed with no history in GTA 5 speedrunning to be taken seriously amongst the crowd, especially considering his name was unnamed. Even with all that, it was obviously still hypothetically possible that he cheated in some way, but then he became a speedrunner and showcased that he was clearly a very skilled person at the game. And of course, a few months later, on my first run back after taking a break, I succeeded. I made my video, and it's the most successful video I've ever had. And it's been wondrous watching Unnamed take to speedrunning as I once took to it so long ago and contribute so much to that community. Not only pushing the runs forward, finding new strategies, but helping me out personally over the years. But also other runners from around that time, Karim and Well, I got to know, they became my moderators, they helped me with my content even to this day. And of course it gave time for Arham to make more strategies that ultimately made the run so much better than it was when I was first running it. Because even while I had demonstrated that you could beat every mission without taking any damage, my strategies still were not the best. It's over! It's done! Yes! Finally! There's so many things that I want to say. It is pretty cool that after taking, what was it, 4 or 5 month break, the first run, I came back and I succeeded. So what was it, like a year and a half ago? I got down to 1 death, and as terrible as that was at the time, and still continue to be for all the time until now, at the very least, the huge silver lining is how cool the route is now. Developments from me, Unnames, Mac, well, but especially Arham, has made this route fucking incredible. And congratulations to Unnames. I had assumed I would be able to congratulate him at the end of my run many months ago, but obviously it took this long to succeed. For those unaware, Unnames did get the first completed run. Since then, he has done many developments in speedrunning in general, showing himself to be not only very skilled, but very passionate about GTA 5, which is very cool. So yeah, thank you Unnames, Arhem, Mac, well, Karim as well, as giving some advice in chat as well sometimes. Yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you for sticking with me, watching on YouTube, all the support you've shown me. It's very touching. Thank you. I promised myself I wouldn't cry. Everything ended up working out for the best. There is no beef, and there hasn't been for years. This all happened like 4 years ago. I assure you, all this hyperbole that I was attacking Unnamed or calling people to dogpile Unnamed, all entirely untrue. In large part because Unnamed didn't even have any social media to be dogpiled on, and I defended his run against any illegitimate criticisms even at the time. And if you know Unnamed, I can assure you he did not give a fuck. He is one of the most stoic dudes I've ever seen. This idea that Unnamed was cowering in the corner from being bullied from big old DarkViperAU, all complete bullshit. And he'll tell you that if you ask him. When did we squash the beef? Or there wasn't really any beef? I mean, you've always been chill and I've just
I think after you completed 1-hit KO yourself, I just like DM'd you, yo, congrats, but can you unban me?
I think I said it multiple times. You were a very stoic dude. Your only interest seemed to be that you didn't want to be banned on my Twitch. And because I remember writing you a long message being like, hey man, here's all the stuff that I went through and here's all the problems I had and here's all the frustrations I had and why I acted this way, what information I didn't know, what information I know now. And you were like, that's okay, man. Can I be unbanned now? Do you feel I'm mischaracterizing you at all? Or?
Not really. I'm a bit of a memer.
Yeah, that is also true.
I'm a quiet guy.
Yeah.
I don't talk that much.
But even at the time, my frustration made perfect sense. It's why in Charlie's video that Willy has referenced many times, even Charlie was like, yeah, I supported DarkViperAU during those times with Unnamed.
Dark Viper really had a rough go of it. He kind of had a bit of a meltdown, and it was a big disaster in the whole Dark Viper anime arc. It was a very dark time for the community, and I was there for it. I saw all of it, but I still supported Dark Viper.
But as you can see, this is just again Willy bringing up some random stuff that he knows nothing about because he found a random clip on archive.org. He doesn't care what happened. He doesn't care if I did anything wrong. He doesn't care about who was involved. He doesn't care if anyone's been harmed or aggrieved or if things haven't been worked out. He's not trying to defend anyone. He's just trying to defame me.
And being depressed because a guy trolled a forum.
Why must my life suffer? Why must I suffer so with no one caring for so long? This clip is from 2018, almost 7 fucking years ago. I had like 2,000 subscribers. And no, it was not about some dude trolling me on a fucking forum. Who the hell would believe that? Now this clip is so old, it's entirely possible that someone lied to Willy and Willy just repeated that lie because he just doesn't care what's true. Maybe he himself isn't lying. He might just be ignorant in this specific case. The person he's speaking about is Rydog, who was so disruptive as a non-speedrunner of GTA 5 at the time that we made an entire Discord specifically so we could have moderation tools to deal with him. He was literally the first person ever banned in that Discord, and he has stayed banned for 7 fucking years. The man quite literally pulled a coup and got every moderator removed from the speedrun.com leaderboards. Do you know how many fucking coups there have been in the history of speedrunning? Probably not many. The dude lied to the speedrun.com moderators to say, hey, the moderators for the GTA 5 leaderboards aren't there anymore. You should remove them and make me a moderator. Rydog said this despite not having done a run in fucking years. Using the Wayback Machine, the last time I can find Rydog on the boards was January 22nd, 2016, where Rydog was 10th on the leaderboards of only 15 people. And you can see me here. And Rydog was over an hour behind world record. And as far as I'm aware, he never ran again and never improved this time. And if you try to look up some of the other stuff that Rydog has done, you can't really because he's deleted his entire account because he never really gave a shit. He was just a shitposter. Okay, I've got to take back those words I said about giving Willy some kind of charity. I've now watched the video where he took this clip from. No, I explain in detail all the terrible things that Rydog did. It is not about him trolling a fucking forum. So just another case of Willy knowingly fucking lying. But I will apologize, okay? I am sorry that I was frustrated and sad 7 years ago. I apologize, Willy. This has clearly meant so much to you that you're willing to take this clip out of context and put it in your video, that even though it's entirely relevant to literally everything, it clearly must mean so much to you that 7 years ago, when I had like less than 2,000 subscribers on my gaming channel, I was sad and emotional and frustrated. I gotta wonder at this point if anyone who watches Willy is still here. Those who buy into his bullshit. So I think that's where we'll end this video. Obviously, Willy has not actually gotten to the point of the video, yes, talking about ChudLogic and my justifiable taking down of his re-upload of my video. Again, I need to point out that sometimes I am being a bit reductive, because it is hard to tell whether he's actually lying or if he's just massively ignorant, which again is something he admitted to, but just didn't think was a problem because he doesn't really care what is true anyway. Hope to see you in the next part. I wish you all the best. Bye-bye.